Greetings! Welcome to SkepTalk, the greatest show on YouTube for people who want to hear skeptics talk. I'm Forrest Valkai. I'm joined today by my dear friend Erika the Gutsit Gibbon. How are you doing today?
What's up, Forrest? Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm psyched. You know, this is the first time you guys are seeing me after many large scale events here in the country and in the world have occurred. So, you know, I'll let you know what I did, what I've been doing to sort of keep my head above water. First thing I did, I ordered Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, a guy who survived 4 concentration camps and is a psychiatrist. And I've used that to sort of ground myself. You know, yeah, I've used that to sort of recenter my priorities in life. And then I ordered Demon Haunted World by Sagan, and I'm currently in the middle of that one, which I'd never read all the way through. And in between both of those, I have come to some staggering conclusions about human nature that are simultaneously pessimistic and optimistic. So I'm excited to bring these new insights to you as we solve the problem of humanity once and for all.
I'm fantastic. That's great. I'm so stoked for that. As you can tell, I've been hitting the gym lately a little bit. I've been just kind of beefing up somewhat. I didn't want to brag or anything like that, but I figured it would be about time to do a little reveal and all that. So just
of course
starting the show off literally and figuratively strong over here. Yeah. We got a great show for everybody tonight. I was over here doing a dumb bit, and you're over here talking about your life and your development. Fuck you.
Dude, I've reached some personal high and low points over the past 2 weeks that I feel like if I don't get that off my chest early, then it's going to be hanging over me like a guillotine the entire show. So now I'm happy to get into like happy, silly, go lucky mode as we, talk with people, hopefully about science. God knows that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here to offer my 2 cents on. But yeah, if you're looking for something to pull you out of the trenches, like get on out there. These books are available for you. I don't know, Forrest, what have you been reading? What's been on your show?
I've been dealing with Evo Devo a whole bunch this semester. I've been really digging into that. I also have been reworking my I'm re-releasing Sex and Sensibility video next month, and so I'm putting the final touches on that. So I've been really digging into sex and gender topics, and hoping we get calls about it, and never do. I think we got one recently.
I would love if we got calls. No, I would love if we got calls about that, because I saw your notice that you were re-releasing that video in particular. And as somebody who is very keen on releasing updated versions of videos, and especially like we've all been there, especially science communicators, if you've made a mistake in a prior video or something that you've said has been updated with new information, it's like, man, that's like a must do. And I wish more people did that. I was so glad to see that you were doing that, because I know we've talked personally since that video came out, and you were like, I'd do this differently, or I'd say this differently. So I love that you're releasing it. I hope it reaches as many people as possible, because God knows that we need science communication and education more than ever.
It sucks. It is a bad time. It's one of those things that I wish wasn't political. I wish it could just be an argument. You know what I mean? But now we've got so many problems.
Forrest, you know what? I'm so glad that you said that too, because I have been rereading some books that I've read previously, and I've been drafting this pretty big script for a pretty large video down the pipeline. But I want to release a video called "When Did Science Become Political?" with an asterisk. And then the joke is, it's always been political.
Always.
It's just the subjects on it that have been getting stupider and stupider year over year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's something that I'm super interested in. Like, as you and me do a lot of the same stuff where it's like we debunk pseudoscience. So it's like, where does the pseudoscience intersect with politics, right? Like, that's something that I feel a responsibility at this point. As much as I fucking hate talking about politics because I'm an idiot with a lot of it, it's like I feel a responsibility as a science educator talk a little bit about it. And you know, as little as possible, but as much as necessary.
There was this thing, this little like video that was going around on TikTok a long time ago. It was during the pandemic, and it was like scientists during the 20th century. And it's like, yeah, we fucking cured polio. Hey, we're going to the moon again, y'all. Hey, we're doing. And then scientists in the mid 21st century, guys, I swear the Earth is actually round. You have to listen to these aliens. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you just need to take the vaccine. No, the vaccine does not contain alien DNA. No.
Like, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for RFK to come knocking on the door and have the SSRI Adderall Gestapo come take us away to the Elon Musk Hyperloop labor camps. Because, like, it's just... And, you know, we're being hyperbolic, of course. And there are people out there like, you know, I'm getting this off my chest because I haven't said anything, you know, anywhere about stuff post-election, like publicly. So I just want to kind of get this off my chest up front. I hope we are all overreacting. I hope we are. But I keep checking the news every day. I wake up and I'm much more clued in, as I'm sure you are as well, Forrest. So like the influence that all this stuff is going to have on like the Department of Education and the ripple effects that that's going to have up through university systems and academia. And I've been talking to people in my department in a Southern university, and like, I'm worried. I'm scared, dude. I don't know what's going to happen. I hope I'm freaking out for nothing. I hope we wake up and it ends up being no big deal. But I worry, I fear that it's not going to be. So I'm about to take out all of that civil curiosity and rage on our callers today. So I'm excited to see.
You know, I remember the last time that Trump was elected, and like I remember like every single day, you know, I've listened to NPR in the car, and I would every single day, here's the next dumb thing, here's the next embarrassing thing, here's the next stupid thing, and it got to a point where it was just like, yeah, of course, you know, it went past the point of news, and it was just as mundane as the president woke up today. And it's like, why are you even telling me? Of course he did this shit. Who cares? And you see that a lot, especially like in this last election, the way that the double standard was just so unbelievably pronounced and so extreme between, you know, Kamala Harris was a little bit too flippant with her words in this case, and seemed to almost say a curse word this time. And like, yeah, he bragged about raping somebody else. Who cares? The point is he's going to do something about taxes. And it's like, it just very clear difference. And it reminds me of like, I was reading this thing about like the nature of propaganda. And like that propaganda isn't just telling you over and over and over what someone wants you to believe until you believe it. It is taking up room in your head so that you can't put anything else there. So when you walk down the street and you see the statue of Stalin every single day, it's like, I don't even know what else that statue could be. That's just in that spot in your brain now. You're not thinking about it. It's just taking up that room. And that's how I feel it is with this, with it, like, it is so consistently repugnant, embarrassing, obnoxious that there's not even room for like what the better solution could be, what anything else is. It's just, that's what's expected. And then when he goes further, it's like, oh, well, that's not that bad compared to the rest. So I guess whatever. And it just gets worse and worse and worse because people are so overwhelmed by the mundane, the mundanity of the insanity. You know what I mean?
Like, so case in point, perfect example of this. Like a week ago when, you know, the cabinet picks started coming out, I saw someone on Twitter. Well, actually, it wasn't on Twitter because I got off Twitter permanently after like the night of the election. I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done here. Yeah. I don't have this in me anymore. I don't have the fight left in me. I moved to blue skies. Like I'll do my fighting on YouTube where, you know, where I can actually like have conversations with people instead of arguing with the dozenth bot for the day about evolution when this isn't even a real person most of the time. But I remember like last week I saw, we were looking at these cabinet picks as they came out, and someone was like, I remember where it was. It was on Twitter, but it was a post that was on Reddit. So I wasn't on Twitter, but yeah, I was being good. I've been being good. I haven't even gone back once, except to say that I'm on Blue Sky now. But it was like, we think that the whispers around, you know, Washington are that Lauren Boebert is going to be the Secretary of Education. And I was like,
so why not?
Flat Earth, Lauren Boebert, the birds are drones, Lauren Boebert, the one who went to the aliens hearing and asked if we were creating hybrids behind closed doors, Lauren Boebert, young Earth
Mm-hmm.
creationist Lauren Boebert. That's the one that's
Yeah.
going to be the Secretary of Education. And then when it turned out to just be Linda McMahon, I was like, oh, thank God someone sensible's behind the wheel. And then I was
Yeah.
like, wait, it's Linda McMahon. She's a pro
Damn it.
wrestling announcer. What's happening? I was like, I can't believe it. I got sucked into it too. The stupidity psychosis vortex where it's like every pick, when it's not as bad as you think it is, you're like, wow, thank God we really dodged a bullet on that one.
Right. Yes.
And like I've been seeing some creators, I've been trying to consume content from across the aisle because I recognize that I was in a bubble pre-election. Sure. I was not consuming media from enough places. I went in with expectations that were drastically different from what came to pass. So I've been trying to fix that by consuming media from a broader scope of people, not right-leaning people, I would say, because I can't go there yet, but like, more people that are more central and then people who are way more left, so I'm getting like a broader picture of perspectives here. And one perspective like that I've seen a couple of times, thankfully not too much, is like, we're overreacting. The first term wasn't that bad. It's not going to be a big deal. And I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like things are different this time. I hope I'm wrong. Truly, I hope I'm wrong on this one. But like, from an education perspective, from a university perspective, from a science funding perspective, from the perspective of climate change, set aside everything else deplorable that's going to go down, in my opinion, but it's like, just from a pedagogical standpoint, this has the potential to be fucking catastrophic. And I've been wrong before, so I hope to be wrong again. But we'll see.
I just
every day we must awaken and face the day anew.
The horrors persist, but so do we. And I like to think, like, I did put out a video shortly after the election on TikTok, and I was just trying to remind people, like, just the thing that people need to remember, especially when we're talking about actual literal fascism and people like Trump who are politically violent and who are willing to hurt people to get their own way, and those things, is that your despair and your hopelessness is their victory. The best possible thing that can happen is that you give up. And so it's really important to remember, take the weekend to grieve, but don't take two, because there's a lot of work to be done. There's volunteer places where you can volunteer and help other people. There's political activism that can always be happening. When things get darker, when things get bleaker and scarier, and the night gets darker, that's when you sing louder. That's when you shine brighter. That's when you fight harder. It's so very important that even when things get hard, and especially when things get hard, that you continue to show up for the people who need your help, for the marginalized communities and people around you that need your protection, that need your voice, because otherwise it'll go the way of the hangman. But by the way, read The Hangman by Maurice Ogden if you're one of those people that's like, oh, well, at least I have my privilege. It's not going to fall to me. My favorite voice, or my favorite poem, probably ever. One of my top 10 favorite poems ever. The Hangman by Maurice Ogden. I'll put it in the chat right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
But we're not here for that.
It's like difficult. It's difficult, right? To figure out where to send your energy. And like, the more I've been thinking about it, like, it's like, I'm pissed off at the Democrats, and I'm pissed off at people who didn't vote, and I'm pissed off at people who did but voted in a way that different from how I voted, and all of these things have kind of come together. And then it's like, but you know what? Sitting around on my ass and being mad about it, you can only do that for so long before it does nothing but give you stomach ulcers. And so it's like, well, then I'll operate from where I can operate, which is science education and science literacy, because I think there's an angle here, and I'll share this with you, Forrest, in front of our wonderful audience here, because I think everybody could be utilizing this angle more. I think you could do a populist science angle that's like, all right, science should be accessible to all of the people. Part of the reason why people doubt science, why people are skeptical of science, from climate change to vaccines, is because they feel like it's locked away behind an ivory tower. One thing that we can do as science communicators is put a fucking elevator in and get people up to the top of the tower so they can see how this operates for themselves. That's something that all of us can do. And inevitably, invariably, trust in science is going to pull us in the right direction. It's going to pull us in the direction of progress. That's something that, I think most people want. Most people want progress. They just go about it in different ways, and some of them want to go about it in fascist ways. And we can do our best from where we're at, from every vantage point, wherever you are, whoever you are, to start working now, because the time to start working isn't 4 years from now. The time to start working is immediately, because we have a long way to go. So that's my additional 2 cents. But yeah, it's bad times, but they're strong, but we're stronger. So we do what we can.
Yeah.
Again.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. We have got a great show for everybody tonight, and I would very happily sit here and talk about this for a lot longer because I have some shit I want to say. But we had a great show tonight, and we got our already, the lines were literally full before we started. And we've got 2 atheists on the line. I'd like to get those spots open for theists. So do you want to crank through these atheists really quick, and then we'll go from there?
Dude, let's do it. I'm psyched. I'm ready. I can see the call screen on my end, so I'm ready to get started. Let's do it.
Sweet chicken. Let's talk to Con, pronouns they, them, calling in from Creeping Antennae. Wants to ask about the evolution of novel traits on a molecular level. We'll have a good discussion very quickly. Con, how are you today?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I am also good. I'm glad to hear it. So, do you have a specific thing you want to ask about, or you just want us to ramble about this for a minute?
We can do either.
Well, I guess I could be a bit more specific. So, when asking about how does evolution of novel traits happen in practice? Because I studied biochemistry, so I know all of the mechanisms that it could happen, like duplication, substitution, translocations, etc. But I guess what I'm wondering is, like, one, how do you get a protein that has some specific function, and then how do you get some novel feature on, let's say, an animal, like, yeah, I guess, like, how do you get from scales to feathers, something like that, in the DNA? Like, what actually happens?
I'm down to talk about.
Or do you want me to? Who wants to kick this off? Because I know we both have a ton to say.
I feel like it would be like the real question is, do we want to start from the molecular or the phenotypic level? Because like I would be more interested in discussing like a little bit about development and a little bit about like what novelty actually means. And I think you would probably be better at discussing like the molecular side of things. Although I don't know if that's your interest or not.
Well, I think what would be best is to discuss the process of like you said, what novelty is and how you actually get it, and then sort of transition that into how do we know that this is happening from the perspective of the literature, right? Like, where do we see these examples? Right. Where do we see them in the wild? Where have we induced them in the lab? And then that'll sort of complete the story. So do you want to kick it? You've been doing the Evo stuff. Do you want to kick us off with what's novelty and how do you get it?
I'll start with the fact that the word novelty is difficult to define. It's one of those things like homology or like species that doesn't really have a set, easy definition or any definition a lot of the times. And depending on what you're talking about and what level you're talking about, you get different things. And so the main way that I break it down that I think is important is that there's 2 major types, type 1 and type 2 novelties. A type 1 novelty is just a new thing. A thing that is brand new, a new type of structure. Turtle shell, for example. It's made of keratin. It's made of the same kind of protein that was covering this thing's skin anyway, but it's being used in a totally new way that isn't existing, and it's a new apomorphy that is now definitive for this whole clade, right? As opposed to a type 2 novelty, where you have a structure that's already there, not just a molecule is already there, a structure is already there that's being reworked into something new. Say, for example, centipede pincers. The fangs of a centipede are modified front legs. So that front section has these legs. They are now modified to be these grasping things that are then further modified to have pointy ends that are then further modified to inject them. And so you have different types of novelty, and that's going to make a big difference into how that thing is evolving. So if you're talking about something like, did you give an example, Con? I don't remember if you did. You said feathers. You said scales and feathers.
Feathers and scales, or however.
So feathers from scales, both of those things are keratin, right? You have keratin in these scales, then that keratin is just being restructured to make feathers the same way you can restructure the carbon from graphite to make pencil lead into the carbon to make a diamond in a diamond ring. So this is, in this way, you're taking the same thing and making something new. So it's kind of an argument. Is that a type 1 or a type 2 novelty? Because it's a totally new thing, but it's using the same stuff for more or less the same purpose. So what's going on there, right? So all you're really doing there is just changing like the genes that are involved in where and how this keratin is deposited, where it's growing, how it's attached. If you talk about like really serious feathers, like flight feathers and stuff, you actually have notches in the bone where these things are like anchored to, as opposed to just like fluff and insulation feathers that you don't have that. Like you kind of just expound this a million different ways. And so all I'm trying to tell you is that there isn't a clean answer to your question. It really depends on like specifically what you're talking about. And if you're talking about something in novelty in terms of like a brand new limb or a new structure, like something that is actually new, then you're going all the way back into, okay, well, what types of genes are being used here? Because there's different types of genes. There's like housekeeping genes, and there's cell-specific genes, and then there are like development genes, the things that tell your body what to look like. And you break those down, you get these homeobox genes that are like establishing a body plan. And in there you have Hox genes that are literally like, this limb is this and that limb is that. And then you have like different little like Sonic Hedgehog genes that are like, fucking grow, and like that. You have all these different things there. And so any one of these you could have these types of mutations in to dramatically change. If you have like this the gene that codes for this thing, to that you have your Hox gene that's going to make a limb, and you have this particular type of follow-up gene that's going to make it an arm, versus that one that's more like a wing, and that one that's more leggy, and all these other things. Like that's where you're getting into the weeds in terms of like novel structures popping up. I would recommend, there's a really cool book called Understanding Evo Devo by Wallace Arthur. It's a really short little book. And they have a whole chapter on the development of novelty that covers both types of novelty and also how those things develop. I can also probably find a paper, because this is something that I was dicking around with this semester.
What? Could you repeat the name?
Yeah, it's called Understanding Evo Devo, Evodevo, by Wallace Arthur.
Okay, really a lot of like Sean Carroll stuff and Neil Shubin stuff too are going to be super useful for you to understand like how you get something from something prior.
I saw a podcast with Sean Carroll, but I haven't checked out his books yet. But yeah. I was also interested in, I guess the Evo Devo side would be more for the macroscopic changes. But if I could ask something more on the molecular side. So there's actually, I kind of just want to get stuff by chest. There's a very cool paper that I read called the Meaning of a Minuscule Ribosome by Michael Yaris, where they selected a ribozyme that's actually 5 nucleotides long that catalyzes a certain reaction that links an amino acid to another RNA strand. And I guess that got me thinking about, in terms of proteins, those are obviously going to be in modern life, those are going to be much larger than something that's only 5 nucleotides long.
So
I guess
something you're touching on is that when you talk about the molecular side, you're talking about this, these things are binding to different parts of DNA and everything. You're touching now into cell signaling. And so like with the common idea is just, you have this gene and then it does the thing, it makes the whatever. But that's not it. Is that this gene, depending on the epigenetic state, could be wound up into heterochromatin, so it's never being expressed, or it's being dramatically underexpressed, or it's in euchromatin, so it's being expressed really well, or it's acetylized, and so it's overexpressing a whole bunch, or it's either a little methylated or a lot of methylated, so it's not expressing, or it's ubiquitinated. And there's all these different changes as to whether or not things actually functioning. If it is functioning and it is doing what it's transcriptionally active, you could say, well, then do you have the transcription factor that is going to activate that gene and make it do the thing? Even if it take away the epigenetic side of it, do you have the protein that is causing the gene to do the job it's doing in the first place, that's activating it? You could have a topologically associated domain, a TAD, where literally you have a transcription factor way the fuck downstream, and literally the DNA bends. This is why it's called, topologically, it's the topography of the DNA. Literally the DNA bends and brings this enhancer sequence over to this gene and causes it to do stuff now. And so is your DNA bending the way that you need it to get this gene to do what it is, or is it bending too much? Where in the nucleus is the DNA located, or is that particular gene located at the time? Because DNA isn't all tightly packed up into chromosomes all the time. That's only during division when that's happening. Usually it's a little bit loosey-goosey, and if it's over near the ends, you're not going to have as much transcription because you have barriers there. And so like there's a million different things. And so when you're talking about the molecular basis for changing a gene, it's not just about mutations. It's not just about substitution versus translocation versus inversion versus deletion versus duplication versus what. It's not just that. It's also, am I doing a point mutation on this protein that would be a transcription factor for this gene, that would then transcribe for this gene, that would then cause this other remodeling complex to come over here and restructure the chromatin so that this other thing can do, you know what I mean? There's a lot of layers there.
I guess something related to that is what is the way that usually actually happens in causing the evolution of certain traits? Because the way, I guess the simplest thing for me to imagine is that you have some random stretch of DNA that has some random sequence, and then you happen to have a promoter and then some open reading frame that makes a novel protein, and then if that protein has some useful function, then that will be selected for. I guess that's the only thing that I really can envision happening. Or I guess additionally, like if you have a duplication of some protein that already performs a specific function, then you could slightly tweak the function of that protein by doing point mutations or whatever.
So, Con, I think it
those
might
are the
be
ways
helpful.
that I can envision an actual function happening. But then, like for something like creating a new limb, I guess I can't imagine like what would be the sequence of genetic changes that actually causes, or I guess what is the sequence of genetic changes that might have caused that for some specific trait that we see.
I have a specific example, but I want to hear what Erika says first.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of thinking, how do you get a new limb? How do you get a new body plan? How do you get, a new function, a new characteristic of a given system in the body or whatever? Evolution works with what it's got. It's working with these precursors, these structures and functions and systems that came before. And if you take that far back enough in time, you're going to reach something that is unimaginably more simplistic than anything that's alive today. But that being said, those precursors boiled down to things like transcription factors. To the week, a paper came out where they took a transcription factor from a choanoflagellate. This isn't even an animal. This is a eukaryotic group of eukaryotic organisms that are similar. They're a sister group to animals, but they're not animals. Transcription factors. This transcription factor that for them does something that's kind of similar to what it does in animals, but on the whole quite different animals, and in place of the transcription factor that for animals regulates stem cell development, which stem cells are obviously super important for the specialization of given cells into things like neurons or epithelial cells or this, that, or the other thing. It's absolutely necessary for a complex multicellular organism like all animals, pretty much. And if you take that transcription factor and transfer it into animals, it does the same thing, right? It doesn't do it like in a different way. It does the same thing, which suggests that we're within animals even moving as far back as transcription factors for developing stem cells before the first animal ever existed. We've got that software already present, right? Doing something slightly different in choanoflagellates, but when it's put into animals, doing this what it will go on to then do, right? So at the most basic level of cellular maintenance, we're seeing precursors in existence. But when you're thinking about something like the evolution of new body plans, whether it's the arrival of something or the loss of something, again, we're back with those precursors. So you can tweak the genes that you find in organisms that don't develop limbs into developing proto-limbs by manipulating them in the way that we see them in limbed organisms. We can trace the origin of the antifreeze blood in ice fish back to its non-antifreeze counterpart. We can look at the human transketolase-like 1 gene, which in humans is one way, right? So this gene transketolase-like 1 is responsible for the production of radioglial cells, which are super important for making neurons, right? Oversimplification, but it stands. All hominins, Neanderthals, Homo erectus, well, I guess Homo erectus isn't we're sort of inferring it at Homo erectus. So I'll say, Neanderthals and Denisovans, they have this transketolase-like 1 gene, just like humans do, but there's a one single base pair difference in these guys, right? That leads to them exhibiting a lysine and then humans exhibiting an arginine. That leads to, in humans, a tripling of radioglial cells. So one teeny tiny little tweak can lead to something as phenomenal and wonderful as tripling radioglial cells in human brain development, or something as, given certain contexts, as devastating as developing sickle cell anemia, which is also a single point mutation. And the reason for this is that the chemistry that underpins all life works the same way regardless of what critter you're looking at, which means at the most basic level, the changes work the same way too, biochemically speaking. Right? We can take the sequence of, I think it's genes, I would need to check, that lead to taillessness in apes, and we can put them into mice, humanized versions of these body plan regulation genes in humans or gibbons or orangutans, and stick the humanized version into mice, and they will be born without tails. Right? The software across all mammals, across all animals, across all life is largely very similar, which is why you can take these precursors that seem so ancient and so useless, tweak them a little bit, and get entirely new structures, entirely new systems, de novo proteins in the case of the ice fish. And we've observed this, of course, in the wild in things like the ice fish, and we've also induced them in the lab in things like taking the genes in mammals that produce fingers or whatever and sticking them into chickens, and they'll start, by moving the Hox patches along, they'll start developing more distal limb segments, right? It's weird, it's funky, it's wonderful, it's magical. You can do the same thing with feathers and scales, where you can get proto-feathers on alligators just by tweaking them in the same way that we see them in one of their close archosaur relatives, which is modern birds. All of this is documented in the literature, like to the nines, in a way that I can't, convey to you here, because I'm not a biochemist. I don't study evo devo. I study big apes that died 7 million years ago, right? So like, this isn't my forte, but at the same time, I know enough about it to say that, gosh, there isn't a body plan, there isn't a system that we couldn't evolve, really, that we are totally clueless about when we look at them in the present day.
Okay, so I guess something I'm hearing is that learning about Devo would be a good way to see more of the details on how changes in body plans might happen on a molecular level.
Very yes. I'm actually
Okay.
linking a thing in the chat that I used this last semester to cover exactly that. This one is actually about skulls, not like whole body plans or anything like that. It's called Mammalian Skull Heterochrony Reveals Modular Evolution in a Link Between Cranial Development and Brain Size. So I just put that in the chat, the link to the HTML from Nature. And what these guys are talking about is it's heterochrony. So when we're talking about Devo, there's heterochrony, which is a change in the timing of development. Heterometry, which is the change in how big or like whatever, something at the meter, how big. Heterotypy, the change in the type of thing that is being developed. And then heterotopy, which is where that thing is showing up on the body. And so if you're talking about an arm or something like that, when does the arm develop? Where does the arm develop? Is it an arm or a leg? And how big does the arm get? That's kind of what we're talking about. And so in this paper, they're looking at sutures in the skull, specifically like the coronal suture. And they're like, where the fuck is this thing coming from? Because when we look at like fish and stuff, it's not developing the way that I think it should be at the time that I think it should be, whatever. And when we look at this other fish and it's like, we think that this is a coronal suture, it's actually this one in the back of the head and it's not right. And what they are finding is that you don't have to just evolve new bones. You don't to create the sutures. The actual development is where the sutures are being laid down, and then new bones come in later and fill in these gaps. Because they're looking at, like, how did mammalian skulls develop from reptilian skulls, from fish skulls, from all this other, what's going on? It's actually just changes in the development of like little bits of cartilage here and there. And like this supraoccipital bone in the back that's going to like determine brain size. They actually put in this graph in here, if I remember right, about like, like they draw a regression, a graph between like how quickly this particular part of the occipital part of the skull develops versus the overall encephalization quotient, how much brain development there is. And totally counterintuitive. The faster this part of your skull develops, the bigger brain you end up with usually, you know what I mean? And so like, this is super cool. Like just kind of look into how that works, where it's not like, how the hell do I get the proteins to make a new bone in a new place with a new function, with a new this and a new that, and all these things all coming together to produce a totally new function all together all at once. It's nothing like that. It's actually just like, if I make the cartilage a little weirder over here, how dramatically does that change the entire fucking skull? You know what I mean? Like, and that's what it actually ends up being.
I see. Yeah, that's very cool. I guess that shows how powerful small incremental changes can be.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
for sure.
About it.
Anyway,
think about it from the.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I will add one short thing. Think about this from a paleontologic perspective as well, right? So, like from the perspective of the evolution of limbs, if the way that we see this develop biochemically and from a perspective of Devo is correct, which is that more proximal segments develop first and then they develop out through a cascading of cellular signals out to the distal segments, the classic tetrapod pattern where both limbs are one bone, two bones, many bones to get the upper part of the upper limb, the lower part of the upper limb, and then the carpals and then the metacarpals and phalanges and so on and so forth. It's like, if that's what we expect, we should see the complexity of the limbs through the fossil record in that same order. And that's precisely what we see. We start with ray-finned fish that aren't that complicated. They've got the little rays in their, their pectoral fins. Or I don't know. I think they're the pectoral fins. I'm just going to say they are the pectoral fins. And then as you move into, me too, right? I think so. But like, and then the other one's like the anal fins. I'm pretty sure. Whatever. It's been a long time. As you move forward in time, you start to see the development of first like a proto-humerus, and then like a proto-radius and a proto-ulna, and then it's like then you've got this is something like a coelacanth, for example, or something like Eusthenopteron. These lobe-finned fish that are living in waters that are relatively shallow, where having those characteristics give them just a little bit of a boost when it comes to pushing themselves up a tiny bit out of the water, which is super useful if you are a fish that lives in a brackish area where, 20-foot-long Dunkleosteus is coming along and can eat you like a snack. Those guys can't get in the shallow water, so it's super useful for you to be able to sort of waddle your way into these shallower pools, something that we see today in living lobe-finned fish. This is something that they still do because it's a strategy that works. It's not a just so evolutionary story. It's using the comparative method. And then it's like, okay, after you've got the proto-humerus, the proto-radius, the proto-ulna, like then you get the protocarpals and then the proto-metacarpals, and then you've got digits, but there's too many of them because this thing hasn't been selected down to the right amount of digits yet. And it all happens with breathtaking clarity in a way that, it's just a coincidence that it looks exactly like it does developmentally, right? So it serves to reason, I think, that the signals that we're seeing developmentally are incremental change upon incremental change that goes from a distal development to our proximal development to a distal development. And lo and behold, that's what it is, right? Which is super cool and blows my mind every time I think about it, because I think when you take a minute to try to perceive of the development of something as complex as the skeletal system that you see in a moose versus something that you see, in your average fish, it seems like an impossible gap, but each individual step was beneficial to the organisms that had it. We can make predictions about those incremental steps and then check them using Evo-Devo and using the fossil record, and we have vindicated that time after time after time.
Yeah, I think the one thing to just build on that is like when you talk about like so early in development, you develop these things called somites, and those somites are clusters of cells that are going to become things like vertebrae and the surrounding structures. There's this interaction where you're developing from one end of your body, you're producing retinoic acid, and from the other end of your body, you're producing some other fucking thing that I don't remember. But like just chemical A and chemical B. And it is when there's this perfect gradient where these are overlapping, that's where a somite develops. And so literally the production of the spine is more and more and more chemical A and less and less chemical B, so that you get this gradient moving down the length of the body. And so if you want to fundamentally change the structure of the spine upon which the rest of the body is built, the axial skeleton, where all these appendices are literally just tiny turn of the knob on which of these chemicals is popping and where. You know what I mean? So it's really easy to look at something like an arm or a wing or an eye or a stomach or something, like, look at how amazingly complex this thing is, and it certainly couldn't have just come out of, when actually it's just the natural result of a moderate, like relatively minute change in like one tiny molecule, one morphogen, one signaling factor, one whatever. You know what I mean? Or a shifting of an entire developmental field, where you have this field that does this one thing and you just scooch it and it does something slightly different over there.
And like, can we just appreciate the fact that like all of this is documented in each area in which we've investigated it? Why is that the case? If evolution isn't responsible for the biodiversity we see today, why does it look like it everywhere we check? Where it's like, you genuinely have, as Darwin called, the indelible stamp. It's like, first when you got your pharyngeal gill slits and they're starting to develop, it's like, well, in fish they end up being gill slits, and in humans they turn into aspects of our head and neck. Like, why did they diverge at the point at which they diverge? It's for the reasons Forrest said, right? It makes biochemical sense, but we have these, phylogeny recapitulates, or ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny as sort of a dead idea, in the sense that it's like we go through our entire evolutionary history in the womb, but we sure do go through some of them in some ways, which is why Evo-Devo is so cool. Anyways, I just saw a comment in the chat that was like, Forrest and Erika said they were going to take 2 seconds on this call, and then they took an hour on this call, which is true.
That's 2 seconds.
So I think
this call could have been the rest of the show.
We could count your blessings, chat, and count your days.
Could I say one more thing before you let me go?
Yeah.
Of course.
So I have a suggestion for an anti-creationist argument.
Share, by all means.
So you know how
You're wrong.
creationists
Oh,
like
no.
to say that if you have some protein that's like 100 amino acids long, for example, then that could not possibly, you couldn't possibly get a functional protein out of that, because the chance of that would be like 1 over 20 to the 100 or something like that.
A classic.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've been watching Dr. Dan's arguments with,
Hey,
I forgot his
wonderful.
name,
Yeah, wonderful.
about
Stern
protein
Cardinal.
orchards with someone, I forgot his name. But I think a very like easy counter argument to that is that it's at all possible to do directed evolution experiments, because if directed evolution experiments can only do like something on the order of like 10 to the 12 sequences, at least for ribozymes from my experience, but which is like a tiny fraction of the sequence space for a randomized sequence of that length. So the fact that these experiments are possible at all shows that it has to be very easy to find functions within a randomized sequence space, or else it would be impossible for those experiments to actually work.
Dan
So
knocked it out of the
get
park with that
function
one,
from
where he
nothing.
was like, the fact that you can get not just function from nothing, and you know, he in his video on this cited plenty of sources that of people who have actually gone and done this. You don't just get a function from nothing, from randomness. You can get the same function from different random sequences. What?
Are
That's
you
crazy.
talking about the promoters,
I
or was
don't
it something
know.
else?
You
I
tell
think
me,
he
Con.
cited
You're
something
the
where
biochemist here.
I think he cited something where they randomized the sequence of promoters, and then some of them were actually better than or they were more they promoted transcription more or something than the original sequence.
He did do that. There's definitely a way to like increase existing function, right? To like up the ante with it. But I know he's also gone over topics where it's like the function that you want has multiple roots, right? You don't have to take one route
Yeah.
of like, oh, and that's how the
That
creationists
is
always come
another
up with
thing.
these statistics where they're like, oh, you know, it's 1 in a 10 gazillion that you can get this one function. It's like, well, yeah, it's 1 in 10 gazillion that me and Forrest are having this conversation right now, right? Like the odds of everything happening in such a way as to get us here. But there are multiple ways that Forrest and I end up having these conversations. We go about our days multiple different ways that lead to the confluence or the perfect confluence of events that have us in our seats having these kinds of conversations. The same is true with function, biochemically speaking. But I think I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but for those of you who are curious, you should, as Con said, you should check out Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal's YouTube channel. It's Creation Myths. It's quite good. Especially if you like the details of like getting into why creationists are wrong about very specific claims. He does them quite well.
And would it be correct to say that another problem with that creationist angle, that you need this specific sequence to do something, is that like evolution does not look for a specific sequence. It some specific sequence might happen by random chance, and then that itself is what guides evolution by being selected by the environment.
Yeah, 100%, right? It's the puddle analogy. The organism isn't designed for the environment. The environment designed the organism by capitalizing on mutations that give it even the tiniest little tiddlywink of an edge in a given environment. Because over time at a population level, tiddlywinks add up to become, I don't know, twaddlywinks, bigger tiddlywinks, right? They add up over
I don't think you're
time.
allowed to say that.
Can you? Is that? Wait, are you serious, Forrest?
No. Sorry.
Okay, I was like, wait a second. Do I not know about a tiddlywink related like slur? Don't scare me. This stuff adds up. Is the point, Con? Like, and this is something that isn't just like it was hypothesized about in Darwin and Wallace's time. This has come to fruition with stunning clarity after 150 plus years of experiments and simulations and observation. And I don't know, like we're at the point right now where the only way that creationists can have any ground here is through ignorance and cognitive dissonance. And I do believe that there are some of them out there who are under the influence of both, and lying. I know that's horrible, but like, there's no way some of these people, like, you know, Jason Lyle or whatever, or who else puts it forward? Dembski, some of the intelligent design advocates, put these numbers forward, and it has just never occurred to them from a biochemical perspective that there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's just no way. I don't believe it. So, you know, I don't know. I'm at a loss, but I do have a sandwich, which makes me a lot happier.
Jealous, mad jealous. Anyway, Con, we've got to move on.
Right.
It's been I've enjoyed this conversation thoroughly, but we've got a ton of other people on the line we've got to get to. But I really do appreciate you calling in, and I hope we were somewhat helpful.
For sure. Could I give the name for one paper before I leave that I think is related to this?
Hell. Yes.
So I went to this amazing talk by Jason Shepard on ARC protein, which so let me just read this paper titled "The Neuronal Gene ARC Encodes a Repurposed Retrotransposon GAG Protein That Mediates Intercellular RNA Transfer." So that's a repurposed, I guess it turns into a virus-like capsid, and that's used in our neurons.
I'm into it.
Okay.
Dude, this stuff gets cooler every time. I read these papers sometimes, or I hear about them, and I'm like, all right, this is going to take 15 or maybe 30 minutes of reminding me what biochemical words mean what. But then when I get there, usually with the help of the abstract, I always find myself, even now, and I have a feeling that I'll be hit with the same level of wonder in 50 years, assuming I'm still alive then. It's just so cool. It's just so cool.
It is.
You know, how can people not hear that and think, what the majesty, you know? It blows me away.
Anyway, we're going to go on now, but thank you so much, Con.
Thank you. Great.
Take care. Bye-bye. Great way to start the show. And I'm glad we started with that call, because I said we're going to do both atheist calls, but fuck you, other atheists. You're going to have to wait for a second, because I thought this would be great to lead right into Anthony, pronouns he, him, calling in from Vicarious Anteaters, who says that irreducible complexity is impossible for evolution to create, which is, that's a rough one. It's a rough one. Anthony, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Doing fine. How are y'all?
Never had a bad day, man.
Glad to hear that.
Except for Erika has a sandwich, and I'm jealous of that. I guess my day could be better, but
I think your day might get worse as a result of my conversation with you, though. I don't want it to, but it might.
I hope not. I'm sure you'll be pleasant.
Anthony, that's not possible. Yeah, so you forget I love talking to creationists, and so does Forrest.
We've kind of made a living out of it.
It might be a sickness, that's possible, but we love it. So tell us where you're coming from. I want to hear about it. Take this. The floor is yours.
Well, when I called in, I recently brought up the concept of irreducible complexity, and I know both of you are familiar with that concept.
Unfortunately,
but I wasn't expecting Forrest to bring up Evo-Devo, and then, which I also think is a problem for evolution.
Hang on a minute, Anthony. You need to back off your mic.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, let me know if there's
that's all right.
audio
Shit happens. That's why we have the producer to be like, yo, do this thing.
Right.
By the way, thanks to Amar, our producer today.
Yes. So you brought up the concept of Evo-Devo, and I wasn't expecting you to do that, but I see that as a serious problem for evolution. And a lot of what I wanted to say actually was kind of already at least somewhat addressed in the previous conversation. And he brought up the mathematical improbability of finding functional proteins in protein sequence space, which I think is also a really strong argument against evolution. So I don't know which. Let me start with. I guess we'll start with irreducible complexity, and depending on how long the call goes, we can go any one of those directions.
Let's have fun with it. Yeah, I think that's probably the most fertile ground to start on, because if we go into mathematics and say no one's going to care, so yeah, let's start with irreducible complexity.
All right, so let me set the groundwork here. So biological organisms are systems,
as all organisms are.
Yes, which are composed of subsystems, which are themselves composed of various components, right? And in these systems, some of them can be removed, obviously. And we're talking down to the macroscopic level and the microscopic level. And what is clear to everyone who's any rational person is a lot of components of these systems are necessary for the function of the whole system. So if you take one away, there's no adaptation or productive benefit to what we're looking at. So this seems to me to be a huge problem for evolutionary processes, which have to work in a stepwise fashion and which need a positive or beneficial result in order to select whatever the adaptation or mutation is. So what evidence do you have that this seems to make evolution impossible to me? So explain to me why you believe evolution can overcome this problem.
Erika, do you want to start, or do you want me to start?
I'm happy to start. Anthony, okay. Do you are you familiar with Michael Behe's mousetrap analogy?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that, and I know it was brought up in the Dover trial.
Are you familiar with oh shoot, what's his name? Francis Collins. Are you familiar with Francis Collins's response to the mousetrap analogy?
The type 3 secretory system?
No, the mousetrap analogy itself.
Okay, so yeah, he put a mousetrap on his tie, or he used it as a paperweight or something. I do remember something along those lines.
Right. The idea
is that what you're talking about?
Showed up. Yeah, 100%. You're dead on. So he shows up to a lecture and talking about Behe's mousetrap analogy, and he says, and for those of you in the audience who may not know, Michael Behe, famous proponent of intelligent design, and one of the popularizers of this idea of irreducible complexity, is an argument against evolution by natural selection from a naturalistic perspective. Although Michael Behe is, from my understanding, quite accepting of things like common descent, and he just believes must interact in order to bring these things about. He doesn't think the process alone can do it. He points to a mousetrap, which has 5 parts in its most simplistic form. And if you have 5 parts, the mousetrap cannot function. It cannot catch mice. And he says this is an example of an irreducibly complex system. You could never come about to evolve a mousetrap whose purpose is to catch mice without any given point. It can't be fit every step along the way. So therefore, the same could be applied to systems from biochemical systems, I guess I should say, or organ systems, or what have you. And Francis Collins, director of the Human Genome Project, famously responded to this by coming to a lecture with a mousetrap with the hold down bar, and I believe it was the catch. I think it was the catch removed from the mousetrap. So 2 out of the 3 parts were removed, and he had the mousetrap clipped to his tie. And he said, then this mousetrap isn't catching any ties or any mice. It sure makes a nice tie clip. The point being that things don't evolve with a singular goal in mind. That's not the point. The way must be beneficial to the organism, but they don't have to be beneficial to it in the exact same way. The argument went at the time of the Dover trial for something like the flagellum, which is classically complex, that originally The bacterial flagellum served a different purpose. I believe it was like secreting some kind of poison, for lack of a better term. I don't remember if for that example, but the point is often applied to organisms that are much larger. So like birds didn't evolve wings to fly. They have thermoregulation or display or intimidation. And case in point, we see birds today that do not fly, that have wings and use them for all of those things. So in response to something like irreducible complexity, I point out, one, irreducible complexity as an argument kind of falls apart with the presumption that every step along the way has to be moving towards a specific goal and must benefit fitness in service of that specific goal, which isn't how evolution works. But the second point that I think is almost more important from an intuitive perspective is that it's like we see things that are irreducibly complex emerge naturally all the time without human input. And my favorite example of this that I bring up every time irreducible complexity comes up is an ecosystem. We have watched ecosystems emerge. We have seen ecosystems emerge on islands as primary succession and then secondary succession come about, or just primary succession comes about. As organisms and then populations of organisms develop these interdependent relationships, like the communities of which would completely fall apart if you that ecosystem, if you remove the primary producer, or they cannot function without every single a piece of the ecosystem puzzle in place. Now, they do adapt. You can take a will going to be the same ecosystem, and yet this system that is irreducibly complex, that cannot maintain its status as that ecosystem, emerged stepwise over time, right? And we've again observed this happening. So irreducible complexity as a whole cloth system, whether we're looking macroscopically at communities or even microscopically at structures on microorganisms, it doesn't hold any water than a 10-minute glance, in my opinion.
Can you hear me? Wait 1 second. For some reason, you were breaking up badly. Is my audio coming in?
No, you're okay. There was an issue. We're not sure where the issue is, but we have noticed it and we're trying to fix it. I don't think it's on your end.
Okay, so I hear Forrest perfectly, but Erika was breaking up really badly. But I did manage to understand essentially everything she said.
She's currently trying to fix it. I'll also point out that John McDonald from the University of Delaware famously released this, which I'm putting in the chat right now. It is the reducibly complex mousetrap, and it's like a step-by-step theoretical thing about how mousetraps could actually evolve piece by piece and how that could work. And it's kind of just like this tongue-in-cheek, like pointing out how this is a silly accusation to make. And it bothered Michael Behe so much that he published this like response to critics thing where he criticized Dr. McDonald, saying that like, oh, he didn't tell us like what the structure was made of and like what's the density of the wood and what's and all the other stuff that he himself also didn't bother to mention. But now that he has this thrown back in his face, he needs a bunch more details. I would just throw out that like when we talk about irreducible complexity, we're very often looking at big structures as they are right now. So say, for example, that one of the more common things that people bring up with the irreducible complexity is the human eye. And they're like, oh my gosh, the eye is so amazingly complex. It's got this lens and it's got this retina and it's got these ciliary muscles that squeeze the internal lens. And it's got all these different things that adjust the focus and they're just so perfectly fine-tuned. And they're missing the fact that, if you took one chunk out of the human eye now, you'd have a major problem. But we can see a step-by-step gradient even out in nature where we can see different types of eyes that are, just a little bit different from each other that are each functional and useful and can be put in sequence quite easily. And the little additions that would turn one to the next aren't that extreme. And these are things that even like we can just see today are currently eyes that are out in nature right now. And so it's really important to remember that when you're looking at, these so-called irreducibly complex systems or structures or whatever, don't just look at exactly what it is at this moment. as it is now very specialized and say this is the only way this thing can exist. You can look backwards and see different ways for this thing to exist that are a lot simpler and a lot more easy to evolve. Anyway, you've listened to Erika talk for a little while. I gave a very brief thing. I have other stuff, but I would like to hear what you have to say first.
Okay, yeah. So one thing I've noticed from both of you and also a lot of people who basically embrace evolution is that you just accept without, I'm not trying to be rude, but it seems to me like you just kind of accept what these evolutionary theorists put forward and just in an uncritical manner. And I know that's kind of, a confrontational thing to say, but like when Erika said that the bacterial flagellum used to be a type 3 poison secreting mechanism, that's never actually been demonstrated. That's just something that various evolutionary scientists said. Well, this secretory system in this organism kind of looks like the flagellum, so maybe it got co-opted at some point, and it's like that idea has been debunked by the intelligent design community. And when it comes to things like the eye, I think the eye is a good example. There are two things I'd like to say about that. First of all, Forrest, when you bring up the fact that there are different types of eyes in the world we observe today, so we have simple organisms with simple eyes, and we have more complex organisms with more complex eyes. The eyes that we see are simply designed for the organism in question as it is. The idea that these represent an evolutionary history is an interpretation that is based on the presupposition of the truth of evolution itself. It's not actually based in an observation of an evolutionary past. And as far as I'm aware, the fossil record does not show a linear progression from simple eyes to complex eyes. The first organisms to appear in the fossil record already had animals, I should say. The first animals to appear in the fossil record already had very complex eyes. So
that's fundamentally untrue. But but you might have misspoke. You're saying the first animals with eyes that are fossilized, and the eyes are already complex, right?
You're correct.
That's
yes,
also
correct.
not true. That's also
Yeah,
not true.
so-
we have worm precursors, like in the Ediacaran. One was published on just earlier this week. And this individual, like worms have, many of them do, like photosensitive patches. Further, the types of eyes that you see early in the Ediacaran fauna are not camera pinhole eyes, right? Like they're not the types of eyes that you see in later organisms. Now, I want to say something really important here, and I'm going to try not to be too animated because that seems to be what kills my my internet connection. So, and it's a shame because my speech was really good. What I'm going to summarize for you, Anthony, and I hope you got this, is that we see irreducibly complex systems emerge now with no influence from humans. An ecosystem is the primary example. We watch primary succession happen. Ecosystems cannot sustain themselves if you move one single part from them permanently. They have to fundamentally change, become a different type of ecosystem. As a result, we know that by observing this actually happen via primary succession on like islands and things of that nature, that these things, which are currently irreducibly complex, emerge on their own without the influence of humans. Now, the type of argument that you've just made here is just a complete argument from incredulity, in my opinion. What you've said is that you have to assume evolution to prove evolution here. That's fundamentally untrue, right? These predictions were laid out by Darwin, right? The idea when Darwin lamented when he was publishing Origin and when he later published Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex, that the evolution of the eye was something that seemed confounding to him at first until you give it, 20 minutes of thought. And you see that, as Forrest talked about with relation to the eye, we do see these steps. Every single step along the way for the evolution of the eye exists in extant organisms. Right? Not only that, but the pathways have been traced in many of these organisms, as we were discussing with the previous caller, like which switches need to be turned on and off to get certain outcomes, to get certain macroscopic changes and phenotypic changes, I guess I should say, in these organisms. Now, when you ask for something like a fossil transition, I'm going to speak from my area of expertise here because you accidentally traipsed into it. When it comes to the evolutionary lineages of the fossil record, right, like hominins, for example, so humans evolving from a more basal Miocene ape, we see every singular characteristic that makes an anatomically modern human emerge from a basal ape, something along the lines of Sahelanthropus chilensis, or earlier, approximately 70,000 years ago. These emerge sometimes stepwise, sometimes they emerge as mosaic systems, and we document them in thousands of individual specimens across hundreds of different individuals over time, over geologic time, which is the precise prediction that evolutionary theory makes, morphologic change over geologic time. To top that off, we have the molecular clock and also, Evo Devos we discussed earlier that corroborates this. The timing of the emergence of each of these given characteristics matches expectations from genetics all the way into paleontology. And that's just what I study. That's just human evolution. We see this with the evolution of whales from Indo-Hyas, from land-dwelling artiodactyls. We see it in the evolution of tetrapods, land-dwelling tetrapods from a Eusthenopteran style ancestor. We see it in the evolution of wings and flight and modern birds from their archosaur ancestors. We see it in the development of any lineage that you could possibly pick for which there is a fossil record. We see that morphologic change over geologic time, and it is corroborated by the genetics when we have them. So to say that this is just so is to betray that, and maybe this is true, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't think you've read the original predictions of the people who drummed evolutionary theory up in the middle 1800s. The idea that underscores all of this, because they weren't trying to prove any existing idea. They were coming up with an idea and seeing how it fared. Forrest?
I also want to point out the fact that, you mentioned that it sounds like we're just taking this uncritically and that we're just not questioning what we're being told. I don't know, if you have any kind of higher education or what your educational background looks like, but both Erika and I have graduate degrees, and a big part of grad school is not just going to class and being told a more complicated version of what you learned in your bachelor's. It is actually critically analyzing the data that's in front of you. It is getting, I can't tell you how many classes I've had where the entire class is, here are 5 papers about the thing that we're talking about this week. Read them and tell me why they're wrong. And tell me what could be done better. And why do you agree with what they're saying? Even if their conclusion is right, do they have a reason to get to that conclusion? Does it sound more like they already knew what they wanted to publish and they just tried to find a way to publish it? Or does it sound like they did an experiment and they were telling you the results? What does this paper mean? Critical analysis and critical thinking is a major part of higher education. And it sounds to me, the way that you're using the term critical or whatever, when you're talking about this, it's the way that a lot of creationists tend to use it, which is to say, if you were being critical, you would reject this. Critical thinking is the same as just saying something is wrong. And indeed, I have an example of how this could work. This is a website. I'm going to put it in the chat. This is from the Genetic Science Learning Center from the University of Utah, learn.genetics.utah.edu. And they have this page on eye evolution, and it's a really short read, really, really short. Talks about eye evolution and what eyes are and what they're for. And at the end of this, the researchers that put this thing together, they identified 1,800 tiny improvements, starting with a flat, light-sensitive patch, 1,800 defined tiny improvements to form a complex image-forming eye like we would see today. And they calculated, because they were doing a critical analysis, does this make any freaking sense, that you could make those improvements over the course of 360,000 generations, which would take just a couple of 100,000 years, with 550 million years since the formation of the oldest eyes in the fossil record. That means that we could evolve eyes from scratch 1,500 times. Basic, tiny little improvements over generations. And they were able to calculate this by doing the exact critical analysis that you're accusing us of not doing. And so it's not just a matter of faith to say that I believe in evolution, therefore I believe this thing had to have evolved. We're actually able to test this stuff. And when it comes to something complex like eyes, legs, upright walking, meat eating, you pick your favorite, mosaic evolution is also something that's coming into this. It's not just generation after generation of specifically this one exact thing evolving and every change has to be perfect, and if you don't have all these changes together, it's not right. It's different things evolving at different rates in different times. It's allometry. It's different rates of development and evolution over time, and it leads to an emergent property later that evolution isn't something that's a causal intelligent agent that's like, I need to figure out bipedal walking, so I'm gonna start by tweaking the foramen magnum, and then we'll start on the feet, and then we'll do. It's just a thing that's now allowed because of all of these different little changes. And we see that with a lot of complex structures. We see that with emergent properties that we get out of like whole organ systems. Certainly you could point to tool use in humans and say, oh, this is ridiculously complex, even though there is like a little bit of evidence for a genetic component to it. It's certainly not like, that 2 million years ago or 2.5 million years ago, it's like, all right, Homo habilis, you got to break this thing this way, otherwise I'll never make an iPhone. This is just an emergent property. Is this something that's developed over time? So yeah, man, it sounds to me, and you were very kind to say that you mean no disrespect. I will also say I mean no disrespect. It sounds to me like you've been listening to the straw men that intelligent design advocates put up, trying to pretend like intelligent design is any different than the same old magic that any other creationist proposes. And you're listening to their straw men and their arguments rather than actually looking into what biology actually is and what biologists actually study.
Yeah, what the universities do is they teach everyone to view everything that is observed through an evolutionary interpretive lens, when that isn't necessarily warranted.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
They teach.
It's absolutely not true. I'm really sorry, but that's like
not.
fundamentally.
I have had creationist professors
in the university system. I've been in a university system for over 10 years now, and I can tell you for a fact that is absolutely not true.
Yeah.
They don't stand up there.
I'm currently
in the
working
front of
on my
class.
6th degree, Anthony. I can tell you that you're wrong. I'm sorry.
You're telling me they don't stand up there at the front of the class and say, evolution is the fundamental unifying principle of all biology. Nothing makes sense in biology except in the light of evolution. You never heard any of your professors say something like that?
That was Dovsansky that said that, and I actually love that quote. But, yeah, we do say things like that from time to time because it's true. And then we explain what evolution is, how it works, common arguments against it. We allow for discussion about whether or not it is real and why it isn't real. I've had a creationist professor before that explained the issues in front of the class that he had with it, and we talked it out. So, to say that there's just this dogma that's being pushed on students is to fundamentally misunderstand how higher education works in the very first place. Because the point of higher education is not to teach you what to think, it's to teach you how to think. It's to teach you how to critically analyze the things that you're being presented with and how to make sense of what you're talking about.
Forrest, you got it.
I have to ask, Anthony, I'm sorry, Erika, I just have to ask, have you ever gone to college? Do you have any higher education?
I do. I have gone to college. I graduated from a 4-year university.
Okay, what degree did you get?
I don't feel I need to reveal that personally, but I will say science.
Did you get a science degree?
It was not a science degree, but science classes were part of the prerequisite. So I took chemistry, I took physics, I actually don't think I took a biology course.
So you took 1,000 level science courses for a non-science bachelor's degree, which means you would have just covered the very basics that you need to survive in a conversation about those sciences. You didn't study major evidences. You probably didn't study the history of these things. If you took a chemistry course at a 1,000 level, they were probably telling you what an atom is, what different types of bonds are, how to read the periodic table, what titration is. very simple things like that. They weren't going over the history of atomic theory, how we know atoms are real, why Vesper theory works, differences in opinion on like big themes in cosmology and like where atoms first formed. If you took introductory physics, you probably learned a little kinematics. You probably learned a little bit about vectors. You did not study major issues with the Big Bang, how differences of opinion in like the graduate level of physics is about, why is the universe eternal or not? Like, you would have covered the basics of these sciences in order to learn the vocabulary and basic functionality of them. You didn't get into a discussion about them, and you never were given the opportunity to, which is fine. But to then take that 1,000 level education and come in here and say at the graduate level, for sure there is no discussion and it's all just dogma, is a ridiculously arrogant thing to do.
I would like to add something here that I think is really important for the context of this discussion, which is that I am very, we were discussing this at the beginning of the show. I don't know if you caught it, Anthony, but like I'm very anti-ivory towers. I hate that. If there's a paywall, but for a paper, that makes me hate the publishers of that paper. Well, not the publishers of that paper, because publishing is expensive, but it makes me hate the paper, right? The journal. I think that science should be accessible to absolutely everybody. It is one of humanity's greatest tools. And so access to science should be a human right, in my opinion. Now, that being said, to sort of preface this, right, I'm not speaking to you from like I'm more educated than you are, although there is a role that expertise plays in discussions like this. I'm not going to go up to a physicist and tell them that they are a moron for assuming the Big Bang theory, right? What I understand is that somebody with a graduate level education in physics or astrophysics more specifically understands the pros and cons of Big Bang cosmology in comparison to others, as Forrest said. But I'm going to speak to you very plainly here on something that's quite intuitive, and that's that. Why aren't you applying that level of skepticism to other theories within science? We assume germ theory to do medicine. We assume atomic theory to do physics. You exclusively have a beef with evolutionary theory because you, prior, have decided that you don't like it. I don't believe for one second that you have gone through and poured through the literature on this and find evolutionary theory unconvincing, because creationists don't even find evolutionary theory unconvincing. They don't like common descent. They don't like the application of the principles of evolutionary theory back in time. But from Answers in Genesis to CMI to ICR to the Discovery Institute to the New Creation blog, every single one of them. Well, okay, actually, I need to take ICR out of it because they're doing their CET thing. The vast majority of them accept the principles of natural selection, gene flow, genetic drift, and mutation as being responsible for generating biodiversity within kinds, as they so love to point out. But you are not playing this game in good faith, in my opinion, because I don't, and maybe I'm wrong, like maybe what you're going to say next is going to totally change my mind. And it turns out you're applying equal levels of skepticism to germ theory and atomic theory. But I just don't think that's the case. Now, I'm going to drag us back kicking and screaming to this concept of irreducible complexity, because Forrest and I just presented you with examples of lineages and systems that evolve that are presumed or have been proposed by creationists to be irreducibly complex. And your response to that wasn't, I don't think that their solution to irreducible complexity in this case is relevant or appropriate because XYZ. Your response was, well, they're biased. They're assuming it to prove it. That is not how science works. If you want to pick up a bone with evolutionary theory, you need to come at it from a scientific perspective. You need to say, oh, the secretarial solution problem that was proposed is inadequate because A, B, C, D, E, F, G, not request that we show you the last universal common ancestor evolving into humans in real time, because that's simply not going to happen. It's untenable. And as I said, it's not scientific.
All right. Well, there's a lot there to try to tackle. First thing I'll say is this, which is that if you don't think that the Western university education system is, in its current phase, designed to promote a certain worldview, then I feel sorry for you. That's just how I feel.
And I feel clearly, like if you think that it is, you've never been to grad school.
Okay.
My first master's was in bioanthropology, and we spent a lot of time talking about exactly that. Why we shouldn't be pushing a Western worldview and a Western narrative and how to decolonize education. Like 110%, that was a major part of it. Go ahead, though.
What if I told you that Fox News has no bias? They just sit their opinions, but their opinions are based on the truth. How would you feel about that?
You would be demonstrably
Anthony, I feel like you're seriously
that's how I feel about you guys. You're sitting there, you're defending these people.
But the issue is that's your feeling, not a demonstrable thing. I'm sorry, Erika, please go ahead.
I've got a quick thing. There's an important distinction here. Opinion and science are not the same thing. Fox News or MSNBC, for that matter, pick the most liberal and the most conservative news sources on the flippin' planet. They are not coming to their solutions through the scientific method. The scientific method, from its core to its core, is intended and utilized. In fact, it's actually subjective proof. If it's actually being applied. Now, the interpretation of data can be subjective, but there's a ton of science out there. In fact, I would argue the vast majority of it, whose results are not going to be open to interpretation to the extent that you can create an entire theory that withstands 150 plus years of scrutiny from every religious nutter and some non-religious nutters under the sun trying to tear it down. And yet not only, and I'm saying this because it's true, right? I've spent quite a bit of time arguing with people with your perspective, Anthony, and I've spent a lot of time, neck deep in the literature on this. The assumptions of evolutionary quite literally do underpin medicine, agriculture, field after field after field, where you have to action operates. You have to assume that gene flow, mutation, genetic drift are operating in order to actually understand how the population of critters that you're working with works. This is not an assumption that's being made in a vacuum. It's an assumption that perhaps to the exclusion of, I would even say, every other theory on the planet, has been put through the ringer because of perspectives like yours. People don't want, a lot of people out there with, typically religious perspectives, but some without, don't want evolution to be true because they believe that the only way that you can accept evolution is from a naturalistic perspective, which is also fallacious, but I digress. They want to be special. They want life as wonderful and magical as this to require an active hand. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how threatening that might feel, the science is not bearing out that is required. You can feel that it is, and you can say that the universities are brainwashing people if you'd like. And, again, I'm trying not to speak from an ivory tower here. So what I would suggest is that start with the basics. Go read up on what evolutionary theory actually claims. And if you're going to say to me that you know what it claims, my next question for you is locked and loaded, so be careful.
I will admit I don't know nearly as much about the specific facts as you two do, but I know enough to know that when it comes to this claim that evolution underpins these practical science, it's actually simply a veneer. And the term I like to use is an interpretive lens that isn't based on anything real. I just want to give you an example. One example. Erika, earlier you brought up the so-called evolutionary lineage of whales, and you brought up the example of Indo-Hyas, and you said we see this evolutionary progression from this four-legged creature to this large aquatic mammal. And I just have to sit here and think to myself, like, what is she really? Does she really think she sees this? Like, you are interpreting something. They put these pictures, these cartoons in books of an Indo-Hyas, and then they draw a line to the whale, and they say,
Anthony,
this is what happened.
I'm gonna have to cut you off here because I am officially triggered. The whale evolution thing has started to get to me more and more, and mostly because every time that one animation, everybody in chat will know the one I'm talking about, used to go viral on Twitter. The one that shows Indo-Hyas evolving, through Pachycetus and Ambulocetus up through Dorodon and into Basilosaurus. It's just flooded. We used to be flooded, inundated, if you will, with creationists who are like, "Oh, it's lines on paper, it's cartoons." So I'm gonna ask two questions of you here, Anthony, that are pretty important. And the first one, I'm gonna kind of give you a second, and then I'm gonna probably jump in because there's an answer that should be relatively quickly deliverable on this one. And then the second question is going to be a bit more involved, so I'll probably kick it to Forrest before I ask it. But I'm going to ask this first. Why do you think Indo-Hyas is proposed as the common ancestor of whales?
Because the scientists knew they needed a supposed land
No,
dwelling.
no. Why? What about its morphology tells you that it's ancestral to whales? Why did they think that that little four-legged critter, as opposed to every other four-legged critter from the Eocene, is the ancestor of whales? What is it about it?
I believe they claim that its inner earlobe is suitable for aquatic lifestyle, if I'm not mistaken.
Its inner ear lobe, or the involucrum,
Its inner
a thickening
ear
of the
bone
auditory
structures.
vola.
Something about its
Okay,
bone
so the
structure is its ear.
The reason why I'm flexing on you here with my jargon is because it's important. The inner ear that you find in Indo-Hyas, it's not an ear lobe, it's the inner ear. So it's a series of bones that are like intrinsically related to the substrate or like the habitat that you live in. That inner ear, the structure called the involucrum, is found in Indo-Hyas, and then only whales, exclusively. Only modern whales have the involucrum, and as you go through the fossil record, every single other organism that has the involucrum is successfully more aquatic as you move through the geologic column. The second reason why Indo-Hyas is proposed, morphologically speaking, to be the ancestor of whales is because Indo-Hyas is an artiodactyl. That means it has an astragalus. This is a type of double-spooled ankle joint that allows it to have more leverage. It's more efficient. It's more stable for fast-moving animals, of which artiodactyls tend to be. Now that ankle, the astragalus, exists only in artiodactyls today. Artiodactyls are even-toed mammals, even-toed hoofed mammals. Every single one of those proposed links through cetacean evolution, through whale evolution, has the involucrum, and they have the ankle of a deer. What is every single successive cetacean ancestor doing with the inner ear and ankle of a hooved, even-toed artiodactyl living on land in the Eocene in the same place through the geologic column? In addition to that, gaining more and more successively, aquatic characteristics that is then reflected in the genome of modern whales, an example of which being modern whales have all of the genes necessary for smelling above water, which is very different setup than smelling underneath water because of the nature of picking up particulates in the air versus in the water, right? Whales have all of the ones that terrestrial mammals have, and none of the ones that aquatic animals have, like aquatic animals like fish and sharks and things of that nature. Except every single one of them, besides a handful, are silenced. They are turned off. Every single thing about these guys screams of a terrestrial. It just reeks of a terrestrial ancestry, right? It doesn't make any sense without that.
I also want to point out,
Forrest.
I didn't know the thing about smelling, but you also pronounce astragalus weird. But also, whales have multi-chambered stomachs. They still have the stomach of a ruminant, of something that eats grass and leaves on the ground, like an artiodactyl would. So, like, just there's so much that is pointing in this direction. It is not just lines on paper. Sorry, go ahead, Erika.
It's not common design either, because there are other mammals that have done this same exact transition. Sirenians, pinnipeds, for example, other guys that have done this, and they're more fins for the water. It's a completely different setup. There's absolutely no reason for modern whales to have every single possible link to a terrestrial. Did not descend ancestor.
You're crunching again a little bit, Erika.
Okay. Again, I hate to do this, but see, I hear Erika. You say Indo-Hyas has this, Indo-Hyas has that, Indo-Hyas has this feature. When you actually see, this is the thing. When you look at these ear structures, we're talking about fossils that are supposedly millions of years old, and even the idea. Oh, hold on.
Are you
hold
a
on.
younger creationist, Anthony?
Let him finish it. Let him do it.
But hold on.
Anthony.
First of all,
Anthony.
Let him do it.
Back off.
Oh,
Your
Okay.
microphone.
I'm sorry.
Mic off your microphone.
I think the problem is I'm actually talking very loudly. Is this better?
Yeah, you have to account for it. You can talk loudly. Just move your mic when you do. Go ahead now. I'm
Okay.
dying for you to finish this sentence.
What I was trying to say is, they make claims, and if you actually look at the non-cartoon version of the fossils they present, it's like, what are they actually looking at? Like, they don't ever prove their claims. They just hope people like Erika just read what they say and just go online and say the same thing they're saying. And I feel like that's kind
Anthony,
of what's happening here.
Have you ever seen even a picture of the fossils and structures that Erika and I are talking about?
I've seen pictures of Pachycetus, the skull fossil, and I wonder to myself, where's the?
It sounds like no is the answer.
The involucrum is inside the skull, Anthony, so you would not have seen a picture of it looking at a skeleton of Pachycetus, which means that you have not done your due diligence. If you're saying I don't find the identification of the involucrum and its taxonomic lumping with other cetaceans convincing, brother, you best have looked up a picture of the involucrum. You better know what it looks like, and you better know how it compares to other extant terrestrial mammals versus modern cetaceans. Otherwise, you're up a creek. I mean, you're arguing completely from incredulity, which I could do the same exact thing with the shape of the earth. When I walk outside, woof, it looks flat to me.
It looks flat. The biggest issue for me, Anthony, is that you're going to sit here seriously and tell the two of us that we are just parroting what we've been told and that these scientists didn't actually prove anything. They just said the name of a bone, and here we are saying different, and you're now doing that. You are repeating what you heard some lying creationist say. You have not yourself checked this stuff out, which, don't get me wrong, I'm not a whale biologist. I have a good friend who studies whale evolution and has discovered a couple of species of whales and has published a ton of shit on it and comes over to my place and we talk about whale evolution sometimes. I'm not checking his stuff, but I can talk to him about it. We can actually dig into it a little bit. I can talk to my professors about this stuff. Even at my intro to bio course, at my 1000 level, we argued creationism in the class. At every level of my education, we have talked about this stuff. And you're going to sit here and tell us that we are doing the thing that you're doing, and that makes us brainwashed by education. Again,
he hasn't even looked up the pictures for himself. That's the part that's driving me crazy, is that it's like, it'd be one thing if you were sitting here. Yeah, like that's nuts to me. That's absolutely nuts to me.
You're accusing us of just buying into something without any evidence and without any questioning, while you are doing exactly that for pseudoscience. Like, how is that okay with you?
Well, all right. Let me give you another example. This is why.
No, I'd like you to answer my question.
What is your question?
Okay, so you weren't listening, but I'll repeat it then. How is it okay with you personally that you are doing the exact same thing that you were accusing us of doing and saying that we are not being scientific because we're just listening to these things and we're not actually looking them up, or not actually researching them, when we are, and you aren't checking any of this stuff? You're just repeating what some lying evolutionary or intelligent design proponent says. You're not checking this stuff. You're not looking it up. You've never studied any of this. You don't talk to anybody who knows anything about this. You've never even seen a picture of these things. So how is it okay with you to be doing the thing that you're falsely accusing us of doing?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. First of all, because I know this is what they do. I've seen it happen so many times. This is why I call them scientist priests, because in the scientific domain, even within a single field such as biology, there are so many facts to be known that are so obscure, and basically not all of it can be known, that even if you have a graduate level study of these topics, you do rely on the investigations of other people. So at some level, you have to hold on. Let me just finish.
How?
You have to take what they say on faith, but you don't see it as faith. You just say, "Oh, he's a scientist. He said this.
No,
he's right.
I'm
going to go with it."
Two things on this. I'm going to say two things on this. First of all, I have just demonstrated to you in this conversation that that is absolutely not what I do, because I have seen the photos of the involucrum. I've worked with many of the hominin fossils in my hands in the National Museums of Kenya. Forrest is also getting his graduate degree and is working with the material.
My second graduate degree.
His respective fields. Yeah, his respective fields himself. So you're talking to two people who, unlike most people, I will say, and it's a great, great privilege to have this opportunity, we do directly follow and fact check other scientists because that is our job. You can't write a thesis or a dissertation without a literature review, which involves seeing what other people say and knowing why they're saying it. But here's the more important thing. I don't think that you know how science works. What is the scientific method?
The scientific method is creating. Well, there's different ways of thinking about science and doing science. I mean, you can. It's creating a hypothesis and creating experiments to test the hypothesis and seeing what happens based on the experiments.
Perfect. You create a hypothesis, right? Now, the first step of the scientific method is making an observation. So you can generate a question and then make a hypothesis on it. But the important part you nailed, right? Make a hypothesis, test the hypothesis. What happens if you test your hypothesis and you're right?
It could mean that the hypothesis is correct, I suppose.
Okay, cool. What happens if you test the hypothesis and you're right, and then other people test the same hypothesis and it's right, and you guys are all doing this over the world over for let's say 50 years?
It would, it would seem to support whatever the hypothesis is to a greater extent.
Okay, right. Do you know how these lineages that are created, these lines on paper, do you know how the research on these lineages is conducted?
The imaginations of evolutionary scientists?
Nope, because you're getting trapped. But thank you. You start by making an observation. We need a transitional species between fish and land-dwelling tetrapods. If that is true.
Hold on.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, she's going to finish her sentence.
Well, I'm gonna finish my sentence because this is part of the point.
I'm gonna put a bookmark right here, though. I'm gonna put a bookmark right here.
I don't give a shit. Let her finish.
If evolution is correct, we need a transitional species between Eusthenopteron and Acanthostega or Ichthyostega. So you create a hypothesis. You say, well, if there's a transitional species that links fish relatives to land-dwelling relatives, then this animal probably lived somewhere in the time period that's in between when these two fossils are found that was coastal. So then you go and check that coastal period, and you say to yourself, if it's transitional, it should have, if and only if, Anthony, evolution is correct, this set of characteristics. So now you've got your whole hypothesis set up. Now you go looking. This is how it's conducted with every single kind of science out there. If the Big Bang Theory is true, then we need to find these signals. If germ theory is true, then we need to find these kinds of clinical signs, right? That's how a hypothesis is formulated. So then you go out looking. We're looking for our transitional species that links Eusthenopteron and Acanthostega or Ichthyostega. Niels Schumann did it. He found Tiktaalik. He found it in Greenland. It was found exactly where he predicted it would be with the morphology he predicted it should have if and only if, Anthony, evolutionary theory is true. Now, when I say we need a transitional species, we do to support evolutionary theory. And every single time we have ever gone looking, we have found it. Do you see what the problem is here? You do not unilaterally apply science. You're applying it lopsided. And in addition to that, you don't even know how the scientific method works well enough to know how it would be applied to a field like astronomy or paleontology or geology. That's your problem.
Erika, I'm
making a prediction right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, go ahead. I just had to make a little prediction. Go ahead.
First, let me preface, Erika, you would greatly benefit from some philosophy, because you said, and this is what I said earlier. You said if evolution is true, we need a transitional form. So there you go. That's a hypothesis,
Anthony.
Hold on. You presuppose. That's
a hypothesis,
is your
Anthony.
The hypothesis? Well, hold on. You presuppose evolution is something that happened, and you say to yourself, we need to find
No.
a transitional form.
That's
let him-
not
let him
how a
finish.
hypothesis
Let him finish.
works.
Let him finish. I need this. I need this.
That's exactly what you just did. You said evolution's true. We need a transitional form. We're going to go find one, and that's what they do.
I made a prediction before Anthony started talking. I wrote needing in quotation marks plus searching equals faith and dogma. Thank you, Anthony. You are the most predictable person on the planet. And that's how science works. It's about testable predictions. If evolution is true, not because evolution is true, if evolution is true, then we should be able to find this, and we find it. And if Anthony is a totally dishonest creationist spewing, just doesn't know shit about science, just a robot repeating ID talking points, then he will say that what Erika just said was defining dogma by taking it massively out of context and forgetting the word if. I made a testable prediction. I'm a fucking scientist.
Forrest, that's some pro level predicting right there, because the way that you phrased it even was appropriate. If Anthony is spewing creationist talking points, then we need him to say that you're assuming evolution to prove evolution, which is precisely what happened. Yep. Anthony, formulate a hypothesis for me that doesn't operate under the lattice. If X is true, then we need to find Y. Formulate a hypothesis for me that doesn't fit that lattice.
Why should we assume a hypothesis is necessary?
Because that's the scientific method. What?
I'm going to answer questions. I just don't need any questions. If I don't have any questions, I've already answered them. It makes sense why you believe in the Bible, Anthony.
I'm so sorry. How
the question should be this. Here the thing is. All right, let's go with TikTok, because this is what you just said.
Go with them.
When Neil Shubin, I believe, is the scientist who discovered this creature, whatever it is, this creature.
Yeah, I told you his name. I gave you his name.
He wasn't listening. It doesn't matter.
I know. I was going to say this earlier, Forrest, but he completely, when I said you need to find, if evolution is true, you need to find why, he completely shut down. He didn't hear a single additional thing.
Yeah, no, he had already decided when you said the word need, it was like, yes, you need a thing. And then the word if went out the window, the scientific method went out the window.
He was absolutely shut down after that.
It's propaganda of the gaps. He knows that germ theory is true, even though he's never studied germ theory. He knows plate tectonics is true, even though he's never studied plate tectonics. He knows that the Earth is round, even though he's never been out to space to check. He knows the heliocentric model is true, even though he's never looked through a telescope to check and make sure that he's never done Copernicus's calculations versus Kepler's calculations. He doesn't know if planets orbit in sphere, in perfect circles or in ellipses. Doesn't know any of that shit. But he takes it all on faith. But with evolution, this man who has a bachelor's of arts is going to tell us that science is just a matter of dogma and faith. Please continue, Anthony. Tell us why we're wrong.
I don't know that he's going to be able to recover from that. But by all means, Anthony, tell me how you're going to formulate a hypothesis in science without formulating a hypothesis. I would love to hear this.
Well, what these scientists should be doing, instead of presupposing a certain desired outcome, which is what I'm hearing being done, is when they say to themselves,
if evolution is true, we find X, Y, Z. That's the hypothesis. That's the prediction.
That's called a testable prediction.
You cannot do science without an if-then question baked into it. That's how you test a hypothesis. If you are right, then you need to see X, Y, Z. If you are wrong, then you won't see it. So I'm going to ask you yet again, how are you going to formulate, you specifically, Anthony, I'm saying to you, okay, try to prove evolution for me, right? Not that you can prove anything in science, but try to prove it. Formulate a hypothesis for me that, hell, you can have all of science. Formulate any scientific hypothesis or question that doesn't involve having a support or deny on the basis of finding specific data.
I think the question should simply be, what happened? It shouldn't be, if evolution happened, then we should find this. It should just be, here's the thing.
Yeah.
intelligent
Okay.
design.
Yeah. And how do
Yeah,
you
so
confirm?
it's- so
how
it's
do you
nothing.
confirm or deny a? Yeah. How do you confirm or deny a specific idea? I've got two competing ideas. I'm trying
Well,
to
all
figure
right,
out if
let me
the
go.
continental
All right.
plate- No. Hold on. I've got to prove whether or not I'm trying to figure out if continental drift is something that happens. Right. I've got this idea. I think to myself, maybe the plates are moving. Right. So how do I now investigate that using your frame of reference here? What happened?
For me, it should say if the principles of plate tectonics.
No, you can't say if. We just established that. That means
Yeah.
you need to know that you can't say if. You're just asking what happened. How do you tell what happened? How do you test whether or not plate tectonics is real? Just by asking what happened. Show us.
Okay, I would say an if then is appropriate in basically all questions.
Oh, wait! Doesn't that just presuppose that plate tectonics is true?
You presupposed it, Anthony. You can't do that in science. That's presupposing plate
You're
tectonics
wrong.
happen to prove plate tectonics. You can't do it. Sorry. Game over.
Well,
I don't
you
think that
can
we're gonna recover from this one.
what you can do is you can reach a desired outcome from the if to the then by exactly what you did. You said if evolution is true, then we need a transitional
You can reach
form.
a desired outcome.
Then we need. Thank you, Anthony. Precisely.
Yeah.
If evolution is true, then we need. You said it yourself. Mwah, you're on it. You've gotten the idea. You're on board with the scientific method. So now that we are on the same fucking page, let me ask you again: how is Tiktaalik not a fulfilled prediction of evolutionary theory? What would you expect to see to support evolution if you are not looking for transitional species that you have outlined in a prediction beforehand, what they should look like and where they should be found?
All right, there's two things I want to say to this. All right, and I want to say
One of them
here's
better be
where
the
we're
answer to
going
her
with
question.
it. Is they're both answers to her question.
Perfect.
They're both answers
Good.
to her question.
Neato.
Well, actually, one of them's not. But the first thing is I want to go back to our scientist priest, Neil Shubin, who went out to the middle of nowhere and dug up some fish creature and said, you know what? This looks kind of like what I'm looking for. And, you know, it kind of looks like it's from 200 million years ago. Bingo, and put it in the books. And, you know, let's make sure that people on Reddit read this and they'll believe it.
Anthony, are you a young Earth creationist? I asked this earlier and I forgot about it because of all the dipshittery in the middle. But are you a young Earth creationist?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But they can't say a bunch of bones lying in the ground is. I don't know. I accept that it could be billions of years old, but here's the thing. I know they can't.
I have different questions. I have different questions now.
how do we date fossils? In your opinion, how do we date them? No.
That's what I'm getting to. We can't date them.
So we can't. We can't. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So when he goes out there and he finds a fish, I actually don't even think we can date rocks because.
Can you explain just really quickly, Anthony? Steno's laws. Are you familiar with Steno's laws of superpositioning?
I'm not familiar with Steno's laws. I'm not.
Okay, so if say we have three rock layers, one on top of the other. We look at like the Grand Canyons, all these strata, right? So we have these three rock layers on top of each other. Which one is the oldest?
The one on the bottom.
Right. So let's just say we don't know shit about how to date fossils. We got a ton of rock layers here, right? The ones on the bottom are going to be the oldest. The ones on the top are going to be the newest. So if we have some animals that look like just a fish, some Sarcopterygian, just some lobe chunky looking coelacanth fish down on the bottom, and about halfway up we have like a Tiktaalik looking guy, these really robust like leggy things, and then a little bit higher up we have a proper tetrapod, Ichthyostega, something walking around on all four on dry land, right? What do you now know about these animals? What is the thing that you fundamentally understand about this sequence?
Well, what you would know is that the layer on top was put there more recently.
We established
And
that. I'm
that's
asking
really-
you, what do you know about these fossils? What do you know about these animals?
All you know is that you were buried in that layer. They were buried in that layer.
No, you
Nope.
now know
Nope.
when they lived relative to each other. So you understand there's relative dating methods and there are absolute dating methods. We're going to pretend there are no such things as absolute dating methods right now. There's only relative dating methods. For now, we're going to pretend. Eventually, we're going to get into like, we're going to talk about the fossil fuel industry and all the reasons why there's absolutely, yes. But for just this moment, we'll pretend, Anthony, that you know what you're talking about and that there's no such thing as an absolute dating method. We only have these relative dating methods. If we have these three types of fossils in this sequence, we now know relative to each other how they lived and when they lived, right? So if we take, say, for example, back going to the cetaceans, they have the same bone structures across all of these. That's a sign of common ancestry, that they're in a phylogeny together, that they're all related because they have the same structures. We call that shit homology. So if they have a homologous structure, a synapomorphy in this clade, we know which one came first and we know which one came later, and we don't find the fossils down there up here, which means they're extinct, and we don't find the fossils up here down there, which means they're recent. And we see the same bone structures, the same homologous traits going from one to the other. What can you infer, not through dogma, but through a magical process called inductive reasoning from this fossil sequence, Anthony?
That the ones on top evolved later, I'm guessing.
And where did they evolve from?
Well, I should say they existed later.
How did they come into existence?
I don't know.
So now we go and we look at like observational experiments into evolution, where we can see evolution happening before our very eyes. We know, you agree, surely, that natural selection is a thing and that adaptation and microevolution are a thing, right? You agree with microevolution, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So I can show you that I can walk 10 feet. And so if you later find me walking that I'm 10 miles away, you don't have to wonder if I farted so hard that I propelled myself all that way. You can just say, he did the 10 feet thing a whole shitload of times and eventually got over there, right? So if you accept microevolution, and you can see now we have this fossil and then the next fossil and then the next fossil in different layers from different times, and they share the same bone structure, but they have slightly different bodies, you know that microevolution works. These fossils are more recent. Those ones are older. Where did the more recent ones come from? Anthony, what is the most logical and parsimonious, that's a biology word, so in conclusion, that tells you where these new fossils came from?
I would still say not evolution.
So, to be clear, we're talking about basic, just like a logical principle here. We know that microevolution happens, that there can be change within a clade, within a species, whatever like that. And we see now three different types of, three different examples of the same type, the same, I'll even use your words, the kind of animal, right? Three animals of the same kind here in these layers that are stacked one on top of another. You agree that they can change phenotypically over time through successive generations, through mutation and selection. Mm-hmm. You agree that the ones on top are younger than the ones on the bottom. You agree that the ones on the bottom are extinct and that the ones on top are extant. You agree that the ones on top do not have any fossils of the one on the bottom, and the ones on the bottom are not visited by any fossils of the one on top. And you're telling me that even though you know the process that evolution could take place, you have evidence of this evolution taking place, you can literally see right with your very own eyes the sequence in order. If evolution was true, it would look exactly like that. You are going to say they didn't evolve, though. That,
well,
Anthony,
okay,
is dogma. That is a dogmatic position based on faith rather than evidence that you took uncritically without thinking because somebody told you to and you didn't check, which is the thing that you have spent an hour accusing Erika, myself, and all other biologists of doing. You are a hypocrite.
Hey, speaking of hypocrisy, Anthony, do you put gas in your car? You drive a car? You heat your house?
You want to get to fossil fuels so bad. I'm so ready for it.
You did do that? So sorry, I missed it because Forrest was getting so hype about it because I'm also getting hype about it. You do use you use fossil fuels, yeah?
I will answer your question. Yes, I do. But let me just say that when Forrest was asked me if I thought was evolution, I had pictured a macroevolutionary lineage. So I do believe.
No, you didn't, because I specifically asked you about microevolution.
I know that, but I still had in my mind a macroevolutionary lineage. But yes, I do. So where do you want to? What is it about fossil fuels, which I believe is a misnomer? But go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. So we're dealing with somebody who doesn't think fossil fuels come from fossils. Where does fuel come from? Like, where does oil come from?
I've seen evidence that it's produced by natural processes.
What
from
natural
what
processes produce oil?
I don't know, but it seems to me quite possible that.
So why is it possible? What is convincing to you about it? Because you're saying you're beating around the bush.
Because there's all kinds of substances being produced on the earth all the time, and it seems to me like oil could possibly be one of them.
How do you get an organic compound like oil from the earth, from an inorganic rock? How do you do that? Oh, look at this. Oh, how the tables have turned with the abiogenesis conversation. How do you get an organic slurry like oil from just plain old rocks? What happens?
Well, I'm not an expert in the chemistry of oil, but it probably has some similarities to organic, but I don't think it would constitute a basis for like a living organism. It's not sufficient, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, why not? If you can't defend the idea that fossil fuels don't come from dead organisms, I'm going to be upset because you've been very confident in this conversation so far that Forrest and I are getting our sources again just from faith, just from hearing other people say it. If you're about to tell me that you think that it's not compelling that oil comes from dead organisms because you heard somebody muse about it, but you can't even recapitulate the musing itself, I'm going to be upset. So maybe take a minute,
especially
look up what
considering the fact especially considering the fact that that is, once again, exactly the thing that you are claiming that Erika and I are doing.
And keep in mind that we see oil and coal forming today, right? Like these things form today exclusively from dead organisms. That's it. That's the only place they form from. So we're appealing to a magical rock process that no one has ever seen, probably to deny global climate change. I've heard this song and dance play out before, but in very fringe circles. I've actually never met somebody with this perspective in the wild, so this is new for me. But I would like to hear you explain to me, Anthony, since you believe it, you found it compelling enough to doubt the entire fossil fuel industry. You tell me, how does a rock make oil?
I can't tell you. But hold on, I will say that I understand there are some very problematic situations with the idea that oil comes from dead organisms. For one,
there is not a single,
like what?
We see this happening now. We see this happening now.
For instance, the oil deposits are too deep in the rock layers for them to have buried organisms that deep in the earth. Is one of the bigger problems.
What organisms?
How long?
What dead organisms make oil?
Say that again. I didn't hear what you said.
Which dead organisms?
I need to make another. Hold on. Wait. Don't, Anthony. Don't. I'm gonna make another prediction really quick.
First, I'm glad you're joking about this because I'm mad frustrated right now.
Oh, I've got several other questions. Okay, now say the dumb shit you're about to say, Anthony.
No, I literally did not hear what her question was.
Sorry, I'll repeat it. We were speaking over each other. That's on us. What dead organisms make oil, and what dead organisms make coal?
What dead organisms make oil.
You said that you had a problem that dead organisms, they're too deep. So surely you have in mind which organism it would be too deep for them to create oil. Surely you've thought, I know you have. So tell me which ones? Which ones can't be that deep?
I don't believe there are any organisms which have ever gone that deep in Earth's history.
Which are we claiming? Which are we claiming make oil? What, according to the hypothesis that oil is dead organisms, which dead organisms would it be?
Oil formation is not my expertise, so I will gladly yield whatever. I can't even tell you which organisms do and don't. I don't.
Yeah, I have a prediction I wanted to test.
Show us what was your prediction, Forrest?
I was betting he was gonna say dinosaurs.
I also thought he was going to say dinosaurs. So I'm going to use coal as an example because coal is a fun one. The reason why coal exists in such massive seams is because when forests first evolved, there was nothing that could digest lignin, right? Bark couldn't be broken down. No derivatives of trees could be broken down. So massive fossil forests exist because trees died for millions of years with nothing to digest them, crunched under one another's own weight, were eventually subject to deposition and immense amounts of pressure that over time, as we see happening today in various stages across the planet, eventually turns them into coal, right? The reason that they are quite deep is because the Carboniferous was hundreds of millions of years ago, and there are rocks far deeper than coal seams. There are rocks far deeper than oil seams, and some of those rocks have fossils in them now. Anthony, in fact, you can utilize index fossils to find good spots to drill. We actually use them to help us. And do you know what else we use to help us drill? We use radiometric dating, the way that we date rocks, because some layers are much richer than others. So here's my question. Basin modeling via radiometric dating is a ubiquitous technique in the fossil fuel industry, regardless of which fossil fuel you're looking at. Do you want to explain to me why a multi-trillion-dollar a year annual industry is relying on a methodology, that being radiometric dating, that doesn't work?
It might work in a relativistic sense, but not an absolute
How?
sense.
No, how?
You have
to explain
how's the difference?
This is physics.
Depends,
this is really
it depends on the initial assumptions. So if you set up some initial boundary, the initial assumptions, from what I understand, of radiometric dating are the initial amount of whatever radioisotope they're measuring, and the decayed amount that they're looking for. So,
right, so this is John Woodmarap claims. I know exactly where these claims come from, and every single one of them is incorrect for reasons that are extremely obvious if you have a friend who's in geology, of which I have many. Now, starting conditions, we know that rocks form with all parent because, and I know that this is going to sound crazy, but we watch rocks form today, and they are all parent with the sole exception of magma chamber mixing, which, wouldn't you know it, has diagnostic criteria. We know what those diagnostic criteria are because we can go to chambers that have magma mixing and look at how they differ from volcanically new igneous rock that lacks those diagnostic criteria. The second question is the decay constant? Yes, because if it weren't constant, if it were too fast or too slow, nothing that relies on any law of radioactive decay, from GPSs to nuclear physics in a reactor, would work. The second is, does it end at all parent? Yes, we also observe this happening today. And with all of that together, piece by piece by piece, in addition to the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of drills that occur every single decade, we know that radiometric dating works and is robust. I'm going to add something on top of this, Anthony. Radiometric dating corroborates itself. So if you're using uranium lead, it can be corroborated by potassium argon. That shouldn't happen. Two different types of radiometric dating shouldn't be able to corroborate one another and work at the same time, but I'll do you one better. We also see radiometric dating corroborated by historical records. When we radiometrically date the Mount Vesuvius rocks of Pompeii, they match the calendar year of the eruption that we get from the Roman archives. We can use dendrochronology, the rate at which trees deposit rings, to corroborate radiometric dating, which we have done, and corroborated it with a third method, Varve production, which is little layers, little seasonal layers that lakes leave every year that you can parse out spring from fall on the basis of pollen content. But my absolute favorite of all, the one that does it for me, is that radiometric dating is corroborated by the rate at which the continents are separating from one another at the mid-Atlantic ridge. You can look at the seafloor spreading that occurs at this ridge. And as you move closer to the ridge, the dates get younger. And as you move further away from the ridge, the dates get older because that's where the crust is thin and new magma is welling up to the surface. New magma means new rock, which means it's got a date of 0. So what you can do is you can look at the rate at which the continents are moving apart from one another. It's about the rate at which your fingernails grow. You can take that back in time, take it back 100,000 years and see where the continents are. Go to that spot on the mid-Atlantic ridge and radiometrically date it. They will match. They have matched because this was a study that was actually done. Absolutely none of this should work. Stepwise corroboration across dozens of different methods of dating things. If radiometric dating doesn't work, but honestly, the best thing for me is just that the fossil fuel industry uses it. If there's one thing that spurs correct methodology, it's fucking capitalism. So I'm going to ask you again, why doesn't radiometric dating work?
Well, there's a lot. I mean, there's so much to go over. All right. Let me do it this way. Let's just assume that radiometric dating does work in an absolute sense. Okay.
Let's assume.
Did you see Neil Shubin pick up those rocks and take them into the lab, and which layers he got them from, and
that's unreal for Anthony. Honestly, Forrest, if we're going to have this conversation go down the rabbit trail of if you weren't there to see every scientist run every experiment, then you can't trust it, I'm tapping out. There is absolutely no way to convince Anthony of anything if that's his criteria. And honestly, if Anthony were in charge with that way of looking at things, we would be sent back to the dark ages in 0.06 picoseconds. So I'm going to go ahead and tap out if that's what your trajectory is here, Anthony.
Well, So, am I still talking? Am I still on?
Yeah, you're on.
Unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So you have your scientist priests, and you're not going to question America. And I really hope one day you wake up from your religion and start to question
Anthony,
things.
Have you ever written or read the methods section of a scientific paper?
I know what it is.
So no. So yeah, what you have never read is the reason why that isn't a faith claim or a religious claim. They write it the fuck down, and they take pictures, and they report on it. And then replicability, you can go check and make sure that what they're doing and what they're saying is actually accurate. Again, you are locked in this conspiracy theory that scientists do the shit that you do. The conspiracy that you have continuously pushed for an hour and 18 minutes, Anthony, is that scientists behave like you. And that's completely fucking unacceptable. And I agree. The way you behave and the way that you believe in intelligent design is completely fucking unacceptable. And your best argument that you've been giving us this entire time is to try like hell to drag us down to your level. And it just doesn't fucking work, because over and over and over and over, we have shown that you do not know what the fuck you are talking about. And when we do actually look at the things you're talking about, they work phenomenally. And the only response that you have consistently, reliably, predictably given us is, well, fucking, you're just believing somebody else then. When we don't. We actually critically analyze it, which was the first thing we covered in this call. I was going to talk to you, Anthony, the way that Erika talked to you about fossil fuels. I was going to ask you about vaccines. If evolution isn't real, why do we need new vaccines all the time? Why are we always getting new flu shots? But I have a different question. It'll be my last one before we move on. You're seriously sitting here asking us about the testable experiments for evolution. You're asking us for our faith-based claims that we're believing scientists and all this stuff. What experiments, what testable predictions can you provide for us to demonstrate the validity of intelligent design that you yourself have some understanding of and have actually seen carried out?
Well, there's different types of science. There's historical sciences, and there's
now we're talking about answers in Genesis shit. Yeah, Anthony, for somebody who's going to call in and tell us that we are brainwashed by science, you've got an especially shiny and squeaky clean brain going on up there. I seriously encourage you to look into just what science is and how it works, because here's a fun fact. Whether or not you are related to your parents is a faith-based historical science claim based on the Answers in Genesis dumbass model of historical versus observational science. Science is science, Anthony. And if you do it right, you won't be a creationist. And with that, we are now going to move on to a caller that's actually serious and isn't so far up their own ass that they think that they understand science better than the people who actually do it, despite the fact that they don't actually even know what it is or how it works. Thank you very much for your call, Anthony. Talk to you later.
Honestly, Forrest, I feel like if there's justice in the world, Anthony needs to be stripped of all his possessions if they've been touched by the merciful fingers and tinkering of science, and sent off to an island where he can live like the ape that he is. Because there's just, you can't do any science ever with that kind of mindset. I mean, we stand on this is the kind of thing that you would hear from a priest from the Middle Ages. It's absolutely unbelievable. But this guy will sit here all day long and tell us that observational science is better than historical science with his, non-science degree that he didn't want to tell us about. But then evidently he didn't take in for a bio because he didn't know the scientific method. Honestly, I found that extremely frustrating, but very fun.
Yeah, no, seriously. Amargan, I just put a thing in the producer chat. I'm talking about the screening room and everything like that. I don't know what anything is. I'm just putting a note there for later. Sweet. Thanks, man. We've got a ton, lines are completely full with all theists. And so I'm going to say this out loud, just forever, because this is what I just put in for Amargan as well, is like, we have all theists on the line. We just ended a call, which opens up a line, and literally it didn't even register on my screen that a line was open because people are calling in trying to get in. So the second that line opened, it was already filled. And so I'm telling Amargan, and I'm telling the chat and everybody watching as well, I don't think we should be taking any atheist calls at this point. I'm going to just stick to theist calls tonight, and I'm down to go as long as we feel like it for right now. So if you're an atheist and you want to call in, maybe not tonight, but if you're a creationist, if you're a theist, if you're a science denier of any kind, creationism, young earth, transphobia, anti-vax, flat earth, we're here for you. We're into it.
Listen, call in. I'm so fired up at this point. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fight for the next several hours. I'm excited, and I will be remarkably, Forrest and I are both, I believe, notorious for this. We'll be super civil unless you aren't.
Yeah.
And then we'll do blood sports, which will be fun and make us a lot of money and get a lot of clicks.
There is someone in the chat right now saying that I am running and that they're trying to call in and I'm running and won't let we have completely full lines. Keep trying. The second you see me hang up, call again. That's your cue to call in. No one's running. I would love to hear the dumb shit you want to say. This is your chance. I really hope that we get a fucking gender call today. Like, cause I put out a video on TikTok and Instagram and everything about Nancy Mace's dumb fucking biological women sign, explaining why the word biological women doesn't mean anything. There is no such thing as a biological woman or a biological man. That doesn't make any sense. And I got a ton of people telling me that they can school me. I want one to call. We want to talk about it.
Call in.
Let's go with. Do you have a particular favorite? We have people who've been holding for like a couple of hours. I want to go for them first if we can, but I want to know if you have a favorite that you're interested in.
I have no preference, honestly. Like I've maxed out my aggro bar right now, so I'm like ready to go on whatever topic. I'll find something to talk about.
Oh my gosh, the people in the chat, you're right. I need a call from the fucking FBI guy. That would be great. There's a dude who's claiming that I'm running from the FBI and that I'm like this secret scam artist who's hiding in plain sight by becoming an internet influencer, and that is how I'm scamming millions of people and staying away from the FBI. I want that fucker to call in. All right, we're gonna talk to. Let's talk about. This would be fun. I'm guessing this is pronounced Min. Please tell me if that's not how you pronounce it. Pronouns he, him, or any. So just whatever. Calling in from crazy assholes who has a question about biology and social construction, wants to know how much they influence one's interests and desires and behaviors. This sounds like a pleasant and wonderful call. Min, please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name right. And also, how are you?
Oh, hello, Forrest. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hello, Erika. Nice to meet you again.
Hi, Min. I remember the last time we chatted. I really enjoyed our last call.
Yeah, so that's the reason I want to call in to ask you, because the topic of how evolution influence how human behavior and interest always interests me, because I don't have the advanced understanding like the previous caller, like how evolution works in irreducible complexity or something like that. But I like the topic on how evolution influence the way that we like things and our interests. So because I talked to you on a chewing gum call, so I guess my topic today will probably more about how evolution influence our like mating behavior. And the reason for that is that I often hear like both sides. The people who are like really far, like the social justice side, as a feminist, I'm pretty sure you know that they say that it's um it's because they often bring the buzzword like patriarchy or social pressure or heteronormativity. That is the reason that we, like, women do not want casual sex more than men. But I think that claim is a little bit harder to quantify than what many researchers in evolutionary psychology said. And the explanation is that because women, they evolve, like they just have a limited amount of eggs in their body, so they have to be more careful when they're choosing their partner. And sex is more like investment for women than for men, so they choose more carefully than men. So therefore, they don't desire casual sex like men do. So from your view as a biologist and also as a feminist, how do you see this thing?
Min, that is such a good question. It's funny that you mentioned that, because I've actually been thinking about this quite a bit recently, and I do have a perspective on it. I try to be really careful whenever I have this conversation, because there's some aspects of evolutionary psychology that can hold some merit, and there are many, many more ways in which evolutionary psychology involves too much speculation for my taste, because it's extremely difficult to tie a trend in human behavior specifically to biology, and even more specifically to like some specific ancestor, right? So case in point, I've seen people, argue before that it's like, the reason male humans are so aggressive is because we have a chimpanzee-like common ancestor, and then that male linear dominance hierarchy is what's sort of driving the testosterone-fueled aggression that we tend to see in males as compared to females. Big generalization there, of course. I think that's a tough sell for me, because it's not a guarantee that the common ancestor we share with chimpanzees was chimp-like. It's possible that they were more like bonobos, right? Chimps and bonobos are ridiculously similar to one another, and bonobos have a completely different setup where they're still pretty aggressive, but it's mostly the females that are throwing their weight around to sort of achieve this co-dominance or even dominance over the males in their group. So it's like it depends on which one of those you want to pin as the last common ancestor between humans and the chimps and the bonobos of today, to say which behavior is ancestral and which one is derived. Because if the ancestral condition is to be matriarchal and much more sexual, like bonobos as compared to chimpanzees, then male aggression in humans would be derived. It wouldn't be ancestral. So you wouldn't be able to explain that away with evolutionary psychology. Now, that being said, I do have some thoughts that I think relate to how the human mating system has evolved and how it influences like incel culture and hypergamy and all that shit that you tend to hear. from people.
Yeah.
I think that because humans, in my opinion, while we absolutely can and do mate in many, many different ways, as evidenced by human society through space and time, which we figured out how to make it work in as many ways as possible. I think the ancestral condition, using sexual dimorphism as a proxy, so the differences physically between males and females, seems to suggest a trend towards pair bonding being more common as a mating system for humans. That doesn't mean that polygamy isn't something that happens. Obviously, it does. We see it all the time across the human culture, but we see pair bonding a lot more. So my argument goes is that you're typically going to use the dominant mating system to try to explain, insofar as you can, some given behaviors. Now, the reason why females in mammals in general tend to be choosier as compared to other animals is because, as you said, anisogamy means that the female gamete is larger and requires more investment to make and more investment once offspring are born. Most female primates, for example, will spend most of their lives either pregnant or lactating, which means like that's an enormous metabolic burden on them, which they meet by they solve that conundrum by different mating systems. So in polygamous systems, they live in big matrilines where they can defend territory as these groups of females. And in pair bonding, they often have like a mate where they defend the territory together to ensure access to resources. And then males will sometimes provision females in addition. So that's how you get like tamarins and gibbons and humans to some extent. But if you wanted to do the Evo Psych thing, the reason why females tend to be choosier is for the simple reason that pregnancy and lactation are extremely costly. They're costly on the body, they're costly socially in human societies today. We don't know that it's always been that way, though, because in many hunter-gatherer societies, it's a lot easier to have kids and raise them to adulthood. Because once you get the kid out of your body, it's like, yeah, you're lactating and breastfeeding this kid. But if you're living in a hunter-gatherer society 250,000 years ago, there are probably several other females that are also have kids of breastfeeding age, and you can kind of drop the kid on them. There was a lot of allo-parenting that's proposed for human societies that would have made pregnancy a lot less costly. So if that's the case, then maybe that pressure for females to be super duper choosy is lessened in comparison to other mammals. But it's hard to say, and so it's like I always caution people when they're applying primatological principles, socially speaking, onto humans, because we've evolved a lot in our own way, one, and two, there's just so many humans that it's super duper difficult to unilaterally apply a social system, a social norm, a way that we should be. Does that make sense? I realize I kind of just mused at you for 8 minutes or something like that, but those are my thoughts on the subject.
I think that makes sense. I guess the topic that interests me always because in the STEM system, they often give, I guess they have a little bit standard, a little bit different for women because they said they want more female presentation into the field, and you are in that field, so probably how it works. But I wonder
Sure. And I'm a feminist, absolutely. I wear that badge loud and proud, even though that's not that's not the type of content that I create. But I'm a woman and believe that women should have equal opportunity in STEM. That's a crazy thing to believe. And there are characters that I would. Yeah, so it's one of those, at the same time, right? You have to do science the way science should. You have to be honest. I mean, I'm not going to ever look at two readings of the fossil data and say, well, this is the more feminist interpretation, so that means that one's true, right? That's not how science works. I would never do that. There's some ugly truths about primates that suck if you're a feminist, and there are also some ugly truths about primates that suck if you are a misogynist, right? I mean, the bonobo chimp quandary is the classic example of that, or geladas versus hamadryas baboons, where hamadryas baboons are really rapey and evil to their females, and they attack them and they bite them, and they're twice their size, and they can just throw their weight around. Female hamadryas baboons live these horrible lives where they don't get to grow up around their female kin, and so they have zero power in the societies in which they live. Female geladas, on the other hand, live phenomenal lives because they live with their female relatives and can oust males that they dislike because they have collective power by living in matrilines. So both of these have distinct socio-ecological consequences. but I think I'm never going to look at that and say, yes, the feminist reading of the Hamadryas Baboon Society, because Hamadryas baboons aren't people. I mean, you can draw comparisons for sure, and I love doing that because humans are apes, and so there is an extent to which we can say that the behaviors that we do are a result of our indelible stamp, or because we're primates. Why do we like sugar so much? Why do we have a problem with obesity? Because we like sugar because it's metabolically packed for us. Like, we get a ton of energy out of it. The more fruit we eat, the better we're going to be able to pack on the pounds, which means we're going to survive famine better. It's simple as, right? We need that energy quick. Same reason as to why we first probably started eating meat, is because it's super metabolically supercharged. But it's like now we have constant access to all of that stuff, and it can cause serious issues, right? If you eat too much sugar, you can get diabetes. Like, that's not a good thing. And so it's like you can definitely say that the mindset of humans, to the proclivities of humans, like, get addicted to things like sugar and tobacco and alcohol, have an evolutionary basis. But like, how much of an evolutionary base, how far can you go with that? And that's what I always try to be careful with.
So then, can you and Forrest explain to me, like, where people, like, in country where egalitarianism is more appreciated, like in more, society like tyrannical society like ours, like in the Netherlands, Iceland, Norway, Finland, etc., where the equality is pretty like better than we have even here, and yet so many people, men or women, they tend to gravitate towards their role. Like what I say, men tend to be more like in the STEM, and women more like in people professionals, like nursing or doctor or medicine. So then, do you think that's kind of explain that like that mean that that there is something like like the evolution like shape us in a manner that our interest is tied to it more than the society that dictate what you like or you don't like.
I mean, again, you have to be super careful with it, right? Because it's like, I'll sit here and happily talk about the generalizations and general categories that you can say about, men and women, as these, assuming these are two binary categories. Like, I'm like, well, maybe women tend to gravitate towards these like nurturing roles because they're socially conditioned to do so, and maybe men gravitate towards these roles that are more whatever blue collar because they're socially conditioned to do so. Like, that's possible. There could also be an explanation in primate sociality, right? Like, if we do descend from an ancestor that had matrilines, which most catarrhine primates have matrilines as compared to patriline's, these groups of closely related females that network with one another and wield that power collectively, then I don't think that it's too far of a step to say that there might be, and there's a big asterisk there, a biological basis for the sociability of women, for why women tend to like create these tight-knit matrilineal groups that they then kind of pal around in. I think that if you want to make that claim, though, you've got to do a lot of legwork. Like, it's easy for me to sit here and draw that comparison. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm saying that's an observation that might explain some of the trends that we see. On the contrary, men tend to be more whatever. They tend to be in sexually dimorphic species that look like humans. They tend to be stronger. So maybe they gravitate towards jobs that require, those kinds of skills. I think it's really interesting when you're looking at these categories, like gendered divisions in professional choice, like in the professional world. Like, it's really interesting to me, like, where things are 50-50. And it's also really interesting to me to look at outliers. Like, it'd be fine for me to sit here and say, oh, women choose nurturing jobs and men don't. But then it's like, there are tons of men in nurturing jobs and there are tons of women in blue collar jobs. So like, my caution to you is that it can be fun to sit and make generalizations, again, about like the evolutionary perspective of why we have these generalizations in, again, assuming a binary category of men versus women here. It can be fun to do that, but you should never apply it to an individual, because if you do, you're going to be there sitting there with egg on your face, because people do what people do. Individual animals do what individual animals do. I had a friend who studied vervet monkeys. And in vervet monkeys, they tend to have a single alpha male, right? That's sort of in charge of the troop. Outside of the alpha male, there are linear dominance hierarchies. And they're kind of sexually dimorphic, but they're not super sexually dimorphic. And she told me this really interesting story about how the old alpha of this vervet troop, they live in groups of like, I think it's like 20 to 30 where she was studying them. It was a South African subpopulation. And when the alpha male disappeared, a female stepped up and took the alpha role, like had the role of like the alpha male, right? And it's like everybody submitted to her in the same way that they would submit to the alpha male, doing like the lip smacking, the submission displays, sort of kowtowing to her when there was food availability. And she thought it was really weird. And she almost did like a nature communications thing on it or something along those lines because it was so odd. Like, which is funny because it's like we've barely been observing primates we haven't really even been observing them for very long. It could be far more common than we think. In a case in point, we saw the same exact thing with the population of Japanese macaques, which are super sexually dimorphic. And yet this one troop in Japan got this female alpha in the alpha male position. And they were sure that when the breeding season rolled around, that she would obviously stop being the alpha because she wouldn't be, physically mating with all of these females. But nope, she just went around and was mounting females all over the place, just like an alpha male would. So we can make generalizations about other species too, but individual females, individual males, individual organisms will surprise you at every single turn. So it's fun to make generalizations. It's interesting, but we must proceed with caution.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you, Erika. So Forrest, I haven't asked you a question yet. Do you have time for me to ask you?
Sure. Yeah, I had a bunch of other stuff about what Erika was just talking about, but I didn't want to interrupt her. She was on a fucking roll, dude. That was really good. I was going to throw in random little things like how I love that you started by talking about evolutionary psychology, because a lot of people will take the basics of EvoPsych and say, yes, EvoPsych, that is why women are whores and must be kept in line because they're supposed to be careful about who they're mating with. And sexual selection means that men must be dominant and all this dumb fucking alpha male bro shit. And I love reminding people that the opposite of that is true in like chimps, for example, because you have issues with infanticide where the dominant male is going to kill everybody. It is actually in the female's best interest when she hits estrus to have sex with everybody so nobody knows who the father is and the child is protected. And so it's actually a better investment of resources to be as promiscuous as possible, as long as you know you're producing a child out of it. I also wanted to talk about your question about like specific like desires and interests and careers and things, talking about doctors and things in more equal and egalitarian societies. Like you've got a million examples of that. There's I'm 99% sure that it's the founder of Girls Who Code. She would go out into schools and do coding lessons for kids. She did a TED Talk about this, and like she would reliably have these young girls come up and say, I can't do this, it's too hard. And if you go to their computer, they have nothing written on it. But if you hit undo a bunch, they have pages of beautiful code with one mistake. But we teach girls in our society, it's better to not show up than not be perfect. And so they're like, I can't do it. Meanwhile, the boys who are encouraged to be stupid, make mistakes, fuck up, who cares? That's part of it. They get better and better and better and better, where the girls quit on it. Same thing with like, they would go to elementary schools and do like science club and say, oh, we're gonna do this science club, anybody can join this science club, and everybody wants to join the science club, and then they say it's only for really, really smart kids, and the girls drop out because that's not a girly thing to do. You know what I mean? And so like it is a lot about what kind of culture we push and what kind of things we tell young girls you're supposed to like. And it's the exact same reason why we so often have, young boys who don't want to play with a cooking set, because that's the girls are the cooking people at home. You know what I mean? That's not for men, unless you're a chef. If you're a chef, that's a man thing. But just cooking at home, that's a girl thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's a lot there, and I would go on and on about this, but I would love to hear your next question, and then we'll wrap up and move to the next thing.
To add one last thing there, because you just made me think of it, Forrest, there's this really interesting deal where, like, when you look at when fields opened up to women in general, right? Like, when they were allowed to join in, you can see them do these massive flops, right? So, like, veterinary science is the one that I'm most familiar with because I was on the pre-vet track when I was in undergraduate, right? It's like 80% women. That's insane. Like and veterinary school is extremely difficult. I mean, minimum you're learning 4 or 5 species, like the anatomy and physiology of 4 or 5 different species. I believe doctors recently did a switch over the 50% line. I don't know about law. You've got quite a few STEM fields where like the second it becomes okay culturally, where it's like, yeah, if you're a woman, it's open to you like fiscally, right? Like they're actually letting women in. Economically, they're letting women in. And then it's like, oh, well, is it appropriate for them to do that? And it's like, well, once it is, things start to level out. All I'm saying, I want to clarify earlier, just because make sure nobody gets me wrong. I'm not saying that generalizations even do exist. I'm saying that if they do exist, there may be a biological underpinning and there may not be. We're not 100% sure on some of this stuff. But even if there is, that should never be used to unilaterally draw like policy conclusions or like try to, get women or men for that matter out of given professions, because every individual should be taken on their own merit and at their own skill level.
For sure. For sure. And man, what is your last question for me?
So because I guess the general question I have to ask you next time, but the one I want to ask you is because you research this topic so far, you know how the brain works in human sexuality. So last year Katy, my favorite co-host, respond to an MP from the UK that the MP said that she didn't like cell ID. She was concerned that people use that to do criminal stuff. And Katy said that if somebody tells you that they're gay or they're Christian, you just take their words for it. That's similar to cell ID. And I respond to her by saying that you don't have to take my word for it. And I tell her that I'm a gay man. I'm homosexual. If you don't believe me, you can test me under the brain scan. You will know that whether I'm attracted to guys or not. And many people get upset. I think that I advocate, eugenics. What I'm saying is that you don't have to believe me, but this is what I am. I can show you by the evidence that this is why I'm gay. So I'm not sure I'm study, but many don't like it. So I wonder, like, how do you see this? The sexual orientation and preference and desire. Is it more like do you think it's more in the brain or has a social construction element? Which one do you think have stronger influence?
Yes. So like the thing is, there is strong evidence for some sort of genetic component to homosexuality. You see like in especially like twin studies, sibling studies, if depending on what level of related siblings are, there's more or less of a chance if one of them is gay that the other one's also going to be gay. And so like there's strong evidence for things like that. It's very likely. I don't want to draw the comparison to say it's like autism because I know it's going to fuel a bunch of dumb shit online. But similarly to things like autism, it's very likely there isn't just a gene for it. It's actually like 1,000 different components and also, maybe something to do with upbringing. The last thing I remember reading about it was years ago, and it said that like sexuality appears to develop somewhere or between the third trimester and like the first month of life or something like that. It's some weird shit. Yeah. So it's something like that. But the point is, there's a lot of wiggle room there, and it is largely based on a very heteronormative generalization of what people should look like. And so there's this really cool paper that I've talked about here on this channel before, which is like an alternative hypothesis for same-sex behaviors, and it's basically making the argument that looking at like looking at anisogamic species and saying they must therefore be straight and the gay ones are an anomaly or whatever like that is coming at this from a very Western Eurocentric heteronormative view, when it's actually much more parsimonious in terms of evolution to say that random sex, you just be fucking and sometimes it works, is the ancestral condition, and that dedicated heterosexuality is actually a new novel thing that is a convergent trait in a lot of species and isn't always perfect anyway. And the fact that we are putting labels on heterosexuality versus homosexuality versus bisexuality is missing the spectral nature of sexuality, as evidenced by the fact that sexual orientation is not one single thing. your sexual orientation, who you want to have sex with, could be different than your romantic orientation, who you're romantically attracted to, but may not necessarily be sexually interested in, versus your erotic orientation, which is the kind of stuff that you would get off to, but you may or may not want in your actual real life. And while most of the time for most people, those three are aligned, that's not necessarily the case. It turns out these things are a lot more diverse and a lot more interesting than we thought, just like literally everything else to do with sex and sexual reproduction. And so when we look at these things, and when you ask me, is sexuality something in the brain, something in your genes, something to do with your environment? My answer is yeah, it is, because there's strong evidence for a genetic component. There is some like a trend as far as in like looking at I believe it was homosexual males. They found one particular part of the brain that was usually a little bit larger than in heterosexual males. And there's also a lot to say about the fact that we see bisexuality, at least, if not homosexuality, seemingly on the rise, but it's happening at the exact same rate and for the exact same reason as when we decided that it was okay to be left-handed. All of a sudden, you aren't pathologizing this, and you aren't criminalizing this, and you aren't stigmatizing this. And now suddenly you have this spike in this behavior as people explore it. And we live in a society where people don't very often get the opportunity to explore their sexuality, to explore their gender identity, to ask big, hard questions about themselves. And now that we are normalizing that, we're seeing this sort of societal change because those people were always there. And now they're just being giving the opportunity to be themselves. So if you asked me, my hypothesis would be that at least bisexuality is way more prominent, if not damn near ubiquitous, than people like to think at some level. But it's really difficult to get people to be very honest about intimate sexual desires and ideas that they may not even be honest with themselves about to strangers in white coats. And like that, you know what I mean? Like that's my whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is just a very, very, very vague and non-nuanced hypothesis. It's not anything that you should actually take any stock in. Just that's where I would come from with it.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Well, thank you so much for taking my call. Thank you, Erika. Thank you, Forrest. I think the next time I'm with a call, I'm going to talk to you again, Forrest, because I love to explore the gender topic with you, because I am really interested in the brain stuff, and I came to accept myself as a homosexual person because I learned that this is before I even learned about the study on the ITAR number 3, the one you mentioned with the larger side and then in straight men. Before I learned about it, I knew that it's already like in my experience, like I didn't choose it this way, but now when I learn about it, that there is a fMRI scan, and then there is the section in the brain that show that this is just the way you were born, but I'm confident in what I am. I'm not ashamed of that.
Yeah.
So that's something I'm interested in, and of course the gender topic is interesting too, because I'm not 100% like a trans ally, but I don't oppose some transition because I read study on the brain and I convinced that they exist because it's show that under fMRI that their identity in a line with the opposite sex, and it can be proved to be that. Yeah, but so that's something I will discuss with you another time.
Sure thing. Sounds like fun. All right, I'll talk to you later, man. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you, Erika. Bye.
You too.
Of course, speaking of the looking at like homosexual behavior in animals in general, there was this wonderful, I think I've told you about this. There was this great talk at the ABAs last year where like this guy came up and he was like, all right, I did this literature, how often actually shows up.
I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, say that again. You were clipping real bad.
Oh, am I good again? It was because I was moving my arms.
How dare you? I'm pretty sure I heard Min say at the very end there that they weren't 100% trans ally, but they're learning more about it. I hope we do get to talk more about those things. That sounds pretty cool. Love to get
When
further
Min
into that.
called in on Chewed Gum, it was about exactly that. He's got an interesting perspective on it. You should chat with him.
Right on. I'm into it. Yeah, what were you telling me? You're telling me about something, and then it broke up like crazy.
Yeah, basically it was just like homosexual behavior in primates, at least, is like severely underreported, mostly just, and they're already, like, primates are pretty gay, like they do quite a bit of gay stuff, but it's quite a bit underreported just because when it occurred, like typically primatologically speaking, it was like, oh, that was a weird thing. I guess we'll remove that. It's an outlier, and so it just didn't end up being really homed in on. But this guy did a really cool presentation where he was like, wait, what does it actually look like if you do include it? I think he ended up getting it published, but I can't remember where. And then they did something similar with sexual dimorphism, where they were like, okay, we have this idea where it's like, well, males are typically bigger than females. But if you look at all animals, it's actually females are quite a bit larger than males across the kingdom Animalia because of fecundity selection, right? The bigger you are, the more eggs you can lay. And so it's really only in mammals that that's consistently reversed. But then even in mammals, if you include bats and rodents, it almost evens out to 50-50 on the species level, which I thought was really, really interesting. It's very classic Wrench's rule, where like the bigger the animal gets, the more likely it is to be male biased in dimorphism. But it's like, it's for interesting social reasons, I think. I have thoughts, but
yeah. I love it. No, there is a lot there, and I also like somebody put in the chat something that I thought was a really good point. They said that on me saying that I think that bisexuality at the very least is way more common than people like to think. Somebody said that's probably why a lot of homophobes accuse homosexuals of just giving in to their lust and their desire and things like that, because it's latent, and then they know it. And yeah. By the way, to that guy who said that I'm running and that they can't get a call in, there is the line just filled up. Someone just called in. There's been a line open since we hung up with Ben. Maybe it's that guy. Keep calling, because you got banned from the chat for saying dumb sexist shit. So just keep calling. Like, we'd love to talk to you. We're gonna go.
Call in. I want to talk
that's
to
what I'm talking.
Yes.
We were. I forgot what call we were on, but they said something about how like females need to evolve to be as smart as males or something like that.
My God,
we need that call. We need that call. Keep calling. Keep trying.
For sure. Let's talk about that from an evolutionary perspective.
For real, we've got to talk about. There's a line, and it's gonna be open for you soon. There's a line open at this moment, but maybe it'll be filled in just a second. So right now,
he's not gonna.
That guy could call in. I want that dude or the FBI guy. Somebody make this fun.
I am really interested in the FBI guy because Forrest, if that's the scam that you're running, that's nuts. Like, and if this is part of it too, where it's like a roundabout, you're like intentionally exposing yourself to cover your ass. I kind of hope it's true.
It's so, dude. I have heard some of his shit. Like I've looked through his comment, because he's all over, especially like on the ACA when I do shows on the Atheist Experience, something like that. He is in that comment section, like, "Hey, Forrest, I know all about you," and he drops my old last name over and over, which he frequently spells wrong. And then he brings up. So apparently, this guy knew me when I was very young. So here's some history. So my last name Valkai is something that Amber and I designed, and it is my legal last name. But it's something we came up with, and it just, like, by serendipity, happens to also be from the region that I'm actually from, so it could actually work as my last name. But my original, back a long time ago, apparently this dude knew me, and when I turned 18, I joined the Freemasons because my grandpa was a Mason, and I thought they were these awesome dudes. Their whole job was they were great men who made themselves into better men so they could go out and make the world a better place, because that's what I was taught as a kid. And then I got in it, and I was like, oh, fuck, it's a cult. Never mind. Sorry. And I left.
Did you learn the secrets?
Yeah, I learned all the secrets, and they're dumb as fuck. But that's why even my Bible that I hold up is my fucking Masonic Bible. You know, the ones that I'm sitting here reading from in the shows and shit like that. This is my Mason Bible. And so,
do you ever have people? Do you ever have people who notice that it's a Freemason Bible and be like,
"Yeah,
he's one of them," like the capital T them?
Yes,
wow,
yes, I do, and it's a lot of fun. And so this fucking guy apparently was in that lodge and thinks that I changed my name because I'm running from the FBI because I led a bunch of Black Lives Matter protests here in Tulsa, and that means that the FBI is looking for me, as they do, and that I am a scam artist who, oh fuck, what was it? I tried to scam the lodge out of money because I was a 19-year-old broke kid trying to make my way in life. And so I tried to scam them, and then I left, became a Marxist, which I'm not, but it doesn't matter. I'm now a Marxist who is trying to like scam people online by doing something, and I don't know where the conclusion goes, but like the amount of shit that is in this dude's fucking conspiracy theory is wild, and I have begged him to call in.
He's like a real op. Like you have like an actual op where he's like this. The Marxist menace Forrest Valkai must be taken down, like at all costs.
What's crazy? He's not even the only one. Further evidence for this being a fucking cult. He is like the third or fourth dude from the Freemasons who have come after him. I had one dude from the Freemasons who was all over, back when I still had a Facebook, all over my Facebook, talking about how I'm socialist scum who deserves the noose and how I need to be fucking taken out back and shot and all that, like crazy shit. I had another dude who was like stalking everything anytime I did anything political. It was like, this guy's racist. He's a racist. He believes Black Lives Matter. That means he's racist. And he's anti-racist against white people. And so like these dudes, like it's been over a decade. It's been almost 15 fucking years since I was in that organization. And apparently they still just sit around and talk about me. And they don't like the fact that I went atheist and shit. They're not happy. I want that dude to call in so bad, and he won't do it. He just
the line's filled in, but who is it?
It's not that guy. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's that guy.
That is such coward behavior. Like seriously, it's one thing when it's coming from the young earth creationists, like we know they're cowardly, but you're going to be a member of the Masonic order and you're accusing somebody of being like that the feds are after them because they're trying to instigate a racist Marxist revolution, and you don't have the courage to call into a call-in show on YouTube? Come on.
Yo, you can look over like some of my comment sections. I'm seriously telling this guy, I am giving you a red carpet to expose me in front of tens of thousands of people. Tell the world how awful I am. I wrote up 2 pages of questions that I want to ask this fucking guy, and I have them saved just in case he ever calls in. And like, I'm dying for this dude. And it's just the guy wants to ask me if I ever believed in God in a comment section on Instagram, and that's the only thing he's got. And I just, dude, it sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. Anyway, I go on about that for a long time.
The secrets of the nation, and they're not even going to call into to SkepTalk. That's insane to me.
Yeah.
But I actually think that's hilarious that you look a real op, and they genuinely want to bring you down as a part of they're probably having like their little get-togethers at the lodge to talk about how they're going to bring you down. That's so funny. Oh my god.
I have the best fucking haters, dude. I will tell you more as we go on. I've got some of the most fun fucking haters. Let me tell you about Albert someday.
It sounds like they're in shambles. If they can't even get the stones up to call in on SkepTalk, like it sounds like they're not recovering. Like they're down and they're not going to recover.
I want to get Mike to call. I've got this one dude who frequents my TikTok and my YouTube, named Mike. And he's on like every skeptic, every evolution, everything. And he has one argument against evolution, and he says it over and over and over. And no matter how many times people tell him it makes no fucking sense, he says it over and over. And I really want that guy to call in. His one argument is that you need males and females in humans to keep the species going. There's male and female humans.
Oh my god!
And that means, Erika, you fucking evolutionist. It means that a man would have had to have evolved, and then a woman evolved within the same lifespan, and that's impossible. That's way too improbable. That's too many accidents at once to have a man evolve and a woman evolve to then produce the rest of humans. And it didn't just happen in humans; it happened in hippos and elephants and frogs and all this stuff. You had to have a male evolve, and then also a female evolve, and that's crazy. That's his argument. He says
you get like
over.
Ken Hovind coming onto your social media. That is a pretty bottom of the barrel.
That's what gets me. It is the first. I think it's the first time that anyone has consistently and seriously brought me a creationist argument that is worse than Kent Hovind's. And I'm like, dude, that's nutty.
That's wild. I do. I want him to call.
I want that guy to call.
Like, where do you even get that argument?
I want him to call so bad.
Like, who's peddling this? None of the YEC like organizations are dumb enough to do that. You would have had to pull it from Whitcomb and Morris's The Genesis Flood from the 50s or whatever. Like, I don't even think that's stupid enough to say it. Mike, call in.
Dude, it's so crazy. And like that, it really has. I've kind of noticed it. Like almost every reply on TikTok and on Instagram at this point, I used to like argue with people in the comments, and it's not worth my time because I've got other shit to do. So like, almost every reply that I give is, I'm on SkepTalk on this day. Then that's all that's my every reply. Oh man, I'm sorry, I'm rambling, and we got a bunch of calls. I was kind of stalling a little bit because I believe my wife is about to bring me a food pile, which I am very appreciative of. And there it is, just right there.
When does Forrest eat? Like he has such irregular eating times. Like we're both central, I think. So it's like I eat at like 6:30 and Forrest eats at 9. That's kind of absurd. That's kind of grotesque, actually.
In all fairness, why? I eat all the fucking time. Like a lot.
Oh, do you really?
All the time. Okay. Yeah, my metabolism is what it looks like it is. And so I'm all over the place constantly. And I can't be stopped. And so I eat 3 Thanksgiving dinners a day.
I feed like a tick, so it's like I won't eat all day, and then I'll eat like one enormous meal at night, and then I go to sleep. So it's like I eat snake meal, maybe like some kind of large lethargic animal. A snake is probably the best. Like I eat like a titanoboa, where it's just like I will hork some large food thing down and then immediately pass out for 8 hours or whatever. But today I'm actually divvying it up. I had like a snack this afternoon. I had a lighter dinner sandwich, some barbecue Doritos, which I'm through being shamed by all of you in the comments section. I will eat my sandwiches on air. None of you can stop me. Forrest, what are you having?
I've got these spicy nudes here. I've got some hot dumps there. And I've got some pork belly. No, it's Chinese.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so it's some pork belly, and I've got some steamed buns over here for the pork belly.
Jesus, you really are eating a Thanksgiving dinner. Holy shit, that is so much food.
And then my lady brought me a basil seed lychee drink to go with it. It's a drink that you chew. A lot of fun.
Do you have like when you finish eating? Do you have like the proboscis monkey gut where it's like you've got like the big round like you got to go digest for a while and like take a load off, or do you just like does it disappear?
If it's a good day, yeah. And then the thing is it's weird. It's like with exercise where like it sucks and it hurts so bad you can't do it, and then literally 5 seconds after you're done, you're like, I could probably do more. It's the exact same way with eating for me. Yeah. It's this. Wow. I will eat until I'm fucking sick, and not even 5 minutes later, I'm like kind of snackish. Like, I could probably cram something else. I've got some cracks in there.
I feel like I've really peeked behind the veil here in this little intermission. Like I know your haters. I know the meal schedule. I feel like I've really gotten the look at your inner life. This has been so rewarding.
Haters, fun. Meal schedule, yes. This Freemason, not anymore.
There is one.
Fugitive, probably.
What's in the past? Yeah, I was straight up like, I couldn't remember the name. I wanted to make some crack about like Catch Me If You Can, like you're just like faking your way through this like elaborate ruse of a life. But then it's like, this is almost more absurd than that. Like I love the Freemason angle is so new, and it's such like if it was writing, I would be like, that's kind of dumb. Like if someone had written that up, I would be like, that's kind of silly, that's kind of dumb. I wouldn't believe that 4 Freemasons from a lodge in the South would suddenly decide that their worst nightmare, their true enemy, is a science communicator on YouTube, like in his early 30s. Like I wouldn't think that would be the angle. I'd be like, wow, what a dumb fanfic. And then it's like, nope,
I'm
it's
like
actually
Frank Abagnale, but exponentially stupider and with a master's degree.
Yeah, exactly. My God.
Oh man. We've got a ton of people waiting. Sorry, yeah, we got people waiting for a very long time. Let's talk to. I'm looking at line number 6. How do you feel about it?
Let me take a look. Line 6. Ooh, yeah, like.
Sick. Let's talk to Saad, pronouns he, him, calling in from Miserly Iguanas. That's so stupid. Who has questions about abortion. Let's talk to you, Saad. You're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Yo, how's it going, Forrest and Erika? Thank you so much for having me.
It's going really well.
You're here.
This has now become a science and atheism mukbang. I'm glad you're here for it.
Yeah. Well, how have you guys been dealing with? I mean, if this is going to make you feel good, I just want you to know that I voted for Trump and I regretted it. So,
bit late for that now.
I wish that made me feel better. It doesn't actually. I mean, I'm glad you've had the change of heart, but it's one of those things where it's like I gently and with great, platonic affection, too little, too late, my friend. But I do want to argue with you about abortion. So tell us your perspective on that.
Honestly, like I feel like I was raised religious and had all the religious viewpoints, and slowly but surely, kind of like changed my view on a lot of stuff, creation, transgender people, all that stuff. But one thing that I've stayed like the same is abortion. And I'd love to have like a scientific discussion about it, because honestly, it just literally feels like another person in that whose life is being ended. And I'm like really having trouble seeing it any different way.
I think that's a good place to start. Gosh, I mean, so my perspective on this, Forrest, I actually, while I was at the gym today, I did listen for a little bit to your show with Paul yesterday, and there was a topic very similar to this. And I thought you hit some really good points along that. I don't know if
we have the guy from that call waiting on the line right now to talk about something else.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, I think that's actually going to be a good one too. I hope they stay on. Do you want to start this, or do you want me to? Because I feel like you did a good job laying out the starting point last night.
Yeah, I think it's always best when we're talking about abortion to have two men have the discussion first. And so, like when we when I think, Saad, if we were to agree with you, let's say I just grant you entirely that this is an actual another living human being. And I give this person full rights and full autonomy and everything that I would associate with any other human being. That doesn't change my stance at all, that anybody with a uterus can decide who gets to live in that uterus. And so bodily autonomy goes both ways. If I say this, baby, this from the moment of conception, or the moment you even think about it, is now a completely full-formed human being, that doesn't change the fact that you get to decide who lives in your body and who uses your body for resources. So the example that we gave yesterday was that Erika's talking about was kind of a really just ad absurdum. Just take this to like the most insane possible place to really make sure there's no way out and there's no confusion about like, what's going on. Just if Erika shares my blood type, and I'm in, I need blood, I'm in renal failure, whatever it may be, and I were to plug a needle into her arm and start using her body to filter into mine, she has the right to pull that tube out and say, you're not doing this shit. It doesn't matter if it kills me. It doesn't matter if she has to kill me to do it. She has the right to protect her body and her autonomy. So even if I grant you your premise that any
Mhm.
fetus at any age, no matter what, before they're born, is a literal human being with every right in the world, it changes nothing for me. I would love to hear your response to that.
My response to that, and that's an argument that I was honestly happy with for a long time. And just to be clear, I'm actually pro-choice. I'm sorry, because I do, at least in the United States, because I do believe that even with all my arguments, there is no maternal care, there is no maternal leave, there is no. So you literally are asking of women
Right.
to, uh, yeah, to take a
Yeah.
take a toll that you're not asking anyone else to. So the
It's a bad
ethics of
time.
abortion, yeah. So I just want that out of the way, but that uh, we do sacrifice a lot of our rights for the sake of our children. My question is, why is bodily autonomy kind of a special kind of right that cannot be infringed upon, as opposed to, I don't know, financial autonomy? Because you do have to provide for your children.
I would
I mean,
immediately say that it's because bodily autonomy is not the same as personal responsibility. And that same financial autonomy, finances is a social construct, money is a social construct. These are things that we made up. We didn't invent your body, and we didn't invent human rights for you to have the right on who you have sex with, whether or not you use contraception, what your future holds. So comparing the two is not really a appropriate thing to do. Erika, you were saying something that was probably way more important.
It really, I don't really know that it was. I'm of the perspective that this is something that involves like the legality of abortion. While it it certainly involves people with uteruses far more. It involves everybody. I think everybody should obviously be able to have a discussion about it. So please don't give me priority just because I happen to have a uterus. But what I'll add to this is like I think that it's different because it's something that's taking place in your body, and it's something that is potentially directly dangerous. Pregnancies and pregnancy complication, more often than people ever give them credit for, can be super dangerous to people who are pregnant in general, and they can be dangerous quite suddenly. And so this is something that it's not like you're asking somebody to take on a financial responsibility that you may be able to get some help with, and maybe sometimes it's hard and maybe sometimes it's not. If you're forcing somebody to take on a pregnancy, you're basically saying you're on the hook for better or worse for 9 months, and it may kill you and it may irrevocably change your body, the way that it functions, being in constant pain, issues with incontinence, things of that nature. And oftentimes, at least in some of the states in the South, at least at present, these laws are draconian enough that they are requiring that regardless of the circumstances of the pregnancy in the first place. So like, it's effectively an additional punishment after rape or incest for a lot of people. So I think just on a broad sense, because I know we're not really talking about those exceptions, we're talking about just like the morality, I guess, if you will, of abortion in general. I make the distinction myself on this. Like something that's pretty important to me is like the nature of personhood, right? I'm never going to sit here and have a conversation and say to somebody that life doesn't begin at conception. Of fucking course it begins at conception. That's what being alive is, right? But
Mhm.
life isn't the only thing that's important here. Personhood is when something becomes like human. It's when we give it the rights that we give human. So I think deciding when that happens is kind of pivotal to how we, if we even do, legislate something like abortion, because there's just, the classic example that you hear time and time and time again is that it's like you take any of these people who are vehemently pro-life and you stick them in a burning fertility clinic and say you can save 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 test tube zygotes, or you can save one human child. And like every single one of them is going to save the human child, like the born 9-month-old or a toddler or a 10-year-old or whatever. And it's because we all recognize that there is a difference. The difficult part is telling when that difference takes place. And that's where I find that
Yeah.
the interesting discussion takes place. Right. The life at conception thing, I think that's super dumb. Like, I don't think it's defensible at all to say that conception is when personhood begins and that zygote has the same rights as the person carrying it. I think that's completely indefensible. And I think most people you talk to would say the same thing. But when
My
you reach
answer to that is that
you go ahead.
sorry,
Yeah.
I was just going to say my answer to that is that you will never have a consensus on what personhood or when personhood starts. So
No, you won't. You're
doesn't
right.
that
I
You'll
agree.
also never have you'll never have a consensus on what a species is, or
Yeah.
when life begins, like what actually counts as being alive, like when the difference between like a virus and the most simple prokaryote on the planet. And the reason for that is that life
Yeah.
and biology is super messy, which is why when we have this discussion about
Exactly.
abortion, you have to talk about it from a utilitarian standpoint. As unsavory as that seems to be for a lot of people, that's the only way to do it.
It's
If you
also
talk-
important. I
if
think
you
your
talk about it,
note
then-
about personhood is so important, because even though it is this really fuzzy and difficult to define, if not undefinable thing, it is the thing that separates it. Because like you mentioned, of course, life begins at conception. That's what life is. But also sperm and eggs are alive, and the
Right.
things they came from are alive. And so like no matter what, life is this unbroken continuous chain. The question of when life begins
Mhm.
fundamentally makes no difference. It's so meaningless when you really break it down. The actual question is who gets to use whose body for how long. And if you're gonna say that somebody with a uterus must use it in this or that way, but you're not going to make organ donation mandatory, and you're not going to say that you could do the same thing at any other time. I can't go take organs from my mother right now just because I need one as a 32-year-old man. Then you're
Even if she's
granting, no, even if she, yes,
Mhm.
you are granting more rights to a fetus and a corpse than you give to any living person with a uterus, and that seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the reason they do it
points
is
to
people try
Let
to
that
say
fetus
that,
pay
that
some fucking taxes first.
well, they do it because they're like, well, a fetus is innocent, like it didn't do anything wrong. Like, but no one wants to
Yeah,
actually say
yeah.
That's what's looming underneath the surface here. But I have never heard somebody who's like vehemently pro-life like outright say, well, the reason is because babies are innocent. It didn't do anything, so it doesn't deserve this kind of treatment, and like you could make the same exact argument as the one that you just presented for us, right? Like if you're trying to take my blood, I didn't do anything to you, right? Like I haven't harmed you in any way. Why are you entitled to my blood, right? And
Yeah. Well,
I love that,
I'm
because
sorry, can
the
I
logical
jump in?
conclusion to that then is that it is a fitting punishment for crime to get parasites. You robbed a store, you get a tapeworm. You fucking killed a guy, you get a baby. Like, you're not innocent, therefore you have lost the ability to control your organs.
well, and it's
I'm
like
sorry,
I
Saad.
don't,
I'd love to address.
Go ahead, Erica.
I'm
yes,
sorry,
Todd,
yeah.
Todd, go ahead. Go ahead, Son.
No, I mean,
Son.
I'd just like to jump in now before I lose it. But that's actually that was my next point. Is that you're right? A baby. To Erica's point, she said a baby is innocent. So, but the thing is that, and you said, well, the mother is also innocent. Why does she need to carry pregnancy against her consent? And my answer to that is that the baby only exists because of the two parents' actions. Therefore, I believe the two parents are responsible for nurturing the baby until it can no longer be nurtured.
Okay. So then, when you say the word responsible, do you mean
Mhm.
obligated?
Yes.
Okay. So then, follow-up question. If they are responsible to nurture this baby as long as possible, would you say that a mother is obligated, or should be obligated, should be forced, right? Because that's the word we're meaning,
Yeah.
to go to college and to improve her career and to make more money and better financially provide for that children, both educationally, financially, nutritionally? Is that also a thing that should be forced upon her, or is it just poop it out and then do whatever?
No, but I don't understand the analogy.
Well, the analogy is you're saying that because she was responsible for the production of this child, for the conception, pardon me, because she is responsible for the conception of this child, she is also necessarily responsible for the entire gestation and birth, and that this is all tied together. She bears this extended responsibility. So I'm asking you, how far does that responsibility extend? Because if just giving birth to a child is the end of it, she could be giving birth to a child in a crime-ridden, dangerous, toxic, pollution heavy, underdeveloped area where this child is going to have a nasty, brutal, and short life that still falls under your framework of moral responsibility. So I'm asking,
But it would,
why, if
yeah.
it's responsible for her to give birth to this child, is she not responsible to give it the best possible life? Why is that not also part of the thing? Why does her bodily autonomy begin as soon as she gives birth?
She is, but the thing is that and again, I'm not. I'm just saying that it could be a stupid thing to say, but I think the child would rather live than, or would rather live somewhere, or like live a terrible life than not live at all. And I know you cannot ask a fetus that question, but it's just a premise that I see from life, that life wants to live no matter what.
I super disagree. I super disagree.
Mm.
There are so many congenital issues, symptoms, whatever, that syndromes, I should say, to where you know a baby's life is a few hours long and absolutely agonizing. And I think it is much, much, much better for that child to have never been born than to live for 5 hours of excruciating pain and then die. I don't think that's I don't think that's a moral position that it's possible to take. It is better for this child to suffer exponentially for their very brief life than for this child not to be born. That's a bizarre and very expensive claim that you're making.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So
I think Erika wanted to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to take this in a different direction, right? Like, so like let's say I take a trip to let's say I take a trip to Nairobi tomorrow, right? I get on a plane and I fly to Nairobi and I want to go to Masai Mara down in the Rift Valley where malaria is super common. And I don't bring my prophylactics because maybe I can't afford to buy anti-malarials this year. You know, maybe the prices spike like crazy. I can't afford to bring them, or maybe I forgot them, or maybe they lost my bag. There are a million different reasons maybe why I don't have my prophylactics and I'm not taking them. But I go down into the Rift Valley anyways. I think to myself, well, getting malaria is pretty rare. But I go down there and I catch malaria, right? Do I deserve to die from malaria because of that decision?
No, but you could. You still, you don't deserve to die. But, but it's a consequence.
Right. So pregnancy can be, it's a consequence of a risk, right? We take these risks all the time. Nobody deserves to die in a car accident just because they get behind the wheel of the car, even though they know that getting in a car accident and then dying is a risk that they take by getting behind the wheel. I think the same is true of sex and pregnancy, right? Like, I don't think that you can say that, well, pregnancy happened, you didn't intend it, but it happened, and now you have to bear the consequences of those actions. I don't think that necessarily follows, particularly since it takes two to tango with something like pregnancy, but only one party, you know, pays the price on that one. Of course, that views pregnancy and you know, birth as like a curse or something like that, as something negative. And I don't mean to paint it that way, because having a kid can be the most wonderful thing in the world, and it can be, you know, a gift for parents who want to have children. But it's one of those things that, like, you consent to getting behind the wheel of a car, you consent to a trip to Masai Mara, you consent to sex. You don't consent to dying in a car crash. You don't consent to dying of malaria. You don't consent to death by pregnancy. I think that this conversation would be a much different one if you couldn't suffer serious bodily consequences from pregnancy. If it was a massive inconvenience, no more, no less, this would be a totally different conversation that we were having at every level. But pregnancy is dangerous for a whole lot of people, and it's getting more dangerous the more relaxed selection is on things like the inlet for the pelvic, the width of the pelvic inlet, or, you know, various different types of preeclampsia or whatever. Like, all sorts of things that are much more common thanks to the wonders of modern medicine. But that also means that pregnancy is way riskier for your average woman. And I simply don't think that the punishment matches the crime, to put it in crude terms.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. I know that artificial wombs right now are making strides, and they're getting better and better and better and better. Let's say we get to the point where artificial wombs are completely safe, are working perfectly, and they can host babies. And let's say we're in a utopic, super leftist society where the government takes care of your baby if you don't want them. Like, you go to these artificial wombs, and they'll give them families, all that.
Hell
stuff.
yeah.
In that scenario, does abortion become immoral?
So
I mean,
it's clear to yes, no, pardon me, no, it is not, and it is because I'm sorry, Eric, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just
no,
the
go ahead.
definition
let it
of
go.
the word abortion. You're fine. The definition of the word abortion is the termination of a pregnancy, not the killing of a child.
Well,
so if there's this situation where you have an artificial womb ready to go and whatever, and you can just plop that thing into a different situation and let it live some other way and it can grow and whatever, fine. You still have the moral right to get it out of your body. And so terminating a pregnancy, even if it doesn't result in the death of this child and can be in a pod or whatever else, is still an acceptable thing to do.
So for me on that one, I might have a slightly different answer. I think it would be immoral in the same way that if I have a loved one and I've been born with 3 kidneys and I don't offer to give that loved one of my 3rd kidneys that I'm not using, that is of no detriment of me to give, it's immoral in the same way as me refusing that move would be. Right? Because like if we live in this utopian modern world where like, oh no, I got pregnant and it's a free government surgery that's like super laparoscopic and is easy and painless and whatever, and I can just do it. I personally, for me, from my subjective morality, I would say that if you move forward with an abortion at that point, that would be immoral because it has this opportunity to whatever live in this other environment. But I would also say that giving one of my 3 kidneys, not giving one of my 3 kidneys to somebody who needs it is immoral. That doesn't mean, in both situations, it's still my right as a human to make that move.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So
I
it's like
think
something can be, something can be legally right but morally wrong. Really. You're collecting over there. Something can be legally right and morally wrong, and something can be morally wrong and legally right. So like those two things are separate in my brain, at least. I mean, like I get when people find the concept of abortion like scary or icky or whatever, right? I mean, like this is a part of what it is to be human in a lot of senses. Like a miscarriage can be for a lot of people who undergo them, especially if they want kids, it's a grotesque and gut-wrenching experience. It's painful, it's bloody, it oftentimes involves tragedy. Like the same is true of an abortion, whether it's medically induced or something that just happens along the way. It's like a miscarriage, like I just said. But I think that we can recognize that and at the same time recognize that as a society, we are far better off having these things like safe, legal, and rare. And I wish that we still maintain that latter part because I think we could make them a lot rarer if we just had comprehensive sex education for people. Because like an abortion is not an easy procedure to undergo. It annoys me when conservatives pretend like this is something that's happening. Like, oh, whoops, time to go down to the shop and get my abortion because I'm having unprotected sex all the time. You know what I mean? Because that's not what's going on. This is something that is oftentimes really hard on the person who's getting it. Sometimes emotionally, always physically, but sometimes I would argue most of the time both. So I think that we have to have this conversation honestly instead of pretending that, you know, it's no big deal or it's the worst thing under the sun and there's nothing more immoral. Because, you know, newsflash, people have been giving themselves abortions since the dawn of human history, right? Like that's just what people do when they feel like they can't afford to have a child. So I think that the move here is obviously to keep this thing legal and give people the if you want to reduce them, you know, you don't make them illegal, you give them the social structure and the governmental structure to actually like move forward with a pregnancy. And like you said earlier, I mean, you were dead on. It's like there's no maternity leave, there's no paternity leave, there's no system that's set up to help new parents, especially if they're already in a poor socioeconomic system.
Absolutely.
It's like how on earth can we expect people to be taking on a child without any form of support? It's crazy to me. And then, of course, that's separate from the conversation of the morality of abortion, which again, I would sort of co-sign Forrest on this. That it's like, well, we have to have a discussion about humanity and like when that starts, we have to personhood, you know, and we have to have a discussion about bodily autonomy, and we have to separate morality from legality, and you know, draw these arbitrary lines that we all know are arbitrary, but we do them because we must. We do them because it's a utilitarian society we're trying to build. It's what's going to make a better future for tomorrow. And in the meantime, we're trying to build these governmental structures, at least from my political perspective, where it's like we're trying to build these structures that can uplift parents and give them the means to have these kids if they want to have them.
Okay, yeah, I honestly absolutely like. If we're gonna analyze this in a utilitarian way, you will always be right because you're just right. There's data that show that societies that have safer access to abortion thrive better than those that do not. And like the discussion could just end there and not talk about no personhood, no bodily autonomy, none of that stuff. But like you also said, Erica, there's also the aspect of like I genuinely think human beings are the greatest thing we've ever seen in the universe. And there is something really icky,
Girl, you have not
maybe
seen
I won't say
frogs.
icky, but just not moral about not allowing a conscience, a human, no matter what we are, I'm not exactly sure, to materialize because of, yeah, I'm not going to say selfish action, but because of, the decision of someone that, your whole existence is because they took some actions. And so it's just balancing these two, like, I'll say these two things that are not so much in contradiction with one another. They're almost like different. It's like what's better for society, but also it's still, maybe even if it's not a life, it's gonna turn into one. And like Forrest said, it's a continuum that doesn't stop. And so you don't know exactly where personhood starts. You have, we just, these are all conventions, So
Yeah,
I
and
find
So
it,
again,
then,
like I
yeah,
think.
compliment.
Go ahead, Forrest. You
Hmm.
you were
go
writing
ahead.
something down. I know you had something to say.
Well, just the last thing that you said there, Saad, really jumped out to me as like something that sounds at its surface very poetic and nice, but just scratch the pain a little bit is deeply problematic. You're saying that like
Hmm.
human life is this wonderful, amazing, beautiful thing, and like yeah, it's a continuum, but like this is the potential for another wonderful, amazing, beautiful human life, and you just
Hmm.
can't tolerate the idea that these humans, these potential humans, aren't being born. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Yeah, and that's honestly my main issue with abortion.
Right. So then you should be requiring children, people to have children, and you should be forcing everyone to have sex to produce as many humans as possible.
But the continuum didn't start. Is the thing.
Why is
The
what I just said not true? If you believe that
what was
humans are this perfect thing
yeah.
and we need as many of them as possible, we shouldn't deny a human the right to exist. Then we should be making as many as possible, and it should be legally
Mhm.
required that you must have sex and you must have children.
No, because like I said, the like life continuum didn't start. So yeah, okay, yeah,
Okay,
no, it's
so
I
then
get what you mean.
if stopping the life continuum means that we no longer enter into this ethical problem for you of not having these potential humans be born, then why aren't we mandating vasectomy? Why aren't we making sure that every man, every male, every anatomical male gets a vasectomy immediately after birth, and it can be reversed later on when they're ready to have kids?
Mm, but I don't have an answer for that. But again, like my answer is probably going to be it infringe on their bodily autonomy, which is going to be a funny thing to
Well,
say. Uh,
well, then let's pick
but
something less invasive. Why don't we mandate contraception and also have comprehensive sex education? We teach everyone how this stuff works, and we give them easy access to contraception. Or in this extreme example, mandate you must use contraception. Everyone gets a birth control implant that can be removed. Something very non-invasive. Why don't we do that?
Because people should choose whether they want to have children or not.
Right. Which includes if they accidentally get pregnant and they choose they don't want to have children, they should be allowed to have an abortion, right?
But they already got pregnant. Is my issue with that answer.
So then what about here's the thing. You're talking about this, this perfect human life it could live. It's very akin to that whole argument like that baby that you're aborting could have been the next Mozart, could have been somebody who cured cancer. Well, what about the mother? if she hadn't died during pregnancy or had her life permanently altered where she lost functionality in her body or was forced to be a stay-at-home mom taking care of her kids for the rest of her life and never got to pursue her dreams, she could have cured cancer. She could have been the next Mozart. She could have done something incredible. And so you're saying you're not interested in quality of life. You're not interested in productive life. You're not interested in happy life. You just want more human life. And that sounds like you should just make sure everybody's having kids all the time. And I don't understand how you're able to say we can stop the cycle, but we must do it by choice unless someone makes the wrong choice.
And to that end, right, like everybody should be required to be organ donors. And the second that anybody in your local region needs anything, like we should have mandated blood bank attendance every single week where you go to your local blood bank and give whatever blood that you can. I think what Forrest is saying here is that it's okay, let me back up. I feel I empathize with your perspective, right? Like, again, and I was reading some of the comments in the chat, and I think a lot of people feel the same way. Like, it's okay to think about the process of abortion and be like, that is sad or whatever. Like, you can feel sad about that. You can feel like it's icky because it's a anatomical process where you're going in and, especially if it's like a DNC or something like that, like you're allowed to feel that way. I also think that it would be not great if somebody, like, again, in my example where I've got like my 3 kidneys, it would also be like not great. I don't like the idea of me not donating a kidney to Forrest if he needs one, especially if I've got the extra one or whatever. Like, you're allowed to have those perspectives. But the problem is, I feel like you're using that disgust, and I think that's what it is. I think it's a disgust response, and we're humans. We all have them, and oftentimes we can't control them. Like, you feel, an aversion to something, like, almost right off the bat. I think that that's fair, and I understand that. But what I don't think is fair is to use that as a basis to say, okay, because I find this idea, sad or repulsive or whatever, that should inform the legality of it. Like, you said it best earlier in this conversation, where it was like, from a utilitarian standpoint, for the best life for the most amount of people, this shit has to stay legal, right? And we have to be vigilant in our sex education and access to contraceptives for people. That's the only way that you're going to reduce the amount of abortions. Because if you follow that logic that you presented us with, that's like, well, I find it repulsive because ... It's ending what could be. It's cutting human flourishing short. It's, whatever. Following that to its logical conclusion, Forrest is right? You should mandate everybody gets pregnant at 16 and has as many kids as possible until the day that they die. Everybody should have to be an organ donor. Everybody should have to be attending the blood bank once a week, because that's going to maximize the amount of humans in the world, which is why I think that what you just said there, and maybe I'm wrong on this is just the vibe that I'm getting. I don't think that that's actually what you think. I think that that's a retroactive explanation for the repulsion that you feel to the idea of an abortion, which, again, that's not the problem. You're allowed to feel that way. The problem is when it steps into the legality of the rights of other people. That's just my opinion.
I also, really quickly before you respond, Saad, I want to tell Erika that I really appreciate you validating my argument. I hate the sentence, Forrest was right. Everyone should be forced to have children. That's a rough clip that somebody's gonna make. Anyway, go ahead, Saad.
Hey, Forrest, your haters and your ops are gonna clip it. That's gonna be going around at the next Masonic Order meeting.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
Sorry, Saad. Go ahead.
No, honestly, that's fair. I need to ponder on that, especially the argument on. Because you're right, that would require me to have a pretty, forced in. Honestly, I guess the difference is that a baby, like, you're responsible for. No, actually, that's a bad argument. No, that's very fair. I'll just ponder on that for a minute. But before I leave, I would just maybe would have a question for y'all, and that's regarding transgender policy and going forward, because. Like I said at the start, I did vote for Trump, and it was based on what I thought was going to be not a very transphobic policy that will see. I thought he was just pretty much going to ignore the transgender issue, which I was like, I'll
you never listened to the things that he said about it then. He was very, very clear about it.
He said other stuff that sounded very, very centrist. So, but beyond that,
Yeah, he's good at saying a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my question is, how? Because the thing is that the transgender issue is so difficult to, because people think that oh my God, it's so obvious, a man cannot be a woman, blah blah blah, and that kind of talk, it just kind of brings the masses together, you know, like everyone just kind of like relates to that, like, oh yeah, of course, blah blah blah, and then that's how you get a very transphobic society, which is what I believe we do live in. Do you guys have any? And I think the Democratic Party has failed tremendously in addressing that, in educating people about like transgenders and like actually bringing forth the science. Do you guys have any sort of avenue of like for change? Because I truly do feel that societies are getting more and more transphobic. I work in public school, and the stuff I hear kids saying is terrible, and
you work in a public school, so let's hope that the guy you voted for doesn't eliminate the Department of Education like he says he wants to. You're asking the exact same question that we should be asking about how do we convince people that climate change is real, despite decades and decades of very obvious data, and we can very easily say this is what it is, but it's a political topic, and so if you're a Republican, you don't get to say it's real. And the same thing with evolution. You know, you got a huge evangelical voter base on the right, so you don't get to talk about evolution. Same thing with the age of the Earth. You have a huge voter base over there, and now you have a huge transphobic voter base as well. Same thing with you know you can pick your favorite. You know, you talk about race, talking about critical race theory versus DEI versus woke and all the other things that they use in place of the N-word. It's just a political thing, so it doesn't matter what these words actually mean or what the backing for them actually is. What matters is who is wearing the red or a blue colored tie while saying they do or don't like it. That's what it is. I'm not interested particularly right now in talking about the difference between politics and science or how to get science into politics or anything like that. It's just depressing. But my only advice is that we have to keep fighting. We have to become better and better science communicators. The fact that people still think that sex and gender are different things tells me that science communicators like me need to step our game up and do better. Vaccines, another great example. Yeah, dude, the transgender issue, as you were saying, is not a difficult one. Trans men are men, trans women are women, because sex and gender are fundamentally different things, and neither one of them is a binary, and they're not necessarily congruent. And this motherfucker right here is putting out an updated version of my sex and sensibility video next month, and you can learn all about it from a bunch of academic resources. And I can even right now explain further, but like it's just not particularly issue. I think the cisgender issue is a lot bigger.
I want to add something to your side, because like Forrest is here. I'll give you a better clip here. Forrest is right on all the stuff that he's just said about this cisgender issue. There you go. But like I found like a lot of my family members are pretty conservative, and I've had conversations about trans people with them for the past couple of years, and I'll just share with you anecdotally what I've found works for me. The strategy that I've found works for me. It's a source methods thing. So when they say things like, they're turning your kids trans in school without your consent as a parent, your response should be, who's doing that? Where are they doing that? Can you please provide a source for me where they are transing the kids in school without parents' permission? Or is this something that you heard, on a conservative ad? Because inevitably they'll say, oh, I saw it on Fox, or I saw it on Breitbart, or I saw it on Tucker Carlson's Twitter show, or Elon Musk retweeted something about it. And inevitably, and I know this because I have gone down this exact path with several of these relatives, you will go down the way, and what you will find out is that in a health class on one lesson for 2 minutes, someone was like, yeah, you can be cisgender, you could be transgender. And this is when, your assigned sex at birth and your gender identity don't match. And then that's all they say.
Exactly.
And then that is what is causing the hubbub. So it's like your job at being in public education, like you're on the front lines, man. Like I commend you for that. I do. But I mean, your best bet here is to just challenge people when they say this, but not, and I know this sucks because it makes you angry. It pisses you off. You want to be combative. You want to be like, what the hell are you talking about? But you have to take a calm perspective because we're trying to win these people over as gut-wrenching as it is, and as much as it feels like you're pulling teeth, you have to take a step back and you have to say, okay, let's break this down. Have you ever heard a trans person say that they think that we should trans the kids in school, right? Do you know any trans people? Where are they legislating transing the kids in school, right? Like, where are you getting this information from? And as you break it down with them, you introduce more and more humanity into the subject, where it's like, okay, well, I know a trans person who has had a lot of very rough days because of what's coming, and it's like, and appeal to their humanity a little bit. I have a friend of mine who's transgender, and they're quite scared because they don't have the ability to leave a southern state in the face of this administration, and it's like that's going to impact them quite a bit. And it's like when I've brought that story up to people that I know who are conservative, like close family members, they'll be like, "I didn't think of it that way." And you want to shake them by the shoulders and say, but it's your job to think of it that way. Your choices impact everybody. You know what I mean? Like, you want to grab them and say that to them. But what you need to say is, okay, that's why these policies are actually harmful. That's why we have to take everything into consideration when we do things like vote or interact with other people. So my advice to you would be, when you encounter these people, if you have the heart, if you have the willpower, because God knows it's hard right now, but reach out to their humanity, question their sources, and know that you're not going to have one conversation that's going to change their mind. But if you get to know them, you just might be able to chip away at that a little bit. That's my experience.
You're so right.
Take that.
It is heart-wrenching, because it truly feels like I am arguing humanity, and I need to be like calm about it a lot of the time. Like, let's calmly discuss whether these kind of people, or like these group of people, these whatever group of people, deserve basic human rights. And that always feels very weird. But you're right. It is. We have to do it this way, or it's not going to get better. It's just really sad when you see something like, again, and you guys talked about this before, but I think Nancy Mace is her name. She's a Congress member, Congresswoman. And you see her Twitter usage completely blow up, like triple her number of followers just by being transphobic. It really,
especially when you're on a transphobic platform, it's easy to get famous. Yeah. And so, and you have that picture of she's walking around putting the word biological, taping the word biological above the women's restroom. And and that is the thing. This person does not understand that sex and gender are different things. Man, woman, boy, girl, non-binary are gender terms. Male, female, intersex are sex terms. They are not necessarily congruent. They overlap a lot of the time, not all the time. Sex is a biological construct. Gender is a social construct. Gender changes from generation to generation, from society to society, from person to person, from day to day. It is not a situation where you can say, woman looks like this, acts like this, does XYZ thing. It never works that way. It never has worked that way. And you've got a fringe pocket of loud assholes who are trying to pretend like this is the way that it has always been, when it just very clearly isn't. Because what they are doing, the same thing, the same way that lots of fascistic people work, is they're conjuring up a fake past to be nostalgic about. When in reality, trans people have always been here, have historically been recognized, have historically had great positions of power and authority and privilege and recognition. And now we have to sit here and pretend like, no, actually, it's always been man or woman, and man is XY and woman is XX, and there's nothing else ever forever. And that's just fucking dumb.
It's so dumb. And like, what fucking kills me is that they love to say you cannot define a woman, but their definition of woman never actually includes all women. Even if we're talking on the biological, just the biological female, they talk about, but I won't get into that. I feel like I've already.
You're preaching to the choir. Also, to the person in the chat who says that we shouldn't believe the lies about Trump getting rid of trans and gay rights, listen to what the motherfucker said with his own mouth. Like when he said on his own website that he is going to, on day one, make it law that the only genders recognized by the United States are male and female, and they are assigned at birth, therefore eradicating completely from legal and social status trans and intersex people. I swear, if fucking Trump supporters would just listen to the shit he actually fucking says, they would not be Trump supporters 80% of the time. That includes you,
Sod. That's the problem. He says contradictory shit. That's a lot of... I can show
because
you
he's a
videos where he
lying
says
liar, and he tells lies. Lying liars lie. That's what they do.
I had a conversation with a family member where I was talking about some of the stuff that might be coming down the pipeline, as I said at the beginning of the show, with like the Department of Education and climate change and stuff like that. My mom was like, "Where are you hearing all of this?" And I was like, "Well, I went on Agenda 47, because like it's the sanitized Project 2025. That's actually like the official platform."
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was like, "Oh my God, like I've never heard of this." And she was like, "Send it to me." So I did, and she was like, "Uh-oh!" Like she immediately was like, "Why wasn't this being like?" Screamed from the rooftops, and I had to be like, it was. A lot of people were sounding the alarm on this. But I don't know. Like, I think part of it too, and I think I will speak for myself, my own opinion here, right? Like, I think it is the responsibility of everybody who votes to be as informed as possible when they vote. I understand that that's not realistic, which means that it is the responsibility of the media, and that includes people like me and Forrest as science communicators in the alternative media landscape, to try to talk about some of this stuff as much as possible so that people can be informed. But needless to say, we're in trouble. We're in uh-oh territory right now. Make sure get to know your neighbors, your friends.
I hope I don't see y'all in the front line. So I hope at least we make it out safely. I'd love to give a special shout out to Erika for helping me just like leave Islam a couple years ago. So appreciate you for that. And thanks everyone.
I'm so glad to hear that. Of course, I'm glad to help anybody trying to learn more about the world around us, and wherever that leaves you at the end of the day, I'm happy to help elucidate things. So thank you for calling in.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
Take care, Zod. Bye-bye.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
Shit's real bad. Shit's real bad. But hey, productive conversations on the show today.
Honestly, Forrest, I'm really happy with the conversations that we've been having. They've either been wonderful blood sports that we will clip to oblivion, or they've been productive conversations with people who genuinely want to learn more about subjects, and that's all I can ask for from the internet, to be perfectly honest.
The last two callers were theists, and we didn't even get into God because we were talking about really important shit. And it's good stuff. It's good stuff. And this is why you and I remain the best hosts on this network. Everyone needs to send a letter to Jimmy Snow and tell him to put you, me, and Josie on our own show where we just talk for way too fucking long about everything. And the show is 24 hours long and we take 3 calls. And like, that's, you know what I mean?
I was just going to say, I was like, you people in chat complaining about Forrest and I eating on camera when we give you these 12-hour shows happily.
Seriously.
Because we love it. They're not pulling teeth to get us to be here. But like, if I can't get a Dorito in me, then I'm going to pass out in front of the camera. So, I've seen a couple of you. You've been raging in there. Yes, we will stuff our faces on camera, as is our God-given right.
Stuff it on up. Because we're already 4 hours in, and we got 5 more calls left. Or it's going to take time, y'all. Calls. We need fuel.
I need to refill my water bottle, so tell me which call we're taking so I can be thinking, and then you might need to field the intro for this one. Because I'm probably also
it's fine. I think we should probably do either line 1 or 4. They've been waiting for a real long time, or I guess 3's been waiting for a long time too.
Oh yeah. Those are also good.
I say 4.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, cool. We're gonna go with that person. They've been waiting for a while. All right, cool. I'll start up and we'll see you in a second.
Perfect. Okay, BRB.
We've got... Oh, fuck. Don't put my giant face on the thing. I hate that. That's awful. We've got James, pronouns he, him, calling in from Outstanding Kindness. Let's hope that's true. Who wants to talk about why faith is more robust in certain individuals compared to others. James is also a theist. We might get to talk about your faith as well, James. Hello, welcome to the line. How are you doing?
Hey, Forrest. Never had a bad day.
That's fantastic. I'm sad because we had one person who was asked about epigenetics and they dropped, and apparently they were being a little bit crazy with the call screen too. That's fine. I would rather talk to you anyway.
I love epigenetics.
It's freaking cool, right? So tell me specifically what your question's all about. What are you asking for, and where's this going?
So I've been reading a book called How God Becomes Real, and part of the book is discussing how certain people are like primed for like religious faiths. And then I remember listening to this show and seeing how many people, despite being given like overwhelming facts, myself included in that, still like cling to faith no matter what. And I was wondering if there was like any biological factors, or is it just a social thing that keeps people tied to it? I got my notepad. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. That's fantastic. I don't know for sure if there's a biological side to this, but I can tell you there is a lot of data, a lot of psychological data to back this up. There is this one study. It's called Cool Dudes, and it's been a long time since I've looked into this, so check it out and fact check to make sure this is the thing I'm talking about. But it was specifically studying like right-wing conservative Republican guys talking about climate change. And they found that the more they actually taught these people about climate change, the more likely they were to lock down to their beliefs that climate change wasn't real. I'm going to go give this to my wife. Hold on just one second.
Fascinating.
You're my everything. Sorry? Yes, please. Thank you, darling. My sweet honey bear, everybody. So yeah, like when you see this as well, there was another study that was done on creationists, where they would take these people who had fundamentally untrue beliefs about evolution, and just they thought that evolution was all guesswork. It was whatever, the crap that other caller, I think Anthony or whatever, was saying earlier on. And they would put them into just an introductory evolutionary biology course, like an undergrad level. Let's actually talk about what evolution is. And they found that some of them certainly did change their minds, but a lot of people would then incorporate the things they learned in class about why evolution is real into their arguments about why they know that it isn't, or they would just ignore everything they learned in the class and just move on as if they had never taken the class. And so there's this barrier between like belief and like accepting new information, and that's why skepticism is so important. So you talk about like how to get it through to people. This is why it's important to teach people how to think, not what to think, to encourage skepticism, to encourage skeptical analysis, and to be consistently asking people, how do you know what you know? Why do you believe what you believe? That's why we do shows like this. Because if I just got on here and said, here's all the reasons I'm an atheist, here's all the reason why evolution is real, here's all the reason why whatever, I would only be communicating effectively to people that already at least a little agreed with me or who were genuinely interested in my position. Meanwhile, everybody else would be left out in the cold. The much better way to move forward is to say, let's break down how I know this, why I think this, why other things don't stand up to reason, and show the reasoning process, because that's what a lot of people are missing out on. That may not be a very succinct answer to your question, but I think it covers all the bases.
No, you covered it really well. So I think C discusses something called the faith frame, which is why I kind of think it might be like socially tied. So I'll have to put some more research into it. Definitely. And that
For sure.
was a Cool Dude study, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was called, and I'm 99% sure that's the one that I'm thinking about. I think that's what I mean. It has been several years since I thought about that, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah. You have any questions for me? So,
I mean, yeah, I would love to know, on the back of this, you're calling in as a theist. What do you believe and why, James?
That's really interesting because I'm a polytheist, specifically Hellenistic theist. So I know they're pretty rare on this show.
Okay.
But
so what describe so you believe in many gods and you have this one particular framework of that. Why do you believe these gods exist? What evidence do you have for them? What is the skeptical framework through which you are analyzing this claim and coming to the conclusion that it's reasonable?
So for me, I've been like researching ancient societies like Egyptian and Greek, and I'm still trying to approach it with skepticism, but I'm currently like the worst at gods of the gap, if you will.
Okay.
And I know it's illogical, but I can't. That's the reason for my question is I can't seem to like disrupt that.
So James, let me ask you. I'm sorry I've like jump scared in. You haven't even heard my voice, and then I'm like, yeah, attack. What do you think? So I'm coming in on my ambush. I'm an ambush hunter. That's what I'm known for as the resident gibbon. What
Erika
when you
hiding
say
in the grass?
Yeah, like a wild Pokemon, I jump out and attack you, and you better get your repels ready. When you say that you've got like this God of the Gap perspective, what gap is getting at you? Which gap is needling you?
So obviously, I'm an undergraduate. Not obviously, I'm an undergraduate student in Oklahoma, so I know there's a lot I don't know about how stuff works, and this is really hard to try and to put into words. I'm incredibly sorry if I'm wasting your guys' time with this.
No, you're not wasting our time. Don't apologize.
You were on hold for almost 2 hours. Just tell us what you're thinking, man. Take your time. Don't take your time too much, but take your time.
So, basically, it's the same as most other Christian gods, but I believe in like polytheists, though. That
so is it origin of life? Is it like complexity? Is it consciousness? Is it culture? Is it you just kind of feel like there's something more, and for whatever reason, the Hellenistic perspective like clicks with you? Am I hitting any nails here?
Yeah, that last one was really what did it.
Okay, why Hellenistic perspective? What about the Hellenistic perspective scratches the itch?
I think mostly it's just the humanistic, how human the gods are for me. How they feel a bit more like tangible living creatures rather than this just all force that's there.
Are you? Do the Norse gods not have the same human appetites?
It's exactly that. I kind of have a weird belief that all the gods are real until I've been proving specifically otherwise. So like why I specifically do Hellenistic theist worship. I also believe that Norse and Yahweh, Christian God, and Egyptians may also be kind of hiding in the woodwork.
So these are all minor deities with regional power, and they're acting over different people, and you particularly are choosing the ones that were powerful in ancient Greece to represent your interests here in Oklahoma. Why wouldn't you choose the Native American gods? There's plenty of them that are really cool that you certainly have never been proved don't exist.
Can I piggyback and ask a question? Because I just want some clarification. When you say that they're also real, like from the Hellenistic perspective, you've got the Greek pantheon and then you've got the Norse pantheon. Are we talking about like a both exist and are discrete, or is the Norse pantheon just their understanding of the same gods in Greece? Like, is it the same? Is like a Zeus Thor kind of thing, like same guy, or are they different individual. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Both
Okay.
to me are like separate individuals. And to answer Forrest's question, it's because I am unfamiliar with a lot of the Native American gods. So
But
again,
they
kind of
exist,
adding to
right?
that kind of framework.
But they exist, right? Because you haven't been proven otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah. So here's the thing, man. And like I want to be very clear. I am not calling you anything. All right. I am not insulting you here. I am not implying that you are like some racist asshole or anything like that. I want to be very clear that is not my intention. However, you did grow up in Oklahoma. I'm going to go ahead and just ask you: Are you a white dude?
Ding, ding, ding. You guessed right.
Yeah. And so you grew up in Oklahoma and you picked a pantheon that has nothing to do with you and is on the other side of the world from you. And even though you are saying that you agree with all pantheon, all these gods exist unless proven otherwise, you're not picking the ones that are actually all around you all the time. And you're in Oklahoma. You and I are surrounded by indigenous cultures. We are surrounded by Native American culture. I live in Tulsa. I am on Muskogee land at this moment. And you're not picking any of those gods. You're picking the ones that are idealized in Western white culture as this like personification of philosophy and free thought. You're buying into white supremacist ideology and letting that run away with your lack of skepticism.
To kind of touch on it, I do have Italian ancestry. I'm incredibly sorry. Just
no, that's fine. That's fine. That doesn't change much of what I just said. It's especially
really
living in Oklahoma. Especially living in Oklahoma, you know what kind of shit we are exposed to here and what we are taught in public school. You know how insidious it is. And so like I said, I want to be very clear. I am not calling you anything. I'm really not. I don't think you're a bad guy. But I think that you have bought into the shit that has been peddled to you living in this state, living in this country, but especially living in this state. And because of that, you have decided that this particular pantheon is up on this hill, Mount Olympus, if you will, that all the other possible pantheons aren't on for the exact same reason that they could be. And I think that's something that you need to think about a little bit.
I mean, I'll ask a different question just because like my brain's kind of operating. I'm not in Oklahoma, so you know it's maybe not checking the same boxes for me that it is for you, Forrest. So like I'll come at this from a
more
different
about
angle.
not being in Oklahoma.
Oh, you know where I live. It's not much better. It's not public information, but you know where I live. I let's just say I would be throwing a very big stone in a very glass house. So, you know. But what I was going to ask you, James, is that what is it that you do find compelling? Because like I found it really interesting how you framed it. It's like, well, you know, it's kind of like these deities. Maybe they're real until proven otherwise. Like they're legit until you know you find out that they aren't. So I guess my question is like, what about the Hellenistic pantheon? Why do you feel like there's support for their existence? Like do you feel like these individual gods are like moving in your life? Do you feel like there's like, you know, I'm like I've got empiricism brain rot. Like for me, when I hear something, I'm like, ho, how could we test this in a, you know, I'm like the atheist be like, you should be saying scientific method, bless you. You know, that's my mindset here. So my question, I guess, is like what support are you finding for the Hellenistic pantheon? Not you just don't find it convincing that you just haven't seen them robustly disproven. What do you find in their favor?
Unfortunately, Forrest is correct that it is just a familiarity because I grew up reading like the Odyssey, the what was the other work? I'll remember it. It will come back to me. It always does.
The Iliad.
Yeah, the Iliad. Thank you. It was just familiarity with them because they're such a prevalent part of our culture. I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question at all, am I?
No,
Don't worry.
you hit the nail. You're right, because they're a prominent part of our culture, because our culture is based on white supremacy, and we prop those things up as more important than anybody else.
Yeah.
My thing, I guess, is that it's just like I don't think, like, I find it, I have a hard time as an individual finding something compelling enough to say that, like, I believe in this thing, unless there's like a robust body of evidence that supports the idea to the exclusion of other ideas, and that nobody has like curb stomped this idea in so far, like in its empiricism, right? So like when I hear that somebody's like, oh, you know, they are pantheistic, you know, or and this is like a crude analogy here, but like people who say that they've got, like, they believe in like UFOs or something like that. Usually the people who I've talked to who believe in UFOs, they don't do so because they're like a tinfoil hat guy, you know, who's worried that there's fluoride in the water. Usually it's because they saw something weird in the sky and they couldn't explain it, and so they found it compelling. And like, I can't fault somebody for that. I can say to them, okay, to me, I don't find that compelling because there's nothing empirical about that. You had an anecdotal experience and that works for you. That's great. But like, that's not proof that there's UFOs. That's proof you saw a weird thing, you know? So
Yeah.
from when I hear you say that you've got like this sort of allegiance to the Greek pantheon, I guess I'm still kind of at a loss as to like why. Like it feels very, and I mean this sort of in like this is how I'm interpreting it presently. So what you say will probably change my mind, but it's like it feels very vibes based. Like it feels very much like you're like, these guys are cool. I like the idea. Maybe you have a deistic perspective prior, so you're like, well, I might as well pick the pantheon that's like the coolest and stick them in there. And then maybe the Greek pantheon is the coolest to you, so you stick them in there. Like, why them? What empirically makes you think that, like, you know, Zeus and Hera and Hephaestus and like all these guys are interacting in human lives, not just in the past, but also in the present?
For me, it's mostly just, this is going to sound like this is the worst anecdotal evidence ever. It's basically just boils down to a bunch of coincidences happening.
Would they happen to be the same coincidences that anybody from any other religion would point to?
Exactly, Forrest. You got it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm so sorry I'm wasting your guys' time with this.
You're not.
This is important.
Yeah, you're really not wasting our time. Like, this is important stuff to dig in. And like the fact that you wanted to call in and like bring this up, I think is a really good sign, because it means you're thinking about it and you were like, okay, I'm willing to put this pedal to the metal. I'm willing to put this to the test. But to me, it sounds like, this is my, you know, armchair thoughts here, but like, I feel like you like the aesthetic. I feel like you like the aesthetic, and you know, we're wonderful, complicated pattern syncing apes. I feel like you've seen some cool patterns in your life that really went your way, and you're like, those are epic, but they couldn't have just been coincidences. So maybe there's a higher power at play. And you know, you've got the family background being Italian. You know, you've got like the aesthetic that we're inundated with here in the West of like the Hellenistic period, and all of those things kind of come together to be like, all right, fuck it. I'm a pantheist specifically with the Greek pantheon. And I guess what I'll say to that is like, I don't as an outsider find that compelling in the same way that I don't find somebody who has a UFO experience that they really, really do believe compelling. So I would urge you to like, just be introspective about it, like you're being now, and think to yourself like, okay, like, do I really buy this? Because like, you don't have to give up the aesthetic. Like, you can still think all of that is really cool and the stories are really interesting, and think about how those that belief system has shaped humanity, because it has shaped a really big part of humanity, specifically in that region of the Mediterranean, you know? So it's like, you can still be into that and think it's cool and whatever. You don't have to actually buy into it. Or maybe you come out the other side and you're like, actually, I'm even more of a pantheist than I was previously. And then you can call back and tell me and Forrest why you're a pantheist, like for real this time then.
Yeah, and I would also say, I'm sorry, go ahead and respond to her, and then I have one more thing that I also want to throw out there.
No, you go ahead, Forrest.
I just wanted to address, you said you think you're wasting our time. I really don't think that you are, because I think that if we really boil it down, I think a lot of people believe the same reason and the same way that you do in whatever gods they believe in. I think the majority of the Christians that watch this show, and the Muslims that watch this show, and the Hindus that watch this show, that are the people who are watching because they're interested and they're on the fence and they're trying to figure out, you know, what's going on. I think they have the same belief system that you do. They can identify logical fallacies that they might be making. You've said several times, I know this is an awful reason to believe, but I know this is just crappy anecdotal evidence, but like you can point out what's going on, and yet you're sticking in the belief, because I think just like a lot of people, and I mean a ton, I think that when you start to think about it, if people start to think about why they believe, they very quickly find a reason to stop. Because it's discomfortable. It's uncomfortable. They hit this wall of discomfort, this cognitive dissonance, where I know this doesn't make any sense, but that makes me feel gross and weird and confused and scared and uncertain and whatever else. And it's just too big of a task to sit here and try to dig through this. And I don't have the mental or emotional capacity for it. I've got bigger shit to worry about. I'm just not ready for that right now. This belief makes me feel special. This belief makes me feel safe. This belief makes me feel loved and heard. This belief means XYZ thing to me. And sunk cost fallacy says that I've already put this much into it, therefore I'm going to do it. And I know what the sunk cost fallacy is, but fuck it. And you get to this point where you just decide that it's okay to not be skeptical anymore. And if it isn't okay, it's all right because you're not thinking about it anyway. And I think a ton of people believe that way. And I think you do too. And I think that if you really care about whether or not the things you believe are true, that will not be satisfactory for you. And the first 5 minutes of being serious about it are going to be very scary and very weird. And the next rest of your life after that will be incredibly freeing and incredibly rewarding.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Forrest. Also, to answer your question, I have started to learn, beginning a little bit of, native folklore, and I absolutely love it.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I love the Potawatomi creation story. It's probably one of my favorite creation stories out there. I think it's great. It's not true, but it's fucking awesome. I love the Lakota creation story. The Lakota creation story, more than the Christian creation story, is one that you can squint at and say, that sounds an awful lot like what actually happened. I love it.
Yeah.
But it's not fucking true. And so, engrossing yourself. I think engrossing yourself in the cultures that are around you and I right now would be immensely rewarding. If nothing else, to give you a really cool cultural anthropology lesson, but more importantly, to help you to realize that, you don't have any more reason to believe this than anybody else has reason to believe anything else about supernatural stuff, and you know that. And so, I think you're worth the time to sit here and dig that out and try to heal your brain a little bit.
Dude, Egypt masturbation egg is goated, and we all know it. It's not a contest. Best creation story is the Egyptian masturbation egg story. It's just...
it's up there.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Up there?
I'm looking that one up.
Up there? That dream on, dude.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
I was just going to say thanks for calling.
Again when like you guys said, I'll call in when I have some either I come back an atheist or I'll come back with some better evidence. Thank you guys.
I would take either one of those calls.
For sure. That's all we ask.
Have an awesome rest of your day, James. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
We have 3 calls left because the one person who called in wanting to argue about whatever, and we heard from the producer they were kind of erratic, and I was going to take their call. They dropped because they didn't want to wait for. I think they were on the hold for 30 minutes. We had people who have been on the hold for 4 hours here. This person's been on the hold for 4.5 hours. We'll take them next. But our producer did close the lines because we're getting kind of late. However, while we were on the last call, we talked a little bit behind the scenes, and we have agreed to reopen the lines for special events. So if there's somebody in the chat that has just been a fucking terror and has been posting a bunch of shit and has been banned or whatever like that, tag them, let us know in the chat, and we will open a line for that person.
Send us the FBI Forrest accuser immediately. Bring them to the city square. Bring them now. It's time.
I would love that.
I need to meet this person.
But the person who was saying that women need to evolve to be smarter than men, the person who says Jesus is Lord, the person who says that we're running from them and that we won't take their call, if you show up in chat, we will open a line for you, and there will be guaranteed one open. We want to talk to you. Until then, we've got 3 calls left. I'm going to go for Gohan, who's been waiting for 4.5 hours, who has an evolutionary argument for Christianity. What does that even mean? Let's talk to him. Gohan, no pronouns given, so I'm just going to use he, him. Gohan, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing? If you're calling in from the web caller, you need to tap your phone and wake it up. Because if your phone's asleep, we can't hear you. Gohan might have fallen asleep, waiting for us to take his call.
Didn't this guy call in yesterday? He
called in yesterday talking about abortion, yeah. That was the abortion call from yesterday.
That's right.
And I believe our call screener told him we're not interested in talking about abortion with him specifically this time, but we'll talk about whatever else. And now he says he has an evolutionary argument for Christianity. And we're going to give him a few more seconds. Go on. It would suck for you to wait for almost 5 hours and then not get on the show when it's your turn.
You can pop him back in queue.
Yeah, I'll put him back in queue, and we'll come back to him after the next call. So we'll see you in 30 minutes. Go on. Let's talk to Nicholas. Pronouns he, him, calling in from the frozen, desolate wasteland of Canada, who's a theist who has an answer to the challenge of that religious people can do atrocities because of religion and atheists can't do the same thing because of atheism. Let's see if you know what we're talking about with that. Nicholas, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing?
Nicholas?
Same thing, Nicholas. If your phone's asleep, we can't hear you. So tap your phone, wake it up.
I want to hear about
Looks like you're calling in from the web caller.
Tell me about the atrocities that people committed for atheism. Tell me about Lysenkoism. I'm excited. Nicholas hung up. These people.
Nicholas waited on the line for 2 hours and then hung up. Hey, Morgan, can we open the lines back up just in case that guy calls back in?
I'm doing it right now.
You're awesome. Thank you so much. Nobody else call in unless you're a theist.
I feel like we're giving you guys a really great opportunity if you are like a hater or an op generally to call in and trash us. Like, this is great. You have the floor. It's a personalized fraction for you.
We just opened the line and we got 4 people immediately calling in. If one of you is an atheist, I'm going to crawl through the phone lines and slap you. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I have to screen these, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, Morgan will be screening. So we're not getting to them anytime soon. We'll see what happens. We're now going to talk to Jacob, pronouns he, him, calling in from truthful nudibranchs. Sea slugs.
Do you do this for you, or do you do this for everybody else? Like the abbreviation little thing? Like, are you just like, this is a fun exercise?
It is more fun than just saying state names, and I feel like it's something that like I've turned into this thing where if I stop, people will be confused as to why I stopped. And I don't think anyone likes it. But it does make me it makes me laugh by how fucking stupid it is.
That is actually really funny because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I wonder if there's a single person out there who, when Forrest is like, we got a call from it, they're like, please, 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 please.
Not one.
My favorite part of the show.
But I guarantee there's at least 1,000 people out there that fucking hate it. But you know what? I just
in a way that makes it worth it, I think. In a way that kind of justifies itself, you know?
The chat seems to be thoroughly on the side of liking it. So like you know what? I'm doing it for you guys. I'm doing it for all of them.
They love it. You sheep. You you kiss asses. Unreal. Forrest is going to personally, they're like, oh, if I say yes, Forrest will send me a personalized thank you chat. And then it's like 100 of them. So
no, I fucking won't. I said, it fucking pick me's. One person said I low key hate it. That's this next one that I do is for you. That's just especially for you.
Personal thank you to Chief, the only honest person we've met all day.
We've got Jacob calling in from Truthful Nudibranchs, is an agnostic Christian. Wants to talk about modern Christians and atheists compromising for the sake of progress. It depends on what the compromise is. Jacob, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing?
Thank you. It's 2 nuts, by the way. 2 nuts. That's where I'm calling.
Two nuts would have been way better. You're absolutely right.
Just clear that up real quick. But
that one actually made me go like, breathe that.
That's great. That's very good.
I love how Forrest thinks everybody hates it, but he's gonna do it anyways.
That's, you know what? I think a lot of people would be surprised by just how many decisions about my career are made by how stupid something is. And there is like this inflection point where it's like, that's so stupid, I can't do it. And then it gets 10 times stupider. And it's like, that's so stupid, I have to do it.
I feel like I know you well enough, Forrest, that it wouldn't surprise me at all. I feel like if someone were to approach me with something stupid and they were like, would Forrest do this thing? My answer would directly be like, well, is it really stupid? And if they were like, yes, I'd be like, yes. Yes, 100%. You would.
Like 100%. Oh, man. That's the legacy of Valkai Labs. That's what I want. That's what I want people to remember me by. Jacob, what's going on with you, man? What are you calling in for?
Yeah, I'm just curious after the election. Here's what I'm kind of worried about. Yeah, I'm worried that, if you look at the way Congress has voted over the past 60 years, it started to progress to where they used to vote together on bills, and then progressively over the past 60 years, that has completely stopped, and it's gone from a point where they used to vote together to they virtually never vote together anymore. And we haven't had a Republican president who's won the popular vote since before, George Bush? So, I mean, what are we talking, 20, 24 years? And so the two-party system in the U.S. is somewhat unique in a sense that we're getting to the point now where it's like, it's basically the radical ideas on each side are what kind of drives the vote. And I'm worried that we're getting to a point where the pendulum swung so far one way that it could either never come back to the middle, or it could take 40, 50 years to get to the point where we've got Democrats in control again. And so I'm just, we're going to have to make some concessions and to get back to a political normal, I feel like. And so I'm just curious if either of you have any ideas about what we could do, or what you would be willing to compromise for the sake of progress.
Oh, this is a really good question. And it's a loaded one because I feel like I still harbor so much contempt and rage for the entire situation that I almost worry that might cloud my answer. I always try to temper my furious ape side with my gentle and modern ape side that's like, all right, let's tamp that down. Let's be reasonable. Let's be pragmatic here. Around here, I guess in the circle of debunkers and skeptics and science communicators online, I feel like I've kind of, and I'm glad this has happened, garnered a reputation for being like, I'm down if you are science affirming, like I am down to, we're on the same side. If we affirm science together, that I don't care what you believe. unless otherwise asked. And like I'm the resident agnostic here, or agnostic atheist, whatever. I don't really care what people call me. Where I'm very much like, I don't think there's any support for any organized religions out there, but you want to say that you believe that there's some higher power. I can't investigate it with science, so I don't really have an opinion on it. To that end, I think that there are many things that I can compromise with a Christian or a Muslim or a deist or a pagan or whatever on. And insofar as pushing the sort of progressive ideology that I have forward, I'm down to make whatever ally I need to make at this point. Of course, there are things that I'm not willing to sacrifice at the same time, right? Like, I'm not down to do, this is horrible, and I've seen a lot of people like having this litigating this, which pisses me off. I'm not down to throw my progressive social ideas under the bus for progressive fiscal ideas. I'm just not willing to do it, right? I'm not willing to say, like, I don't care about trans people, throw them under the bus in favor of like tricking the working class into giving a fuck about their own interests. That's not something that I'm down to do. Now, that being said,
100%.
There are plenty of people that I've encountered even here on the line who will, like saw it earlier, who was like, I don't like abortion, but I'm pro-choice in a lot of ways because that's how it should be, right? If I encountered a Christian who was like, I'm not for gay marriage, or I'm not for trans rights or whatever, but I wouldn't be that myself. But if people should have the right to do that, I would be like, I disagree with you fundamentally, but I'm glad we're voting together, and we need all the votes we can get right now. So insofar as we can maintain the core of the progressive message, I'm down to collab and try to move forward with whoever's willing to do so. I think that we need a big tent, especially right now, which is hard for me to say, because if I met one of the, I guess, establishment libs in person, I would have to restrain myself from clocking them sideways or Fed posting, because it's like, they lost us this election in many ways, and in many ways we lost the election for ourselves, right? I mean, there's a lot to kind of get into there that I don't think I've quite worked out for myself. But to make a long story short, I'm willing to collaborate on a whole lot. I don't have to agree 100% with someone to be under the same political tent with them. But I'm not going to sacrifice on climate change. I'm not going to sacrifice on women's rights, and I'm not going to sacrifice on the rights of the LGBTQ community for the sake of, again, duping the working class.
Yeah, I would expound on that slightly as well, and just say like in American politics right now, there really isn't a left wing in our politics. There is just the less far right. There is the right and the far right. That's what we've got in this country at this point. The left, the most left wing politics we have are like centrists for the rest of the world, and so like when we talk about like the leftist or the left-leaning politics, the liberals in office right now, they're the ones who are like, maybe we do less genocide, and like that's just a little less, and then that's like where the conversation is. And so the Democratic Party for the past long time has been doing a great job where the right ratchets further to the right, and the Democratic Party just stops them from going a little bit further this stops them from going left anymore. It just holds them in place. And then the Republicans go way to the right, and then stops it from getting any, it just holds it right there. And so it's like this ratchet. It never actually swings back in the other direction. And I agree with Erika entirely that like there are a lot of compromises that I'd be willing to make. I'd be willing to see eye to eye with somebody on certain things and let other things go. The problem is that we're in this situation right now where we are not really arguing over ideas. We are arguing over ideals, and there's a major difference. It's not like how should we restructure. What I mean is like, we're not arguing over like, hey, where should we be directing our tax dollars to benefit the most people? Should we be giving it to this infrastructure because that really benefits people? Or should we be giving it over here to like social services because that benefits people? Let's argue about that. It's literally like, which people is it okay to discriminate against? Is it all of them or just some of them? And it's like, us over here on the far left are like, fucking none. And they're like, you crazy leftist. This is why there's no compromise. You know what I mean? And to throw some shade on my own team, a major part, and Erika touched on this, a major reason why this election went to Trump was because leftists were arguing so much amongst themselves as to what the third party candidate they should waste their vote on is, that we didn't actually rally together to fucking fight Trump. Because we already knew that Trump was bad. And so we were like, well, genocide is my hard line, so I'm just going to let this motherfucker make it so much worse, and then at least my hands are clean from it. And that's the moral high ground I have. Oh, my glob. So I'm sorry, our producer just let us know the lines are completely full, and we have 527 people on hold trying to get on the lines.
Oh, good God.
Sorry. Oh, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Why
yeah,
do you-
so
Why
that's
do you people want to talk to us? Have you seen this show? Have you ever been
we're gonna be here all week. Y'all send some fucking super chats, please, and because we're gonna be up all night and we need to run this fucking show and the lines cost money. Yeah. So here's the thing: is what I'm saying is that leftists were doing so much. I hate to use the word virtue signaling because it's such a bullshit dog whistle word, but like so much moral grandstanding, fighting with each other to the point where they didn't get anything done because they reasonably had these moral high grounds they're standing on, and they don't want to compromise. And that is a major problem with internet culture, I think, where you have, all right, yeah, this guy is doing a lot of good in these regions, but he also went to Starbucks one time. And this person was in a picture with this guy I don't like and is now responsible for all of their opinions. And you know what I mean? And like, I try not to, I don't go to fucking Starbucks and I don't go, I try to limit, I try not to cross picket lines and I try to do this thing. But also, I'm a human being and there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. And so a lot of people will draw these really, really hard lines so that they can feel morally superior when they let shit get so much worse. But at least they didn't help actively participate in it being bad. So to answer your question about compromise, I'm sorry, just very quickly to answer, I promise I'll wrap up. To answer your question about compromise, it depends on what you're compromising, and it depends on who you're compromising with. If you want me to compromise with somebody who like wholeheartedly supports Donald Trump, knowing everything that he says and does and believes, the answer is no. I can't do it because that person is fascistic, xenophobic, racist, rapist. I don't fucking care. If you believe that this man is good for this country, but the shit that he says and does, we do not see eye to eye. And heavy on the not see. If you, however, are just somebody who is, maybe voting for, standard run-of-the-mill Republican, Crenshaw, or you're voting for Mitch McConnell or whatever, or fucking Ted Cruz. Like, all right, so you're voting for a spineless worm who has maybe some financial policies you like. Okay, let's talk about it. And here's why I think that sucks. And yes, we can compromise for the good of the planet, if not, for the good of our immediate, economic situation. Now I will shut up.
I think part of the problem is that it's like Republicans are so good at falling in line. They're so good at it. Like you see that once they decide the guy that's going to be running, they all fall in line. Everybody's down, everybody's voting for him. It's all chill. On the left side of things, you've got like 8 different subsects of the Democrats who all hate each other or tolerate each other. And part of that is awesome, right? The fact that we can have dissent in the party is great from like a perspective of getting better, of becoming more progressive and finding out solutions to problems. But on the negative of that, when that actually translates to, well, I'm going to take a stand on this one thing so that I can sleep at night and do actual measurable, demonstrable harm to a bunch of other people, so that, again, just for that reason, so that I can sleep at night, I think that becomes a problem. So it's like our greatest strength is also our greatest weakness, being left of center. For instance, like I can't believe how much, like I could sit here and talk trash about the establishment Democrats all day long. I could do that before the election and I still voted for Kamala Harris. I still put that vote down with a grimaced smile, but a smile nonetheless on my face, because I felt that was the best move to make from the perspective of things that I care about and that I think should matter a lot for this country. So, you can talk about, like, you can criticize people in your party. You can disagree with people in your party. There are people, who I co-host with here on the line that I'm sure I don't agree 100% with on things. That's normal. That's human. That's great. The problem comes when it's like, we can't get our shit together enough to show up and vote for the person that's not going to abolish the Department of Education, or ratchet up climate change, or deport 11 million people. And even if that's not feasible, God, I hope it's not feasible. It's like the idea that you would want to do that, I find despicable. And yet, something has been itching at the back of my brain that as I've been watching postmortem after postmortem, of this whole election, and that's that it's like the average person is, this is so horrible to say, but like the average person is fundamentally like fair weather on politics. They only get involved every 4 years, so they're pretty uneducated on the policies of different people. And all you need to know to prove that is look at the amount of people that Googled, is Joe Biden still in the election on the day of the election, to know that like we've done a really poor job reaching people. So, there's stuff that we can do there. And there's an element of all of this where you have to be like, okay, how much of people not knowing better is their fault versus how much of people not knowing better can we take responsibility on it? I don't have the answer to that question. I just know I'm pissed off and I want a big tent.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, Trump, what's he got? Robert Kennedy, the anti-vax guy, is the public of, I forget what the title is, and then he was picking Matt Gaetz, who was convicted of sex, or not convicted, but charged with sex trafficking. Is that what it was? He had him.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that was even on the table is obscene in the original sense of the word.
I know, it really seems like something like an Onion article. It really does. It's absurd.
So I don't know, Jacob. Like, I think me and Forrest are, at least I'll try to speak for both of us here, where it's like, we're willing to compromise on a lot if it means moving us in the right direction. But there are hard lines that I think we both vocalized in this conversation. And to me, and I'll just say this point blank, this has nothing to do with religion for me. It has to do with your policy. It has to do with what you want. If you are a science affirming Christian who, wants people to have the right to their body and doesn't want a genocide in Palestine and thinks that there should be a UBI. And, I live in a southern state and I own a gun. So I like some degree of gun rights. If you have that perspective, like if we aligned on absolutely everything and they were like a diehard evangelical Christian, I would side with that person 10 times out of 10 over somebody who's, an agnostic and thinks that the deportation plan is just top notch.
Well, you can throw out some compromises and see if what you think.
Sure.
And this is just in terms of like the general public and what the general public would think. Let's see here. Oh crap! What was the one that I had on top of my tongue? Okay. So abortion. Abortion is a big issue, and let's just say we would legalize abortion, but you don't have an infinite amount. You can get, let's say, 2 or 3 abortions, and then after that, it's on you.
What if the third time? What? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Erika.
You go first.
Oh, I was going to say, because the conditions which necessitate abortion can very easily and are often outside of someone's control. No, I'm sorry, you don't get to tell a rape victim, sorry, you used your punch card.
I'm not.
So now you don't get to be here.
That would be different.
Is
I'm
it?
talking about just. I mean, of course, we'd have exceptions for stuff like that. I'm just talking about, classic, two people having sex. They both know what the consequences are of having sex, and they decide to have sex, and but none of the anomalies like you're talking about. Just
the issue then is that you are putting a limit on autonomy and on a person's rights over their own body, and that is it's giving 3/5 compromise. You know what I mean? It's very much in that same vein of like you're a person to an extent, So I'd have a lot of trouble with that one.
Do it, do it, and then make sure that you've got state-sponsored contraceptives, state-sponsored sex education, and add to this, since I'm pulling this from an earlier conversation, you only get 3 organ acceptances from someone else and 3 blood donations from someone else. You can only do that 3 times. So it's like, if we're going to make a statement on bodily autonomy, which is the ultimate, statement, which is really what we're speaking on here, that's what it boils down to. You got to be consistent. And I think at that point, if I sat down with every Republican congressperson and that was the linchpin, they would all be like, well, but that second thing could affect me. So no, actually, we changed our mind. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
Because like functionally, Jacob, I don't think there's anybody out there. Kind of though, because like we had this conversation earlier with Saad, where it's like, okay, the right to your body is the ultimate linchpin behind like abortion, right? Does your right to your own body trump the potential to be something? And sort of what we came to the conclusion of is, in our opinions, yes. And because of that, there are many more applications that are consequential of that as an idea. So it's like, if someone else's right to life trumps somebody's bodily autonomy, and you were in a car wreck with someone, let's say I'm driving down, the interstate, some guy slams into me from behind. He's drunk. He's a reckless driver. But I'm an organ donor. So they roll both of us off to the hospital and they see, oh, Erika's an organ donor and he needs a kidney. I'm the closest one there and we're a match, right? Does my right to bodily autonomy trump his need for my kidney to survive? Even though it was his fault that we were in the car accident in the first place, right?
No.
The answer to that, of course, is no, because my right to my own body trumps even his right to life. And that's sort of the conversation that we had earlier with Saad on bodily autonomy and abortion.
But you didn't enter a situation like, the analogy for me would be a mortgage, right? If you have a partner and you're going in and you're going to buy a house, you're going to get a mortgage together, you could potentially financially ruin yourself for the rest of your life if you don't treat that properly.
Kill you. But it can't kill you. A pregnancy can kill you. You see what I mean? So it's like, we said this earlier too. If pregnancy was just an inconvenience instead of like a real risk to your health and life, we'd be having a different conversation.
I mean, we can't. So I would have to look at the stats on that. How many deaths out of? I thought that was pretty much fixed with modern medicine, unless you're not paying attention properly.
Very no.
I wish.
Very
yeah,
no.
I wish.
Yeah, you know what the stats are on that by any chance? Like how many pregnancies result in death?
Not off the top of my head. I can tell you that when abortion is restricted, maternal mortality skyrockets. And I can also tell you that pregnancy in no way, even when it goes well, is not a benign condition. You are going to have lifelong changes to your body that are not in any way analogous to bankruptcy or something.
So what? 5, 10? No number would work for you.
Erika's double checking right now.
All right, so
number. No. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's do. In 2018, there were approximately 3.7 million live births, and approximately 700 women died, with a maternal mortality rate of 17.4. In 2019, roughly the same, closer to 800 deaths. It went up again in 2020, closer to 900 deaths. And in 2021, it was 1,200 deaths for every 3.6 million live births. This doesn't account for births that did not successfully result in live offspring. So miscarriages or pregnancy complications on the way up to birth are not included here.
That was going to be my next question.
Then they've got it. Though this is just for people. Wait, let's see. This is total. Oh man, that's the total numbers. If you look at it by like race and age, this number definitely gets a lot worse.
Yeah, elderly and people of color are going to have a way, way, way harder time. Black women specifically are going to have way higher incidence of maternal mortality. And it's just, so like there's a lot there. And the thing is, man, even if it was one like it would be too many, and it would be enough to say, okay, this is something that is risky. You gave the analogy, or I think Erika gave the analogy of driving in a car a minute ago. Getting in a car, you accept the responsibility that you might get in a car crash and you might be severely injured. That doesn't mean you have to accept that outcome. And that doesn't mean if I get in a wreck, I have to just lay there and be like, well, fuck it. I chose to drive. I guess now I have to die because I already used an ambulance 3 times in my life and now I can't do it anymore. Like, you deserve the right to protect yourself and preserve your own life. And if you get pregnant 1 time or 100 times, you deserve the same bodily autonomy.
Sure. What about death from abortion procedures?
I'm looking it up.
Erika's on it.
Yeah, I'm curious because if they're equal, that would be a bit of a conundrum. And the only reason
the answer, I got the answer for you here, Jacob. So if the CDC is correct here, and someone in chat was commenting that the maternal mortality rate seemed low, I agree, but I think that's, again, because what Forrest and I just said, it's not including, it's only live birth. So it's like you go into labor, you go to the
completed
hospital,
pregnancy.
You go to the hospital, you're literally in the process of giving birth, and you don't survive that event. But here's your number, and it's perfect because it's 2021, so we can compare 2021 to 2021. In 2021, the number that I just gave you was approximately 1,300 women died by giving live birth. 6 women died of a legally induced abortion in 2021.
Oh, wow. I thought it'd be higher than that.
Nope.
Okay,
6 women died of a
legal one
versus 1,200 deaths by a live birth. And keep in mind that, I guess I will say this, the number is probably quite a bit higher for the live births. It's probably a little bit higher for abortions if you include non-legal abortions, which absolutely overwhelm the legal abortion number because they're usually done in shitty conditions.
Yeah, that's the thing is when we talk about like restricting abortion access, criminalizing abortion, outlawing abortion never actually reduces abortion rates. It reduces the rates of safe and legal abortions. Abortions that are done legally and by a medical professional are actually extremely safe. Like the actual risk and like death rate and everything is shockingly low. But when we're talking about like the ways the means that people will go to protect their bodies when abortion is outlawed, there's this old saying, potions, poisons, and long-handled spoons. Anything they can do to make sure that they terminate this pregnancy. Then you have maternal mortality rate skyrocket. You have infant mortality rate skyrocket for when those things go wrong or when they have to complete the pregnancy as well. You have a way higher incidence of literally every negative factor here.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm pro-choice. I'm just trying to think of compromises here.
And this is what we meant when we said, it depends on the compromise. If the compromise is we're going to fund public health services a little bit less, but we're going to make sure that we dramatically increase the education system, okay, we can talk about that. Maybe there's something there. But if it comes down to like taking away someone's medical freedom, there's probably not a compromise to be made.
What about a standard for the time frame across the nation?
For when you can get the abortion? Still no.
Yeah.
Still no. Because if you are getting an abortion well into your third trimester, let's say you're having an abortion at like 30-something weeks, right? That is certain, almost by definition, a child that you wanted. You've probably picked out a crib. You've probably picked out a room. You've probably painted the walls. You're probably ready to go. And then something in that situation has happened that has severely threatened your life. There was an example that was that. Well, I'm saying in that situation, if a mother is pregnant and then gets brain cancer, you can't say, sorry, too late. Now you and your baby have to die because it's past the legal limit.
No, I would make exceptions for cases like that, barring exceptions.
So
barring stuff like that.
I would make the following compromise, right? I would say that I would be okay with someone saying, unless, like, if you have a complication that's got, threat for life of the mother or threat to the fetus or whatever, outside of those, or rape and incest, which I think must always be acceptable reasons. I think it would be okay to say that you can terminate the pregnancy at any time, but if the embryo or the fetus can survive outside of the womb of the mother, then they'll just take that thing out and like put it up for adoption. Like, I don't think that you should, I think it should always be you're terminating the pregnancy, not necessarily like doing like the old school D&C every single time. Like, I remember there was a caller, I heard this argument at some point that was like, oh, you know, it's so grotesque with your, oh, it was with Gohan yesterday, Forrest, where he was like, they chop the baby up and then kill it on the table if it survives. That has never happened. That has never once happened. In the case of an abortion, if you're trying to do an abortion and the fetus or the embryo can survive outside of the womb, it just does, right? Like, you're not doing an abortion anymore. I would be shocked to hear answers to the contrary. So, like, if someone was like, we're going to allow abortions first and second trimester, but if it's in the third trimester, you can only do it if it threatens life of the mother, or if the fetus is got some horrific, you know, issue that's going to kill it anyways, like anencephaly or something along those lines. Otherwise, we can take it out of you, but it's going up for adoption. That would be, I would be okay with that as a compromise, along with, please God, extensive sex education and contraceptives. That'd be my
right. And that's I think that's a really important point in this case in particular, is that if you're talking about a compromise on when to limit abortion access, it is so much better to reduce the number of abortions required. So, and that comes with comprehensive sex education, access to contraceptives, opening women up to having a variety of job opportunities, giving them control over their lives and their destinies and their freedom, guaranteeing education in general to a certain point, especially over an 8th grade level, dramatically reduce. Like, there are so many things that reduce birth rates and reduce teen pregnancy rates and reduce STI transmission rates. All of these things are also going to directly translate to a reduction in the number of abortions required, the that are sought out. So, like, if you're concerned about abortion rates and you want to end abortion, do not have a conversation about when do we outlaw it? At what stage do we outlaw it? Who doesn't have the right to the abortion? In what cases do we make exceptions? All these, don't have that conversation. Have the conversation of, how do we get people to have safe sex? How do we get people to know how to have sex appropriately? How do we get people to get a better income and a better education so that they statistically have less children in the first place? Like, that's the conversation that you should be having.
But we've also got to worry about, if we don't compromise, you come to this point where they outlaw it, right? So if we're not willing to compromise, we could be doing more harm than good.
So I just want to add something really important here. I saw someone in chat, I think it was Alyssa Ljub, bring up that we've not been taking into account women that are murdered while they are pregnant. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but a pregnant woman's most likely cause of death is being murdered by their spouse or their partner.
Really?
So I just looked it up. Yeah, I was curious because I was like, that's interesting. Wow. Like, I wonder how many that would be. And it was about 200 pregnant women per year are murdered by their partner or by the person that they're seeing, which is 1/6 of the number of women that die in live birth complications. That's crazy. That is a crazy number. So, like, pregnancy is a risk, not just because of the risks intrinsic to growing, a human inside you all the way to completion and then giving birth, but you also might just get killed by your spouse because you can't get an abortion and they don't want a kid. So it's like, then you and the kid are getting killed. So it's like, and that's not including, again, that initial number, that 1,200 for 2021 isn't even including those deaths by natural means, by complications of pregnancy leading up to birth. It's just those that literally died in the process of childbirth. That's crazy. Yeah.
I also and the fundamental thing, Jacob, and then I'll shut up for a minute. It's just like, I just want to put it into perspective for you the way that I hear, because I understand that I'm kind of an exception. I'm extremely left leaning. And so, like, I really boil things a lot down to, like, basic human rights and to, like, these kind of universal principles that sound a little bit quixotic to a lot of people who are, either liberals or centrists or certainly conservatives. The thing, I understand this was just an example you were giving, but the thing that we are actually talking about here when it comes to abortion is bodily autonomy. And the argument that we are having to have at this moment is, what compromise can we make on someone's basic human rights, where's the point where we can say you no longer get to choose what happens to your own body? Where's the point where we can compromise on when you get to be treated like a human being? That's actually the conversation we're having. And the fucking misery of it, Jacob, is that it's normal. This is a normal conversation we're having, where we're having to say, maybe if we allow women to be treated like humans here, then we can win an election. And that's fucking crazy.
Also, I guarantee you, if we did what I just said and we were like, okay, let's say you got a pregnancy and, let's say I want to terminate my pregnancy and I'm like, 2 trimesters along or whatever. So the fetus can survive outside of my body. I guarantee you there would be a large group of evangelicals who would say, no, we will not allow that, actually, because you are the woman. It is your job to carry that thing to completion. It's part of the curse. So, tough. I guarantee you the Doug Wilsons of the world would be very upset by something like that. So that compromise, I don't even think would ever be on the table. I mean, it speaks a lot that these are the people who are supposed to be, pro-life, and they're like against IVF, and they want to put up additional barriers to adoption, and they don't want welfare, and they don't want free lunches. They wanted to there were bills proposed this year to make free lunches illegal, not just to not give them, but to make free lunches for kids K through 12 illegal. What kind of monstrous shit is this? Like, this is not. What's the point?
Like something out of a movie.
Yeah, like out of a movie.
Yeah,
exactly.
Man.
Okay, so long and short, Jacob, yes, there are compromises we'd be willing to make. The answer to which compromises is going to always be it depends, and also asterisk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the point, though, is that the point I'm trying to make here is that the compromise is going to come from within the community, and we're going to have to think about this, and it's going to have to be somewhat of a grassroots movement because the Democrats aren't doing a great job at it, and I don't trust them to do that. So the community needs to be thinking about what ways can we compromise in order to gain ground and regain control, to regain some progress that we've lost, because we have seemingly taken 3 steps forward and 5 steps back. And so this is something that we're going to have to, brainstorm, think about amongst ourselves, is what areas can we compromise in order to gain ground. And I'd like to give you one more before I go.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So the only other thing I can think of is, off the top of my head, is the trans community right now. It's been a huge influence on the election and over the past 4 to 8 years. And the only thing I can think of is a compromise where I think in the last 3 years there was 571 surgical procedures on transgender minors, and so I think a compromise that would be willing to bring a lot of moderates to the table and be willing to switch to Democrats would be to not allow surgical procedures on minors and just to wait till you're 18. You want to do the puberty blockers. You can do the hormones, fine, but we're going to limit surgical procedures, no surgical procedures on transgender youth until you're 18, like they're doing in pretty much all of Europe. I'm not sure if you're aware, but over the past 2 years, virtually every country in Europe has switched to that model. They've even switched to not doing hormones or puberty blockers. And
then
like
you're doing the exact same thing.
Let me say this again. If we're not careful about this, we're going to lose ground. So if we don't compromise some, we're going to harm ourselves.
So, Jacob, I don't know enough about the efficacy of different treatments. That's Forrest's area of expertise. Like, I don't know about the efficacy and who's doing what and stuff like that. I leave that to the people who are more educated on that subject. But what I will say before I kick it to Forrest is that they don't care. You could make that concession. They don't care. What a lot of these people want, and I hate this, but the people who are pushing these agendas, not your average Republican, make that super clear, right? But the people pushing this...
No, we're wanting to get the moderates.
Right. But even the moderate politicians, right, are not going to care that you're making this compromise. They're going to say they're just going to ignore it. They ignored what was happening now to say they're transing your kids in school which is not something that's happening. So what they will say is, now the Democrats are trying to make it legal to give puberty blockers to your kids without your consent. They'll say, even if it was with their consent, they won't. Some of them won't be honest about what's actually happening, and they'll just use that to whip up the base even harder. Right? And that's my concern, is that, like, even if you make this compromise, and I should have thought of this at the beginning. I should have said this right off the bat, which is that it's like the moderates that you know, the people that you know, might be willing to make some of these compromises. But that does fuck all if the people that already have their attention captured are shoveling nonsense down their throats all day, saying that actually the Dems are trying to make all your kids trans and gay and Marxists, and they're doing it in the public schools without your consent, which is why we need to abolish the public schools in favor of charter schools. But we'll never actually do that because a dumb populace is a populace that will vote against their best interests. And so it's like, I understand the sentiment of that. It's like, well, maybe if we just move more moderate on some of these issues. But I actually think that the strategy that will work here, and this is what I've been won over, is we need, as much as I hate to say it, we need populist leftism, right? We need to stand firm on all of our social positions, but just talk a lot louder about our wonderful policies that are going to give every working man health care and maternity and paternity leave, and are going to have the government fix all of the roads and like these wonderful, excellent programs. And then our social policies are just still there, right? It's not that we need to sell them less on the social policies. We need to sell them exactly the same. We need to sell them more on our much better, like social welfare policies that everybody wants when we pull them on it.
Yeah, I think, like, especially considering the fact that, like, the Biden campaign this time and then the Harris campaign later on spent the majority of their time campaigning for Donald Trump. Donald Trump talked about what Donald Trump wanted to do. Biden and Harris talked about what Donald Trump wanted to do. That was their campaign strategy. And at the end of the day, even though they were saying these are the scary bad things, all they were doing was putting his name in everyone's mouths and putting him to the forefront of everyone's attention, and never fucking once talking about their major issues, which I will say for the Harris campaign isn't exceptional as to why she lost. She lost because we're a fucking racist, sexist country. But, like, I think that at the end of the day, Jacob, I don't know if those numbers you're throwing out here about surgeries are accurate or not, but it's not important whether they are.
That's coming from Dr. Ben.
Oh, okay, great. So I don't know for sure. I haven't seen it, but I'll assume, like, it doesn't matter whether they are or not. The issue is that I'm going to fall back on the exact same thing that I said a minute ago when we talked about abortion, is I am willing to compromise on finances. I'm willing to compromise on housing. I'm willing to compromise on infrastructure. I'm willing to compromise on where to build roads and bridges. I am not willing to compromise on people's rights. And especially when you're talking about gender-affirming surgery for minors, that is a conversation that needs to be had by and with medical professionals. And as it stands right now, every major medical association supports and recognizes the vital role that gender-affirming care, including surgery sometimes, has in improving the mental and physical well-being of transgender individuals, including minors. We see greater incidents of anxiety, depression, suicidality in these kids that do not get these the care that they need. And so you need to ask yourself two questions. Number one, would you rather these kids be alive and maybe getting some treatments that you don't appreciate or don't agree with, or do you want them to be dead instead? And if you want them to be alive,
I don't understand
then you need to ask
dichotomy.
yourself. The dichotomy is that we see higher rates of suicidality in kids that don't get control over the bodies they have and are forced to go through life as in a sexed body that they do not want and that they did not ask for and that does not align with their identity. And that is not something that you have to deal with cis kids. And so you have these this gender affirming care, which we like to pretend in political conversations is unique to them, but it very much isn't. Every kind of gender affirming care you can think of is primarily done on and for the benefit of cisgender people. Even genital reconfiguration happens quite a bit on kids who are born with ambiguous genitalia, which happens more often than kids with the IQ of like 135 or something like that. Puberty blockers you mentioned as an exception, but what about the cisgender kids who are doing ballet and gymnastics, which delay puberty regularly because you have such a low body fat percentage that your body will not initiate puberty? If we're talking about puberty blockers, this is a weird thing. Let kids have puberty, keep them the hell out of ballet. Is that reasonable? I don't think so. Not to mention the fact that puberty blockers are mainly puberty blockers are mainly for cisgender kids who have precocious puberty that hit puberty at age 8. And they're trying to hold it off for a while to give this kid a normal childhood. And they use puberty blocker for cisgender kids more than anything. So if you're making this exception that trans kids get this special privilege of getting the medication that cis kids get without any kind of notoriety whatsoever, it's fucking gross. You talk about all these other things. Gynecomastia, a young boy develops breast tissue. It happens all the fucking time. And then that boy, that cisgendered boy needs breast reduction surgery to remove that breast tissue. But if you're doing the same kind of mastectomy to a transgender boy, well, now all of a sudden it's this weird, well, we can't be doing that. That's perfectly healthy tissue that we're mutilating this child. Talking about breast implants. Do you have any idea how many, I think it's several hundred minor cisgender girls, minors, get breast implants to help them better affirm their gender as a cis person. But when it's a transgender girl, now, well, no, we can't be doing that. They're a minor. They can't make themselves.
I think most Americans wouldn't think it was a good idea for any children to be having surgical procedures.
And yet we're not arguing about it, are we? We're not talking about that. You didn't call in about it. You didn't bring it up as a compromise because it is always only trans people. Community. Yes, that's the point. That's the point I'm making, Jacob. Is that the point that I'm making is that these surgeries and these treatments and this medical care, which is backed up by the best evidentiary medical practices that we have, is something that you are willing to use as a political compromise and say this tiny little community does not get the same rights, the same medical care, the same medical quality, the same medical access, the same medical freedom as cisgender people who are using the same surgeries and treatments for the same reason because they are trans. And that
it's not because of the same reason. Are you aware of gender non-content? Are you aware of the study about gender non-contentness that was published this year?
It is the same.
Gender non-contentness in females age 11, like 13% of them will tell you that they believe they're trans. By the age of 25, only 2% of them will tell you that they believe they're trans. Right? So,
I don't know where that number is coming from, but let's assume that it's true.
It's coming from a study. It's coming from a study of gender non-contentness.
There's lots of studies that say lots of things. I'm assuming that it's true. I'll grant it to you. That's why, like, actual sex reassignment surgery type stuff is very rare. You mentioned gender affirming surgeries for minors. You didn't say which ones they were. They might have been very minor things, very minor surgeries like breast augmentation or mastectomy, which are not major life-altering things that can be reversed and can be changed, if not perfectly, at least cosmetically. So, like, you're just any surgery whatsoever on a minor is no longer acceptable if they're trans. Meanwhile, you're perfectly happy to remove normal, healthy tissue that this child was born with and is naturally in their body when it's wisdom teeth removal, because we agree that there's medical backing that shows that this is medically necessary, and we do it. And when it's trans kids, now suddenly we actually don't care about the evidence. We don't care about any of this. It's just they're trans and it's icky, and so they don't deserve the same medical care.
No, I absolutely care about the medical stuff. I've got a list here of about 14
Jacob,
about
The fact is,
let me
Jacob.
finish for a second.
No, well, I'm clarifying. What I'm saying is
Okay.
that you are using the exact same medical treatments that are done on cisgender children and at a regular rate. There are way more cisgender kids than there are trans kids. Same exact care for the same exact reason, to affirm their gender. And you're okay with it then, or at least you don't even think to talk about it.
What are you talking about?
But with trans kids, we're willing to discuss it. They're talking about a lot of things,
augmentation?
among a lot of other
I
things.
wouldn't be for any surgical altercation for gender for any children. I think that should be basically 18 plus, like the Vanderbilt Texas Children's Hospital in Colorado, or the Vanderbilt Hospital suggests, or that's what they're doing. Texas Children's Hospital, which is the biggest hospital in the U.S., does. Colorado Children's Hospital does. Finland, Sweden, France, Great Britain, Norway, Denmark, Amsterdam do. German Medical Assembly do. Center of Expertise of Gender Dysphoria at Amsterdam do.
I'm saying is we should do whatever the American Medical Association decides is best, because they know the data more than we do.
Yeah, I will tell you this. You thought you told me one time when we spoke that the WHO they support the notion of children getting surgery for this. They don't. That's incorrect, of course. But I'm just telling you, as a moderate, that would be something that would sway my opinion. If that's a very small concession. We're talking about 571 kids over the course of 2 or 3 years, and almost all of Europe, which doesn't have a capitalistic healthcare, they're going to, because they believe that's the right thing to do. We're talking about the most progressive countries in the world who are moving towards this because they have the most data on it, and that's where they're going to it. And in the U.S., we get to this thing where there's money in the way, like the great opioid epidemic, or the great Ritalin epidemic, where the FDA now is preventing prescriptions of Ritalin because the doctors are overprescribing it. The FDA came in and said, no, you only get this much amount of Ritalin, and that's how much you can prescribe, period. Doesn't matter how many doesn't matter how many people you diagnose, you're not getting more than this. It's because the doctors aren't doing they're doing what their patients want, right? A patient comes into you and they tell you they're experiencing this, that, and the other, and they treat you. But like I said, the FDA comes in a lot of times, like with the opioids and with Ritalin and stuff like that, and they tell them, no, you're prescribing way too much. There's been a few opioids that have went off the market completely because the FDA said you're way over prescribing these. And like I said, I'm just thinking of a very small concession. That seems like a very minor concession. This reminds me of the gun debate, where it's like, your side isn't willing to budge at all. You won't budge at all with this. And I'm telling you right now, as a moderate, there's going to have to be some budging on this. And let me give you one more very small example in regard to this. And the reason why this is such a big deal, and it's just a little bit minor, but like whenever somebody changes their name as a transgender person, they call it dead naming, right? So if you use somebody's birth name after they transition, they call it dead naming. You've never heard that term?
That is correct. Yes. No, I have. I thought you said something different. I'm just double checking something.
No,
go ahead.
They call it dead naming, and you can imagine how that kind of freaks parents out. Like, why would you choose that? Why would you choose that language? Why wouldn't you choose birth name or previous name or something other than dead name? Because that gives parents, that freaks parents out and makes them it puts the notion in their head that their child is dead, that child is no longer their child, and that their child is dead. They're effectively no longer alive, and they've transitioned to a totally new person. And the language and the way that stuff like this is treated I'm extremely moderate. I'm probably about as moderate as it gets. And I think that just the language and the way we talk about this and discuss this moving forward for 8 years, if we're not careful and we're not able to make some concessions, it's going to hurt that community. And your willingness or your stubbornness is going to do more harm than good in the long term. That's what I'm afraid of. And
three things.
Go ahead.
3 things. Number one, I have here from the Human Rights Campaign, their system, their setup on this. Transgender and non-binary people typically do not have gender-affirming surgeries before the age of 18. In some rare exceptions, 16 or 17-year-olds have received gender-affirming surgeries in order to reduce the impacts of their significant gender dysphoria, including anxiety, depression, and suicidality. However, this is limited to those for whom the surgery is deemed clinically necessary after discussions with both their parents and doctors, and who have been consistent and persistent in their gender identity for years, who have been taking gender-affirming hormones for some time, who have undergone informed consent discussions, and have the approvals of both their parents and doctors, and who otherwise meet standards of care criteria such as those laid out by WPATH. And let me just double check here. One more quick thing. Yes. So all this is to say, it is simply not like reasonable to pretend that trans kids, these minors, are just in flocks out here having their bits chopped off with hedge clippers in order to affirm their gender.
I never
It is
said that.
extremely rare, and I didn't say you said that. It is an extremely rare and extremely regimented and extremely meticulously, carefully practiced procedure backed up by the best evidence-based medicine that we have, because it actually saves lives. So again, my question remains, is it better for trans kids to be alive in a physical state that you don't agree with, or is it better for them to be dead in a physical state that you prefer? The second thing that you talked about here was about...
I don't believe that's a true dichotomy.
That is the dichotomy, though, so I don't care if you don't believe in it. The second thing that you talked about was about dead naming, and I'm in the middle of a thing. The second thing you talked about here was about dead naming and how the word dead naming alone is so scary. There's a reason why that term is used, because that identity, that name, that type of that facet of their old life is dead to those people. It's why it's such a traumatic and problematic and scary and triggering and upsetting thing for them to hear that old name, because it reinvigorates and reignites many of those dysphoric feelings that those people had before. I've changed my name in my life. I'm not even trans. I changed my last name because it was something that was deeply meaningful to me. And my old last name makes me uncomfortable. I don't recognize it. It doesn't seem right. It makes me kind of sad when I think about it. If someone calls me by that last name, I don't think to respond. It doesn't register with me, but it invokes negative emotions in me. And I'm cisgender. So I can't imagine what it would be like for someone to actually be defining their identity for themselves, not just changing their name to something that they prefer because of a family choice or whatever other decision that they prefer. So just saying, well, calling it dead naming is kind of messy and kind of sticky and kind of scary for parents. Well, maybe those parents should listen a little bit more to their trans kids and what they're feeling and what they're going for and how serious of a decision that is, rather than saying the words you're using to describe your expression of your own autonomy kind of makes me feel bad, so I don't like it. That's such a fucking weak thing to say. And third and most important,
we're talking about
nothing that you have brought up, absolutely nothing that you have brought up in this entire conversation changes the fundamental fact that I am willing to compromise on lots and lots and lots of things, but I am not ever willing to compromise on somebody's rights, somebody's human rights. And trans rights are human rights. So telling trans kids, whether they're below the age of 18, throughout their whole life, doesn't matter when, telling trans people, you do not get the same rights as your cisgendered peers because of XYZ reason, whether it wins an election, whether it moves the needle or the Overton window on the political discussion, whether it helps you pass some other policy, it does not matter to me. We don't have a left wing in this country. We have a right and a far right. And the far right is wanting to commit genocide and to participate in truly horrific, monstrous policies. And the best that we have are people like you that call yourself moderates that are like, well, maybe we just take away some human rights. And I'm not willing to make any kind of compromise there. I'm not. I am not willing to say
you're
sometimes, every now and then.
Well, then you run the risk of making it worse for everyone. Of course.
That is what led Hitler to power. That is called appeasement, right? So just this bullshit of saying...
You deny that that's true?
No, yes. Fundamentally, I deny that that's true.
If you're not able to gain ground, and the Republicans keep gaining office, people like Trump, and they keep whittling away at trans rights, you don't believe that we're going to get into a position that is fundamentally worse for trans people now than if we make concessions and move forward? You're kind of doing the thing where you're unwavering in your in your stance, but that's gonna, like I said, that's inevitable if the Republicans keep winning, to do more harm than good.
The concession, what you keep calling a concession, is the rights and dignity of human beings. No, there is no concession.
Jacob, Finland, Sweden, France, Great Britain, Norway, Denmark, the most progressive countries in the world
I cannot stress enough how little I give a shit what other people or other countries are doing. Human rights.
You just care about science in America.
I care about science, period.
Okay, well then
there is no limit.
France, Great Britain, Norway, Denmark,
there is no point where I'm going to say this XYZ outcome is good enough that now I'm willing to sacrifice the lives, the dignity, the fundamental human rights of these people. It's the exact same conversation. You can replace every single bit of this for the abortion conversation that we had earlier. There is no point
You're not sacrificing
where I'm going to say,
anything.
you know what? Sometimes if you have a uterus, sometimes you just have to let people live in it. And if you're a person with a uterus, sometimes you just don't get control over your body because we had to win a race. We had to win an election. Bullshit. We can work on our campaigning. We can work on our education policy. We can work on all sorts of things. We can work on grassroots organizing. We can work on all sorts of things to win elections. The thing that I am not willing to do is throw a marginalized community under the bus in order to make my political goals more tenable. That is exactly what you were saying to do. That is exactly what you were advocating.
Them under the
you
bus.
were talking about taking away their medical rights. You were talking about taking away their medical rights and their dignity to choose what to do with their own bodies, with the discussion between them, their parents, and a medical professional backed by the best evidence-based medicine that we have, because it makes an election easy.
In America.
Bullshit, Jacob. Bullshit. We're not going to do that.
Okay.
I'm not for that. I'm absolutely not going to tolerate it.
So you would rather hold your stance and lose ground than adjust your stance and gain ground and help more people?
I would rather change my strategy so that I can continue moving this country forward in a way that benefits all people, not the people that it's easiest and most palatable to save.
How come you're not interested in science in Europe?
I never said that I wasn't interested in science in Europe. I said I wasn't interested in public policy in Europe. There are plenty of studies that argue this way and that way about trans people and gender affirming care and all sorts of things. The overwhelming body of evidence seems I personally do or don't like for whatever reason, especially considering the fact that, as I said earlier, cisgender kids get the same treatments all the fucking time, and there are different and the same level of extreme treatments that are done for all children across the board. They just don't happen to evolve secondary sex characteristics or genitalia, and so nobody talks about them the same way. It is hypocritical and discriminatory, and just pointing at trans people as this scapegoat to win or lose elections. It is pointless political garbage that comes into the life of real human beings, Jacob. It's the exact same thing as the abortion argument, word for word.
Yes, and I believe that it's going to end up doing more harm than good. And I would ask you this. So the European Academy of Pediatrics recommends what I'm recommending. No surgical procedures until they're 18. And you said it's usually 16 or 17. So you're not willing to move that You're not willing to move that by 16 months? Well, I'd ask you why you disregard the European Academy of Pediatrics in that case.
Because as I read to you and I read from the Human Rights Campaign, these are very rare cases which are deemed medically necessary because of their extremity. It is the exact same
In the
thing
US.
as when we were talking about you're going to have to let me finish a fucking sentence, dude. It is the exact same thing as when we were talking about abortion earlier, and we talked about rape, incest, late-term abortions, cancer, extreme situations during the last trimester. And you said, well, of course there's exceptions. Sure. Nobody should have gender-affirming surgery, especially sex reassignment surgery, until they hit the age of adulthood. Nobody should have a sex change operation until they hit 18. Lovely. Sometimes there's exceptions, and sometimes it's medically necessary. So no, I am not willing to pass a fucking law about it and risk the lives of trans kids because it makes it easier to win a fucking election. Absolutely not.
But you're willing to risk the lives of all the other people because you're not willing to make concessions.
What other people? Do you saying that when we lose the election, other people are at risk? That goes back to what I just said a minute ago. I'm willing to change our strategy. I'm willing to do better organizing, better grassroots organizing, better door knocking, better phone banking, better donating, better fundraising, better all sorts of things, better marketing, better programming, better like putting flyers out, better whatever. I'm willing to change so much about electoral process and strategy. I'm willing to do all of those things to get the message out to people and win elections better. I think the way that the Democratic Party ran this election was absolute horseshit. And if they had done a better job, they might just have won. Even with the exact same policies, it does not matter. I am not, now or ever, willing to throw a marginalized community under the bus, no matter how small, no matter what percentage of them, and say these people don't get rights, don't get dignity, don't get medicine, so that eventually maybe I can protect these other people through some election, through some whatever like that. It is dumb. It is pointless. It is evil.
Forrest.
It is just appeasement for the benefit of your own political convenience. Erika, I want to hear what you have to say because I'm done with this conversation. I've repeated this 30 times.
So I want to dip in here, Jacob, because I've been listening. This is not my area of expertise, but I've been listening and I've been Googling. And I hopped onto the World Health Organization because I thought it was very striking, the weird way that the United States would have one perspective and the World Health Organization would have another. So I hopped on there to see if they backed what you said, that the move here should be to sort of hold off on kids. And I found this very odd. When you look this up, they say they had an update on January 15th where they issued a new announcement extending the public comment deadline regarding its planned trans and gender diverse guidelines to February 2nd, 2024. And then eventually they came about to give a perspective. They say the HWO transgender and gender diverse guideline will address the treatment of adults exclusively and will not issue recommendations for children or adolescents.
Exactly.
Who stated that but that's very different than issuing a perspective that they should roll recommendations back. Like what this seems to be saying to me, and maybe I'm wrong, because again, I was just doing some cursory Googling here, but it seems to me that they didn't have a perspective prior on kids and that they've moved forward with the perspective of we're going to hold off on making a move on this, which is, again, very different than a rollback. And then, that's not all they say.
The science. Go ahead.
Well, I want to finish what they say here. They say, so in your favor, they say the WHO stated due to uncertain evidence for affirming care for children and adolescents, it will focus its recommendation on adults only. And then in January 15, 2024, they acknowledged that the evidence base for children and adolescents is limited and variable regarding longer-term outcomes for gender-affirming care. However, this language indicates that the WHO currently believes that the evidence for the vulnerable cohort of young adults supports the stated plan to recommend an expanded access to hormones for this group. So what that seems to suggest to me, as like a total idiot on the subject, is that it looks like the direction that they're moving in is towards providing access to that care. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to turn out that that's not the case, but that would sort of hold in favor of what Forrest has said here with regard to the trends that we're seeing overall with regard to the literature on this. I think that it's striking that the body of literature that we have here in the United States says that this is a good move, and the body of literature abroad, at the very least, says that this is the move up to 18, and is indeed pushing evidently deeper back than that. And yet, the backlash to the idea of care for trans kids is so vitriolic and fervent here in the United States. Like it's very reminiscent of like, despite the evidence, we're moving in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think that it has more to do with like ew, gross, something that I don't know about or understand very well, and they're coming after my kids. Someone can think of the children rather than like evidence-based, like solid scientific work here. And maybe again, I'm putting my hands up here and saying like this isn't my field, but what Forrest has said, at least in this cursory look, does seem to be bearing out in my limited experience.
Well, I mean, how long have we been discussing this? For 20, 30 years. This has been in the public persona for 20 years, and they don't have a recommendation yet. That ought to give you a clue to that the science isn't settled. And in Europe says one thing, the United States says another thing.
But it doesn't look like Europe saying one thing. It looks like Europe is saying a bunch of different things, some of which are confirming what the United States is already saying, and some of which isn't. So to me, what that makes it sound like, I was just going to say, like, what that makes it sound like is that we're sort of homing in on, like, this is going to be a good thing overall, particularly given Europe is seemingly, again, asterisk, because this is cursory Google stuff that I've been doing. I've not been able to get my big meaty claws into the literature on this, but it's like, it seems to me that they're focusing really hard on longitudinal studies, which is really like, that's what's important here. And that's what the United States is focusing on too. But that shit doesn't happen overnight. So like, I don't know that it's a reasonable counter to say, look, they've been at this for 20 or 30 years. It's like, yeah, but it takes a really long time to see. Sweden's been at it for 50. Let's see.
Yeah.
You have
right,
like
but that's the thing is there is a hierarchy of evidence. There's a hierarchy of evidence. There is like expert opinion, background information, like general understanding and census is the low level. In the middle, you've got like actual case studies and like double blind study where you're actually like going through and like and things where you're looking at what you would expect from the scientific method, where you have like testing and observation and things like that and case studies. And then up at the very, very tippy top, the best kind of evidence is systematic review, going back and looking over all of those case studies together, looking at all these experiments together. And that shit takes a lot longer than a couple of decades. That shit can take centuries in terms of like human life and like health and well-being.
I don't understand this. In 2024, on April 17th, the Swedish parliament passed a law that lowered the age required for people to legally change their gender from 18 to 16. So they're lowering the law to make a move on changing your gender.
On paper.
And they say no longer required is a gender dysphoria diagnosis defined by medical professionals. This is from the Associated Press. They joined a number of European countries with similar laws, including Denmark, Norway, Finland, and Spain.
Yeah.
So like, that doesn't seem to be moving in the direction though that you just stated though. Like you would think if anything they would be raising the
I'm talking about medical intervention.
To like 21. Okay, let me keep Googling. I'll keep searching. Listen, you guys know I'm always eager to get to the bottom of things. I'll keep searching around. Let's see what they say.
Erika, if you're willing to continue on, I am. But like honestly, we've been going for over an hour, and I've been saying the same thing the entire time. I haven't changed my tone one time. I don't see any productive continuing.
Jacob, call back next time me and Forrest are on. No doubt you'll be able to get in because this is a topic that we both like needs to be discussed. Maybe I can find.
I really appreciate you discussing it.
Bottom of this.
I'm always down to discuss it.
None of the other hosts would touch it. None of the other hosts would touch this at all. And Forrest, I would ask you just one question. One last question. If you lived in Europe and you were under the European Academy of Pediatrics, that was the scientific body that regulated how this was done in your country, would you follow their recommendations?
None of my argument would change in any way. You don't get to take away.
You wouldn't follow their.
I would not appreciate the recommendation. No, in the same way that there are certain things that the CDC here in America says that I'm like, hey, I get where you're coming from, but I think this needs to be changed because I still have an opinion. And as someone who studied biomedical science, I'm not a doctor, but I studied biomedical science. Like there is definitely a line that I have that I understand politically is a different line that a lot of governing bodies are going to have for political reasons. And while I am quixotic and I understand that, and I prefaced a lot of what I said with that, my argument for gender affirming care for trans people, including trans minors, is fundamentally no different than my argument for abortion access. It is always, only, completely about bodily autonomy and dignity.
Yeah, and nobody's saying don't treat them. I'm saying give them all the treatment, give them hormones, give them puberty rockers if you want. Absolutely, give them therapy. All I'm saying is a concession to the mainstream public to moderate it and hopefully save a lot more trans people's lives and improve more people's quality of care. This would be something.
I think you should bring. You should bring these exact numbers. I think you should bring these exact numbers to the Transatlantic Call-In show, especially Dr. Ben, and see what he says as well.
Can I jump in
because I bet
again
you anything
real
he and I would agree on a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a bit, my alarms have begun going off, Jacob. I'm concerned. And the reason I'm concerned is because when I was Googling this, I found a claim that seems to be where a lot of this discussion is coming from. Maybe I'm wrong, again, who knows? But apparently in 2023, a lot of this, Sweden is rolling back their gender-affirming surgeries claim, came from Ron DeSantis claiming it at some speech, and then it got picked up by a bunch of other people. And when you dig into that, evidently, this has got citations on it, so I haven't dug into them yet, but I like that they have citations. Apparently, Sweden, this is not a rollback. Like, Sweden has always had this perspective. They had a 1975 Swedish law that ended a decades-long eugenics and forced sterilization program, saying that people younger than 18 cannot have genital surgeries. The law doesn't explicitly ban transgender care. It says that their national guideline in 2022, which was updated, said that Swedish health officials cautioned that the risk of puberty blockers and gender-affirming treatment are likely to outweigh the expected benefits. The guidelines recommended limited usage of puberty blockers, hormones, and mastectomies to exceptional cases. The guidelines are recommendations, and it's up to the physicians to interpret them and make judgments on each specific case. And in addition to that, the guidelines didn't ban top surgeries, but may signal shrinking access to the procedure. The 1970s law didn't. I guess what I'm just not understanding here is, like, to me, this seems like it's not new.
Exactly
like, it doesn't
like
seem
what it
like
is in the U.S.
Yeah, it seems like what they've basically
it's
done.
Just that a bunch. No, and
sorry,
I might have misspoken there. It's just that a lot of other countries are following suit of the countries that have been dealing with this the longest, like Sweden, for example, and they're starting to follow suit, particularly in regard to a 400% increase in the people coming to the gender clinic. And like I said before,
it looks like the opposite,
gender
though.
non-content.
It looks like for some,
I'm sorry.
It looks like for some. I said it looks like the opposite, though. It looks like for some time they've had this perspective of, like, exceptional cases only, which is exactly how it's treated right now in the United States. Like, this new move that they've made is basically just like an official statement that doctors are free to sort of go against, but then at the same time, this is completely at odds with their most recent ruling on being able to change your name younger. I don't know. This paints a much more complicated
paper.
I think that we're done. Honestly, I don't think there's any more product. There's nothing productive to come out of the rest of this. Feel free to call me again, and we'll talk about it a little bit more, especially if it's me and Erika, especially if it's me and Ben, because I want to hear Ben's take on all of this, especially if you're claiming that you got some numbers from him. I would love to hear his response. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter where I live. It doesn't matter what the government says. It doesn't matter what anything is, the political climate. My stance on human rights remains exactly what it is. So we're going to move on, Jacob, but I appreciate you calling in and waiting for so long to talk to us.
Thanks for calling.
If the U.S. changed their position, Forrest, would you change your position if the U.S.
Just rewind what I just said and what I said the last 30 times you asked me that same question. Take care, Jacob.
Okay, so
it's frustrating because literally that you were out of the room for a minute, but seriously, I said that exact thing. I can't tell you how many times. Well, what about this? Well, what if it does that? What if I will not compromise on human rights. But what if this happens? I will not compromise on human rights. What if the European does this? I will not compromise on human rights. What if the US? I will not compromise. It's just, I don't know how much more clear I can be.
Well, I think I don't know. I mean, so there was one thing that I wanted to mention too. That when I was talking, I want to head this off at the pass before any wise guys in the comment sections try to come after us for this. This idea that it's like, we're not going to compromise. This isn't something that we're willing to compromise on. Like this is something that we'll do absolutely everything before we give a single inch. There might be some people out there who would try to take that argument and apply it to the Palestinian genocide and say that's why I didn't vote for Congress. But I don't think that those things are analogous. I was thinking this. I was getting ahead of you guys. I don't think that those things are analogous because there's a massive difference in how the two potential leaders would handle transgender rights versus the Palestinian genocide, being that one is going to, I'm being hyperbolic here, but one is like, you be trans is illegal. And then the other one is like, no, you can be whoever you want to be, the latter being Kamala, the former being Trump. Whereas with the Palestinian genocide, it's Palestinian genocide and then Palestinian genocide, but faster. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so it's like, I don't think that
exactly.
I don't think that's a fair analogy to make, heading that one off at the pass. But then I also felt like what he said at the end there was really interesting because he's trying to trap you in a way, I think, where it's like, oh, but if the science said puberty blockers and surgeries in exceptional circumstances actually don't reduce the suicidality of trans kids, would you then be on my side? If actually it said that the science said I was right, would you be on my side? And it's like, well, what kind of question is that? Right? Like the idea that the science is going to suddenly do a 180 here in the United States and say, like, what would have to happen for that to be the case would be every study would have to be shown to be being like 100% made up and dishonest in order for us to do a 180 on like the benefits and the efficacy of this kind of care, which I don't think is reasonable. That's like a creationist saying to me, would you suddenly become a young earth creationist if I proved overnight that every evolution study is actually a lie and also radiometric dating is also a lie, if I was able to like for sure prove that? And it's like, well, I guess, but that would never happen. That's like,
what are we doing with that? Yeah.
Would you be on my side if you were on my side? Yes, but that's not
probably
what we're talking about.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? It's a weird deal.
It sucks because like that really is like it's what if the science changes? It hasn't, and like it just so happens that the science like it's like I brought up wisdom teeth or whatever like that. If we developed a better way to treat having wisdom teeth where they weren't impacting anymore and we didn't have to do that surgery, I'd be all about that. If we had, that's phenomenal because at the end of the day, it's about the health and safety of these kids. And so if this is something that's going to cause them undue harm, we should fucking remove it. It doesn't matter if it's a natural part of their body or whatever like that. We should fucking remove it. So if you extend that to breast tissue, genital tissue, whatever, the argument remains the same. Is there a strong evidentiary case to say that removing this is going to make this kid happier, healthier, live longer? Yeah, fuck it. I don't know where the line is there. And like exactly. I also I appreciate what you're saying, like just to have this argument like where he's consistently just saying, well, these countries are limiting this surgery in the way that I like. Well, what about the other ones? And also, if all of these turn the same question around, if there were no countries, if there was a unanimous consensus that this is good, would you still be willing to make this quote unquote concession? Because that's where the argument started, is he was saying, I think that we should make this compromise where minors don't get to have certain surgeries that cisgender minors have all the time. These transgender minors shouldn't be allowed those surgeries because that's going to help us win an election. It only got to the European Medical Association things later on. The original argument was just that. So if everybody agreed, is it still worth the concession? Why is this on the chopping block? Why aren't other surgeries on the chopping block? It's because it's a political football that you're familiar with, and it's just not acceptable.
I don't know. I really, maybe I'm hung up on the wrong stuff, but I'm also just like really, like it's odd to me that like you could do a cursory Google search on this, and what seems to be like the recurring theme is that it's like there are some aspects that some European nations are having conversations about. The overwhelming consensus, especially once you hit like 18 and Sweden moving it back even earlier, with regard to some aspects. It's like, that just doesn't seem to me, I wouldn't call that a trend. Am I stupid?
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that a trend of rollbacks across Europe. Really, if your
Right.
best case scenario, your best argument is Sweden and their more whatever draconian laws on it, and then this year they change the law to be more friendly to when you can change it, like that doesn't track.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, it's like Ron DeSantis was one of the guys who evidently first started talking about Sweden specifically with regard to this. It just kind of reeks of like a misinformation ball of yarn that's gotten more convoluted and blown out of proportion, that doesn't even hold water as its own argument. And even if it did, it still wouldn't be a reason to make that compromise in and of itself. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. And I also appreciate you bringing up that's a very good, there's a thing that I don't think like the people in the audience, people who watch shows like this may not realize, is that you get very good doing this long enough of like reading the comments before the show even ends. You just know what they're going to be. And fucking stellar work, Erika, because yes, absolutely. Oh, you're not willing to compromise on trans, but you're willing to compromise on Palestine by voting for Kamala. If the choices were somebody's going to outlaw being trans and someone's going to limit trans care, and those are the only two choices, I'm begrudgingly picking the trans care one. The same reason why I begrudgingly picked Kamala, because I wanted the genocide to end, not irrevocably speed up, which is what happened because all you motherfuckers refused to vote.
I just kind of can't, like, I was hearing that and I was seeing that train coming, and I was like, if you genuinely are about to make this argument, then you might have like critical thinking skills of like an 8-year-old, because it's like these two things are not analogous. I'll say it again. You can pick Trump, where he wants to, again, being hyperbolic, that trans people are illegal, comma, trans people can do what they want to do. Okay, cool, check. The choice is easy. And then add on top of that, Palestinian genocide with Kamala, Palestinian genocide, but faster with Trump, it's still in her favor. Even though it's horrible, it's still in her favor. So the situation is, the choice is clear, I think. Like, and if the situation were different, if it was like, oh, you could pick, like, your only choices were like, revoking 1 out of 100 rights for people versus 99 out of 100 rights, you would still pick the lesser evil, because that's politics. It sucks, but that's what politics is. You don't have always have the right to vote your conscience. It's annoying, but it's
funny to bring up. It's funny to bring up Richard Dawkins in this particular conversation. But one of the things that he said that I really liked was when Trump was running the first time, and he said something along the lines of, if you think that me disliking Islam is going to make me like Trump, please go away and learn how to think. And like I love that phrasing. Please go away and learn how to think. And that's exactly what I think. If you think that me standing up for trans people is somehow going to preclude me, not having to vote for somebody because Palestine is going to all this, go away and learn how to think. I'm sorry. These are different. One's a hypothetical.
Is there really a comment already on Palestine stuff?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think we have comments yet.
This is my warning to you people. Let's keep a level head on this as we try to skirt off at the pass this kind of comparison. I mean, it'll still happen,
right?
And maybe I'm an idiot and there's an argument to be had there, but I don't think there is. So,
right.
Well, you want to speed run these last two calls so we can get to super chats?
Let's do it. We've got 2 left. We're going to try one more time with Gohan talking about an evolutionary argument for Christianity. Gohan, you're on the line one more time.
I'm here.
Hey. You've been on the hold for 6.5 motherfucking hours.
Yeah, but 2.5 of those hours were my fault, because if I answered the first time, it would have only been like 4. So
there you go.
Go on. We're speed running you this time, but tell us your question.
So I'm gonna say, one, how do you guys do this? I am white. I don't know how much energy I got left. You guys seem to be killing it right now. So hats off.
My leg's been vibrating the whole time.
We're built different. Like, we unironically, it's in our DNA. We do this for the love of the fucking game. That's why we're here.
Yeah. It's a weird situation.
I had no problem staying up late for studying for school. Like that was no problem for you guys.
Not at all. I do it anyway.
No,
I'm a night owl.
Yeah,
I
it's
work
part
better
of,
when it's dark.
it's also just part of
Okay.
the gig. You know, when you're in graduate school, you're going to be doing work and it's going to be late, and you're going to be one night you're going to get 5 hours of sleep, and then the next you're going to get like 9, and then you're going to get 1, and then you're going to get 4, and it's just all over the place. It's not healthy. Don't live like us.
No, it's a bad time.
That's off to you guys, but yes, I'll try to do better with sleep than you guys do.
Please do. Do as we say, not as we do.
Yes, ma'am.
Unless we tell you to become an
I was gonna
atheist, then
say-
do that.
Erika, this is my first time talking to you, so hello. And Forrest, I think I've talked to you twice now, and hello again. So I was also want to say, I've never said this, but I've always wanted to say this. Kids, if you're watching this, it's way past your bedtime. Go to sleep.
That's
I love.
cute.
There was this. There's this comedian I used to love named Victor Borga, and he would this old dude who played piano and stuff. My dad showed me, and he would start this act. He'd come out and be like, "Are there any children in the audience?" And everybody, "Yay!" And he'd go, I go, "Out!" Like that's how he'd start the show. So good.
Funny guy. Okay. So my reason for the call today was kind of about my whole belief system with why I believe what I believe. I break it down into an acronym called SHAPE. The S is science. The H is history. The A is arguments for morality and reason. And the PE stands for personal experiences. So, like, in short, if you ask me why I believe what I believe, it's because of that acronym. But today, or tonight, I guess this morning, I'm calling to talk about particularly why I believe in theism based on the idea of evolution.
What was S
Okay,
again?
so-
Could you tell me S again?
Science,
Okay, science, history.
morality,
And
and
what was
reason.
A kind of, yeah, A is cheating. I just needed an A. So I used arguments for morality and
Got it. Okay, perfect.
And then what was the P and the E? I'm sorry, I'm just taking.
Personal
Is it necessary
experience.
for me to know this? Personal experience.
No, I mean, I think for me, it's helpful, but yeah, it's not necessary for anybody to know it. But, and it, like, personal experience, I think matters the least. I think arguments for morality and reason matter the most, followed by science, and then followed by history.
Tight.
But, so right now I'm talking mostly about science, and it will probably touch a little bit on reason, but mostly about science and evolution and how evolution makes one believe in creator God.
Cool.
Shoot.
Okay, so if I was to ask you guys, how did we evolve to get a system called inflammation? Can I hear, you guys are both biologists, can I hear both of your responses for, like, how we got inflammation?
Inflammation, like when you get hurt and you get inflammation. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
that's a advantage for us.
Yeah, so
as a species.
inflammation
How did
isn't
people-
like a thing. It's just the result of a lot of other things that are just your immune response. So you have macrophages moving in to this area. You also increase water, like osmotic pressure. You have water flowing in this area to allow those macrophages to move around and increase blood flow into that area to allow those macrophages to get there. More blood flow means faster healing. So it's
So
the
how do we
inflammation is
get
just the result of your immune response.
So I understand what inflammation is. I'm asking, how did we evolve to get that?
So I know nothing about inflammation, but I hopped on Google Scholar to see what I could find with a quick look. There's a paper by Rowley from '96, The Evolution of Inflammatory Mediators. And it says, invertebrates do not display the level of sophistication and immune reactivity characteristic of mammals and other higher vertebrates. Their greater number of diversity of forms, however, reflect their evolutionary success, and hence they must have effective mechanisms of defense to deal with parasites, pathogens, and altered soft tissues. And And then they go on to say this brief review deals with the inflammatory responses of invertebrates and fish, concentrating on cell types involved in mediators of inflammation. So effectively what causes and then manages inflammation, in particular of eicosanoids, cytokines, and adhesion molecules. So this seems to be a literature review on one of the most basic types of inflammation in invertebrates, which just based on this abstract seems to be it's basically just a base of what you see in mammals and higher vertebrates like birds and reptiles.
Okay. So I'm just trying to pick any example. Can I switch example to opposable thumbs? How did we evolve?
Well, I was just pulling up. I just pulled up a paper called "Coupling Inflammation with Evo Devo," which is talking about inflammation integrates diverse mechanisms that are associated not only with pathological conditions such as cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, blah, 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 but also with physiological processes like reproduction, i.e. oogenesis, embryogenesis, as well as aging. And so it talks about how, it goes on to talk about evolutionary developmental pathways and how those tie into processes that allow for things like inflammation. And so this actually isn't a unique or irreducibly complex type of thing, which is just so beyond understanding. This is actually something that can be roped in. The inflammation pathway, by which is the environmental factors could be related to the evolutionary, thus inflammation could be the pathway by which the environmental factors could be related to the evolutionary development. If so, diverse human chronic inflammatory diseases nearby, and then he goes on to a bunch of other stuff. But we hypothesize that inflammation could represent a key tool used by nature to modulate organisms according to the environmental conditions in which they develop. And so inflammation might not only be a symptom of the immune response, but also actually a functional mechanism of evolutionary development.
Forrest, did you see the Gusev paper from 2019 from Biology Bulletin Reviews right underneath? That's very similar. It's the correlation of the evolution of the immunity and inflammation in vertebrates. So it seems to be an elaboration on that one.
I have that one right here, yeah. And so I've got that one pulled up, and it says this paper discusses the sequence of developmental changes. Let me zoom in a little bit because I can barely see. In the immune system and inflammation of vertebrates, the formation of classic forms of adaptive immunity and inflammation for vertebrate species, the origin of cytotoxic T lymphocytes and T cell dependent variants. T cells, those are if I remember correctly, no, those are dendritic cells I'm thinking about. I don't remember what the fuck T cells do right now. I'll get to it later.
Go one sentence down is killer. Each evolutionary stage.
Let's see. Each evolutionary stage in the development of immunity and inflammation was determined by the need to organize the immune system to conform to the level of general organization of vertebrate species. So, yeah, exactly what we were just talking about earlier. This is not only what I was trying to get across in my first thing is inflammation isn't just a thing. It's the result of the immune system. Apparently, the product of that, the emergent property of that, also plays heavily into evolution as a whole. And that's pretty fucking sick.
So, what I think we're heading on two different paths. I'm not arguing irreducible complexity or anything like that. Well, I'm arguing.
No, but you asked how these things evolved, and we're explaining.
Yeah. Yes. So my real question isn't exactly how they evolved. So what I'm expecting for you guys to say was maybe something like it was advantageous. So we who had it set in our genes to have inflammation as a response for harm, that was advantageous.
I'm sorry that we didn't give you the answer you were expecting. But that's okay. That also wouldn't have been my answer, because at the end of the day, inflammation isn't always advantageous. Inflammation will kill you. That's the whole thing about immunology. The first and most important lesson of immunology is that your body will kill you in order to save itself. That's what it does.
So if let's just remove inflammation. Let's just say any advantageous adaptation we get. My question is, how did we get it? The common response I hear, and I read this in Richard Dawkins' book as well, is that because it was advantageous, so we were able to reproduce that advantageous gene, as opposed to other species who did not get that gene, so they didn't get that advantage, so they weren't able to reproduce. So I'm saying that's not.
Or they just reproduce less.
Yeah, it could just be less. And you do understand that when they're talking about advantageous, That is what they mean. Evolution is not survival of the fittest. Evolution is reproduction of the okayest.
Right. So my stance, which is like, this is one reason why I believe that evolution is actually a pointer for believing there is a God, is that we did not reproduce to become advantageous. Sorry, we do not mutate to become advantageous. Yes, mutations, we need mutations in order to survive as a species, but the
No, we don't.
mutations that happen, we do. If you don't mutate, if you don't adapt, your species will die out. Your species will die out.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's entirely
That's not,
dependent on the environment.
If that was true, then Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium wouldn't be a thing.
So if the environment changes and you don't adapt to it, will you survive?
That depends on the amount and degree of genetic drift possible.
And you might just not get the right mutation, too. Like, if the environment changes so much quickly, organisms go kaput regardless. I mean, you're not going to have a mutation that's Permian.
Humans were super close to being extinct, correct?
Several times, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, clearly, we at least were bordering on the edge of extinction. Not just humans, but stuff before us, too. And if we didn't have certain mutations to help us through tough times, we wouldn't have been here today.
There's no reason to say that the near extinction events, the bottlenecks that human beings, that Homo sapiens experienced, there's no reason to say that those bottlenecks were survived because of mutation.
Okay, then back it up before that. Back it up to first couple of cells.
Do you just want, like, seriously, do you want to just tell us what your script is? Because it's not going well with you trying to get us to follow the script you want. So do you want to just tell us what the point is?
Well, that's fair. Yes. So the point is, we do not adapt to survive. We adapt randomly through mutation. The vast majority of mutations are either harmful or do no harm at all.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. We do not adapt randomly. Mutations are random. Adaptations are driven by natural selection, which is non-random.
Yeah.
So this is why I stated before about my shape argument, because this is honestly a huge part of my S. So if you can prove me wrong, I'd be more than happy. So
I just did.
Go on.
Can you explain to me?
What
natural selection is a random process.
No, natural selection is not a random process. And in fact, mutation isn't even random, it's probabilistic, right? Some portions of the genome experience mutations
based off of gamma radiation. Is that correct?
Let me
mutations
present
happen from gamma radiation.
Can I present with you I present a situation to you, Gohan? Let's say you have a group of foxes. Let's say you have a group of foxes. It's a population of foxes, and they're living in a normal forest wherever you want. Pick a place. You know, it's nice. The climate is mild, whatever. All of a sudden, the environment changes, right? And these foxes, which naturally had some variation in their fur length, suddenly start to trend towards having longer and longer fur, because those mutations are probabilistic.
Oh my fuck!
Because they have variation as a part of their population due to things like mutation that offer no immediate fitness benefit, but can under certain environments. Is it random which foxes will be selected? Hold on just a sec. Go on. Is it random which foxes are selected for if the environment gets colder?
I would like to just say two things. One, no, it's not, but it is random on them getting the correct alleles to have the longer fur. That's mutation was random.
Right. So, I would prefer the term probabilistic, but fine. Like, let's say it's random. The mutation is random, but natural selection isn't. Right. So that's what Forrest was just saying moments ago. Is that the mechanism? Dividing up the mechanisms of evolution. Some of them are random. Some of them are not. So, where are we going to go from here?
Sorry. I'm still trying to work on butting in, but natural selection rests on mutation. Is that correct? If there's no variance in population, there is no natural selection.
Yeah, it relies on differential reproductive success. So yeah,
And the
variation,
only
which
way
is
to
supplied
get difference in population is with mutation. And if mutation happens based off of random processes, or as you say, probabilistic processes, I say potato, potato. Then
it does,
it's
for
still
our
based off of mutation, which is based off of probabilistic / random processes.
Sure, for our conversation, I'm down with all of that, except what I feel like you're getting at is that it's like what survives isn't random. What survives has to be tinkered with because, you can't get all of this new information out of just mutations, which we could go down that route. But I think the much easier route is to just point out that most species that have existed have gone extinct. Most species don't get the right mutations in the face of change, and most species go extinct because they face new competition or they're displaced to a new location or there's a natural disaster or humans roll in and poach them or whatever. Like there are a million reasons why a species goes extinct, and most species, it is their fate to go extinct.
So if I can just kind of sum up that we're all on the same page, that yes, the vast majority, I think it's like 99% of species go extinct. And this is based off of natural selection, which is based off of differences in population, which is based off of, in the end, mutation, which is probabilistic in your words. Did I sum that up fairly?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be willing to accept it. I have a totally different question.
At base level, we all agree that it is based off probabilistic mutation in genes. We can agree to that, correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Probabilistic random gene. Yeah, that's the mechanism that provides the raw material for evolution. Natural selection select upon it. Yeah.
I can also say that, like, even if, like, we're talking about that, like, you can take mutation largely out of this because we already know. Are you familiar with patterns of selection?
Not entirely, no, sir.
Okay, so I've drawn up a little bell curve here. I don't know. Can you see the screen?
No, I don't have YouTube on.
It's fine. So I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain it in such a way that the people who can see the screen will see the diagram I've drawn, and you will understand it even if you aren't directly seeing it. But you can go back and check this out later. So we talk about patterns of selection, right? There is variation within a population. There's just always going to have some variation in there. Now, that is just because of differences in allele frequencies, right? So take a trait. Like here I've got this. I've drawn a bell curve. And so the y-axis of the graph is the number of individuals in this population. The x-axis is the variation of that individual trait, whatever trait it may be. So you have any trait you like. There's some variation to that trait. Different numbers of individuals in the population are going to be represented at different points along that gradient, a continuum of variation. So let's say, for example, tail length in arboreal rodents. So we've got some squirrely guys, some chipmunks or something, right? And they've got different chipmunks or rodents, aren't they?
Yeah,
I think they are.
I couldn't tell you.
I'm pretty sure.
I think they're Sciuridae. So they're like squirrels.
Yeah, you might be right. Arboreal mammals of the squeaky variety is what I'm talking about. I cannot remember if they're rodents or not.
Yeah, yes, they are. You're good.
Awesome. So they've got different tail lengths. So here we've got this bell curve. This is what we call a standard distribution, where this dotted line here I've drawn in the middle is the mean. It's the 50% mark. The vast majority of the population have an average normal tail length. On the ends, the tails of this graph, some of this population have short tails. Very few of them have really short tails. Some of them have long tails. Some of them have really long tails. But the majority of them just have normal tails, right? Now, there's snakes up here in this tree. And that means that if these little squeaky dudes can wiggle their big fluffy tail around like a squirrel can, then they can distract that snake and they're less likely to die. So big tails now have positive selection pressure. Small tails have negative selection pressure. without any mutation, we are going to see a shift in this graph, where now that bell curve is going to start to look like this, where the mean, the average, is shifted over to the long side. And if the graph is going to continue shifting in that direction, then you need new mutation getting longer and longer and longer tail length, or at least you need the allele frequency, even without mutation. You need the allele frequency to line up in such a way that the longer and longer tail length alleles are more frequent, more common within the population. So this is population genetics, no need to really rely on mutations. This is called directional selection.
This is a much better example than the one I gave.
So this is called directional selection. Now we're going to put the graph back to where it was, and we're going to have a different scenario. Say they do directional selection for a little while, and they get to a certain point where their tails are just long enough that they can distract snakes. But if they're any longer, they get tangled in the branches, and the poor little things hang themselves. And if they're any shorter, then they don't distract snakes as well. So now the very middle of the graph is experiencing positive selection pressure. Both ends of the graph have negative selection pressure. So now, again, no mutation necessary. Only with the allele frequency changing, the graph starts to look like this, where the tails get pulled in more and more, and the middle of the graph gets higher and higher as more individuals are falling into that category. This is called stabilizing selection. So this, again, no mutation necessary, still change in a population, change in the phenotype and genotype of that population. So now we're going to do one more. We're going to reset the graph again, and we're going to say that these little dudes that have really short tails, they're able to get into holes faster. And the ones who have really long tails are able to evade snakes. And so now both ends of the graph have positive selection pressure. The center of the graph has negative selection pressure. The extremes on both ends are the ones that are now being selected for and have a fitness advantage. Again, no mutation necessary. We are now going to see this graph develop like this into a bimodal distribution where the center of the graph is what is falling down, and we get two new spikes on either end. This is called disruptive selection. So that is three different patterns of selection that you don't actually even need mutation for. You can just work within the allele frequency of the existing population, altering that allele frequency, producing totally different phenotypes. That is evolution by natural selection without the need for mutations, without the need for any kind of perfection, without any randomness involved whatsoever.
Okay. So one, I would just like to say this is a much better example than the one I gave. So thank you for that. Two, I think this is going to be my big sticking point. How are there different lengths of tails on the x-axis? How did that occur?
Allele frequency.
How did that occur?
He wants to know how the variation shows up in the first place, which is mutation, which is probabilistic / random, which is based off of
randomness. So at the end, you're saying it doesn't involve mutation, but in the very first step, assigning that x-axis, that is all based off of mutation.
So Gohan, I think you go ahead, Forrest.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, is the argument then that that the variation in the phenotype is impossible? That it is impossible to have mutations add new variation to the phenotype?
No. The argument is seeing that mutations happen and knowing that the vast majority of mutations either cause no benefit or harm. My question is, how did we get lucky enough to get life to evolve? So, I mean, this is going beyond the
start getting into different types of mutations now.
This is more like a. Have you seen The Price is Right? Sometimes you just need the perfect drop on a Plinko chip to make it fall exactly where it's going to go. This is that argument.
And all of the mutations that were. Sorry, go ahead, Erika. What are you thinking?
No. I think that this is going to I think we could sit here and we could go through every type of mutation. We could sit here and talk about how you get new information. We could sit and talk about the wondrous ways that we've observed this in the lab and in the wild. But I think that genuinely, that's a waste of time. Because I think what this is going to boil down to from Gohan's perspective is that he's going to have an argument that I will go ahead and say, Gohan, I feel like it's an argument from incredulity, right? You're going to say, like, what are the odds that you get all of these, wonderfully complex situations? And Forrest and I will present an example of a feasible pathway or a time that we've seen it happen in the lab or in the wild. And you're saying, yeah, but what about all of the other ones? And then we're going to go through that again and again and again. And it boils down to, you don't find it compelling. And I feel like my response to that is, then you're not looking hard enough. You're not reading up on this enough.
I do believe in evolution. I do find it compelling. I do believe in evolution.
For sure.
I do think
And
that these mutations cause, but I don't think these mutations were. I mean, it's so unbelievable that it happened to benefit. And the vast majority of the time, it's either no benefit or it's detrimental to the organism and species. So, yes, it happened. I think it's established fact that it happened. But just based on odds,
are there any chihuahuas in the wild, in nature? Go on.
I think if they were, they'd be somebody's lunch pretty soon.
So, yeah, the answer is no. There are no natural chihuahuas. Chihuahuas, like all dog breeds, are the result of artificial selection, which is the exact same process of natural selection, mutation and selection, only the positive selection pressure is humans like it, and the negative selection pressure is humans don't like it. So we have wolves, right? And eventually, after tens of thousands of years, we have from those wolves chihuahuas. There were no chihuahua alleles present in the original wolf population. There were no alleles in those wolves for tiny little legs and stupid little heads and obnoxious little barks and horrible, vibrating, disgusting rat monsters. And none of that existed.
He's going to say that we did that, so it's intelligently designed, right? So like that we were the ones that direct.
No, close. Because I don't even think we could do that. I'm going to say is that, let's say we didn't have a chihuahua, but our end goal was to create an exact chihuahua. The only way to get there will be by lucky happenings of mutation to get there. There's no way we could try to get there because mutation is random. So no, I don't think. What I'm telling you,
no, that's not true. What I'm telling you is that in that original wolf population, those alleles weren't there. The alleles we see present in chihuahuas today are the result of random mutation followed by non-random selection. So when you include non-random selection, the mutations can be as random as you like. There will inevitably be a pattern in them because random things naturally produce patterns all the damn time. And you will have selection pressure guiding you in one way. That's the directional selection I was talking about earlier, until you get to the point where you want, which then causes stabilizing selection, which fixes that gene in place amongst the population. So yeah, you can reliably produce anything you like, as has been regularly done in laboratory experiments for decades.
So you're saying we can control the randomness by selection pressure?
No, the randomness is always there at the exact same rate forever. And we can reliably and predictably control that and harness it to produce whatever phenotype
by
we
selection.
like.
Yeah, so
because there will always be variation within a population. But the only way you can stop evolution is through Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium.
You can't control what that randomness is going to go to. It's going to go to something, sure, but you can't control what it's going to go to. If we try to, again, create a chihuahua with selection pressures, it doesn't mean we're going to get what we want. The selection pressures could just stop. We could always try to get maybe a smaller dog, but maybe the alleles don't mutate to a smaller dog. Will there be
a variation in the population of dogs in terms of height?
Yeah, but maybe not to a Chihuahua.
Will breeding the smallest dogs produce a new population of smaller dogs?
Yes.
Will there be a variation in that population in terms of height?
Yes. Depending
Will
on a
breeding
real
the
change.
smallest dogs produce smaller dogs?
Depending on a real change, which you can't control.
That's not what I asked you. There is variation in the
Okay, so
population in terms of height, and if you breed the smallest dogs together, you will produce a new population of smaller dogs, correct?
if you breed the smaller dogs together, you are more likely to do that, but that is not a given.
You will.
I'm a gibbon.
Nice.
Yes, you are a given.
Huh.
That,
Listen,
that's a very good
will,
statement. I like
because
no,
I
you
really
can't
think
control that. You can't
I really
control
think,
how the
Gohan,
genes
like
of the next generation is going to mutate.
the right. So the issue here is pretty clear, right? It's Gohan's got this issue with the types of mutations that show up because he's got no problem with selection, he's got no problem with drift, he's got no problem with artificial selection, he's got no problem with gene flow. It's the mutations, and more specifically the types of mutations, because and correct me if I'm wrong, Gohan, but the types of mutations that he feels are required to get to the species and the diversity that we need are simply too unlikely to show up in the first place. Even if we're talking about the original mutations that provide populations of organisms with very baseline variation, he feel like we're talking origin of sexual reproduction type, because obviously the types of variation that we have from natural variants in alleles descends from a very, very long lineage. That's the sticking point. And I don't think we're going to be able to convince him, because what he's basically arguing is look at the trees, right? It's too complex. Look at the diversity of organisms that we have today. Random chance couldn't get us there. And we could show, again, I'm sorry to beat this dead horse, but it's like we could show you examples of exactly that happening, but I don't think it would be good enough. I think that you would still maintain that it's like, okay, I could sit here and give you the example from earlier where it's like we evolve a de novo protein in ice fish that gives their blood the property of antifreeze. That's phenomenal. That's incredible. That's amazing. But you might say something like, yeah, but that's not going to get you a new body plan. Or yeah, but it's still an ice fish. You know what I mean? It's like, I love that you accept evolution. I think that's great. And, if you find a way to harmonize it with your faith, like at the end of the day, as long as you're down with teaching evolution, that I'm glad we agree at least on that. But I find your argument from incredulity unconvincing as something that is going to make me feel like evolution is not capable, simply because I've seen over and over again too many times that it is.
Yeah.
Sure. So I think you're fairly close. If it would clear it up, my argument is pretty much a intelligent design argument or a fine-tuning argument for the universe, just apply to evolution.
The theistic evolution. God drove evolution. We've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's just fine-tuned evolution.
Sure. At the end of the day,
sorry,
this is indistinguishable. I was just going to say, at the end of the day, this is indistinguishable from regular evolution. And so, if you want to believe that, that's fine. Again, I love my theistic evolutionist friends. We get along great. We work in the department together and everything's fine. And we can sort of meet in the middle on the things that we do accept about how science works the way that it is. They typically say something like evolution's this wonderful mechanism that's put into place, like the many laws that govern other STEM fields, which is phenomenal, awesome. Glad we agree on all of that. But the problem is, and the reason why you're never going to convince somebody like me and Forrest with something like this argument, is because, one, we just, as I said earlier, have seen too many times that evolution is capable of creating much. But two, it's simply indistinguishable from naturalistic evolution. There's no way to tell the difference, right? One thing that I always find troubling when I argue with, and I know I'm not saying that you are this type of person, Gohan, because everything that we've said so far seems to indicate that you're not. But when I disagree with intelligent design advocates, and people who are, young Earth creationists or old Earth creationists, where they believe that God creates these archetypal kinds, and then you get some level of variation within those kinds. My qualm is always, how do you tell the difference between when evolution is working naturalistically versus when God has to step in and tinker, right? Did God step in with our transketolase one gene? Yeah.
Okay, so I would say if the way evolution occurred was not as either random, or if it was not as likely to cause harm or be non-beneficial. So if I think it's like maybe 1% of mutations are beneficial. If that number rose to like 10%, okay, now we're in business. Now you know what? Maybe the odds are in our favor. Or
But I
if
think what
it's
you
like
what you don't appreciate there, Gohan, is that like beneficial mutations are rare, but our sample size is freaking gigantic in the size of the genome, in the organisms that are present. These things are
matter,
evolving in
it's
parallel. You don't need one. It's not a direct correlation where one single mutation leads to one desirable outcome. There are many different ways to get a specific biochemical interaction or a different body plan or whatever. So it's like I don't find that convincing as a way to tell the difference.
And sorry, I'm also want to say I'm not trying to convince either of you two. I'm really just trying to see how I'm wrong. And I was excited to talk to you guys today when I heard you were both biologists. Forrest, I knew you were a biologist already, so I was happy to talk about this today because I haven't. I mean, I work with physical therapy, and I mean we do technically biology, but it's not like on a level where we get asked big questions like this. I don't get
Gohan, it seems like
your questions. That's my like.
It seems like your argument
So
is basically like, yeah, it seems like you could apply your exact same argument to like anything in science that feels too good to be true, and you could just be like, well, you know, that seems inconceivable to me, therefore, like God did it, right? It's indistinguishable from naturalistic evolution, except there's some level of incredulity that you've applied to the situation and decided that that's the gap evolution from a naturalistic perspective can't cross. Therefore, God did it, but exactly in the same way that naturalistic evolution would.
I also want to point out, like you a minute ago, Erika was talking about the massive sample size, and you said I heard you saying something about like it doesn't matter, or whatever. Like it super does. Because when we're talking about you said 1% of mutations are advantageous. I think it's something I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's like a couple 100,000 novel mutations per generation, right? So like if we're talking about 1% of them, that's huge. And that's just talking about our genome. There's plenty of things with larger genomes than ours, which are going to accrue more mutations as that is copied. And if we're talking about just take the population of the planet, right? If I say 1% of people are going to shit themselves until they explode, 1%, a tiny amount, but with the population of the planet, that's 80 million people. 80 million people shitting themselves until they explode is a huge fucking deal. And it doesn't matter that it's 1%. And so we're talking about the countless millions of species on this planet with billions between them. There are more ants on this planet at this point than there have ever been humans. And so we're talking about these countless billions of organisms out here. Yeah, 1% of mutations, even if that is something that we can agree on, that only 1% are beneficial, which I don't agree with that, but whatever. That is still an absolutely absurd amount of mutations that are very beneficial and are going to improve the species. And with the rate at which many species reproduce, especially in our selected species, you're going to see that play out into a serious change in a very little bit of time.
So, Forrest, I think I'm going to try to use your argument against you.
Please.
You said it goes from what was it, 8 billion to 8 million or something like that?
80. So 1% of the global population is 80 million people.
What's 1% of that? Because evolution's not a one-time thing. Mutations happen each generation. So each time you're losing 99%. It's not all detrimental. Most of it is non-beneficial. But let's just say it's all
That's
detrimental.
not how statistics work.
Because we lost 99%. All right, now you're left with 8 million. Do 99% less than that. And then keep doing that each time there's a mutation. I know
that
it's
is
wrong.
Not how it works at all. Because the other 99% don't stop reproducing or die. It's not like there's a one-time chance at it. And also, the mutations we're talking about aren't just in any somatic cell. The mutations we're talking about are in germ cells. So you're releasing several million sperm with each ejaculation. That's a lot of different mutation chances that all are going to get into one ovum, one sperm. Meanwhile, you could have sex 30 times a day for the rest of your life, and have all sorts of children. So it's not just a 1% on each individual generation. That's not how that works at all. Especially, again, not in our selected species. Our selected species, for those who don't know, by the way,
of what you said.
you're going off of what I said. That's not what I said in any way.
I thought you said our numbers got cut down to 8. I don't. You know what? It's 12:30. I don't remember what you said, but 80,000. Is that what you said? Is that what our numbers got cut
80
down
million.
to somehow?
I didn't say anything got cut down. I said
it.
I said an incidence rate of 1% in the global population equates to 80 million people. I didn't say it cuts down the population in any way.
That's my bad. I thought in this example we were saying it got cut down to 80 million. Okay, that was my bad.
Go on. You go ahead, Forrest. I could ramble.
No.
I keep rambling.
Mine was a
thing. So
mine was a very completely different train. So if you're where we're at right now, I'd rather hear from you than me.
I'm really not. I mean, I was going to make one last cherry on top on like this is just an argument from incredulity to sort of, this isn't the right way of putting it, but it is 12:30. And so I'm feeling a little bit like this is the way it is right now. Like you're sort of shoehorning God into like the process because you can, I guess. Like it's like, it feels incredulous to you. So it's like, might as well. I have talked to theistic evolutionists many times and agreed that evolution is a much more elegant solution if you're the God of the universe than creationism. I do believe that. I think that's great. And they, again, can't praise enough that you're being science affirming on this. That's awesome. The problem is, like, again, I've yet to hear from you a way to distinguish when this process is naturalistic versus when God is intervening, one. And two, when God is intervening seems like, from your perspective, it is completely dictated by when you feel like, that just seems really unlikely. So, maybe God had to intervene here, or maybe God had to intervene there. And then it's like he's using this wonderful, borderline miraculous process of evolutionary change over time to keep biodiversity up and running. But then he has to come in and like tinker every now and again, but also you can't tell from a biological perspective when the tinkering took place and when it was naturalistic. It's like that doesn't jive with me. I think if you're going to take the theistic evolutionist perspective, the better way of doing it is to just say evolution's a wonderful process that keeps life moving and shaking. God put it into place, and it's been acting out ever since then. And then also all of the other religious things that you might believe can play around and be active there as well. Like I don't see a reason to straddle the line between ID and this.
Mm-hmm.
I like this line of questioning. One, I would like to say 3 things. One, I don't believe this is a God of the gaps. I know you're not saying that, or you didn't say that. You might be thinking that, I'm not sure, but I don't believe this is a God of the gaps. God of the gaps is usually the more I don't know, the more I plug in God. This is the more I learn about evolution, the more I learn about science, the more I feel like it points towards God instead of away. So the more I learn, the more I'm like my arrow is going towards God. And I don't know how to help that, which is kind of why I call it. The second thing I was going to... It's 12:40.
So,
I forgot the second thing I was going to say.
It's fine. The thing for me, Gohan, is that I understand you literally just said it's not the God of the gaps. It's what this is pointing to. But at the end of the day, the argument does hinge on, I've learned a tiny bit about evolution and it seems a bit improbable. Therefore, I think there is this God that's doing it. And that is, by definition, the God of the gaps. It's not the worst kind. It's not the God of the gaps that most people do, but that is what that is. And what's frustrating for me is that you're calling in saying that what you have on the call screen here is an evolutionary argument for Christianity. So it's not even just God of the gaps. What you're calling in is not, hey, I think the mutation rate is a little bit unreasonable to me, and I think there might be something else going on there that would explain this. You're not even saying, hey, this mutation rate's a little bit crazy. I think there's something supernatural going on. What you're actually saying, and what you haven't been upfront about, is this mutation rate doesn't make sense to me. Therefore, there's a guy who doesn't want you having butt sex and doesn't think women should teach and doesn't want you can't touch the skin of a dead pig and also slavery's cool. Like that's the whole thing, is that it's this specific God from the specific religion, the specific interpretation, the specific translation, the specific version of the specific holy book that you prefer. And you're trying to smuggle all of that in with just, hey, I don't really understand how mutation rates work. It's not just, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Therefore, there's a guy that runs the universe, and there was a blood sacrifice in Palestine 2,000 years ago, and that means that you are going to burn in a pit if you don't believe me. And like, it's a very expensive claim you're making with very, very, very little justification.
So, one, I do now remember what I was going to say, but I do want to respond to you, Forrest, really quick.
Please.
I think this is why I was talking about shapes first, because no, my belief in Christianity is not based on science alone, not based on history alone, or any of the individual letters alone. But when you combine...
Well, that's what you put in the call screen.
Yes, it is. So the second thing I was going to say, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have said evolution in support of Christianity. I should have said evolution in support of theism. I think when I first started talking on this phone call, I corrected it to theism. So I think I realized my mistake. I'm sorry, I should not have told the call screener about it being for Christianity. I should have been less specific, saying how it should have gone towards theism. If I'm going to talk about Christianity, I have to talk about all of shapes together. Or, I mean, I could talk individually, but each one is only going to get you so far. To get to Christianity, I think
then I will ask. I will ask my gracious and exceedingly tall co-host, do you want to get into Christianity, or do you think in these 47 minutes we've covered what we need to cover?
I mean, so here's the thing, Gohan. If you'd called, and I know you did, and we there was an issue. If you'd called a while back and like I was like top level energy, and we didn't have 6 pages of super chats to read, I would be like, fuck it, let's do the full gamut, because I do have perspectives on the shape. I as you said, personal experience. I think that's less important, but I would think that argument for morality, I love getting into that kind of stuff, and
that's hard with Christianity.
Yeah, that's why I would want to get into it, but. I will go ahead and say that, our in the interest of the audience, our audience has been dropping as it's been getting later and later. And I want to make sure that everybody who sent in a super chat gets to hear it read. So I think because I'm so tall and large and like enormous and imposing, I might have to pull the co-host, please call back next time Forrest and I are together, and we will get into the full of the shape, the whole shape.
Yeah, shape it on up.
I don't think I usually call whenever my kids aren't here, so that's why I do my free time.
We always go for millions and millions of hours. So, literally, if you call in next time we're on together, and we're not infrequently on together, so call back and we can like dissect it, bit by bit. I just, in the interest of super chats more than anything else, just because they're still
if there's a way to like continue
in
another day offline, that'd be cool too.
Yes.
But
that sounds amazing.
I want to say one last thing. You were talking about tinkering before. It doesn't have to be tinkering, although that is a possible example. My example was a clean code drop. So it's just the perfect drop when the whole system is set up. He just drops it, and now it's done.
Yeah, your example works when your example works, but unfortunately your example does not fit reality. So I understand that, again, that is the script you're reading off of. That is the script you're reading off of, and we all agree with that, but it's not functional.
To me, it's kind of like I believe.
You're saying no.
To me, that's like saying I believe God instituted the Big Bang. Like he snaps his fingers, and when Genesis says "Let there be light," what he's meaning is the Big Bang. It's like, okay, if you say that and that's your perspective, that's fine. But like, that's not something I can't investigate that with science. That's an interesting perspective to have. But it's like, it's just so. It's like it's naturalist. It feels like you're taking the entire naturalistic perspective and just saying this exact thing, but with God, which is chill until you say, and also it points in that direction. Right? It's not like, oh, I'm making these two things work together. They're harmonious with one another, in my opinion. It's saying, no, they're not just harmonious. Science is literally indicative of deism, of theism in general, which I don't know that I think is a compelling argument to make. But as chat has said, I'm
That's fair.
punking out at 7 hours, so we got to move on to super chats, is my opinion.
Lame.
That's off to you.
I'm vibrating.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's a problem. But both of my legs are currently going. If I put my hands on my knees right now, this is what you're seeing. This is what's happening right now. If I stiff arm it, it's actually worse if I just keep my arms stiff. Do I what?
You have like restless leg? Do you have restless leg syndrome where you're just like bouncing off the walls all the time?
Yes, but that is not what's so restless leg syndrome. It's not. So restless leg syndrome, as far as I understand it, is specifically about like when you're trying to rest and like relax and your legs won't let you. And I do have.
I didn't know that.
Me vibrate.
I thought it was just
I think I could be wrong because I've been fidgety my entire. Go on. We're going to let you go because you're just sitting here having to listen to us talk. Have an awesome rest of your day. Thank you so much for waiting so long. We hope you call us next time. Okay.
Have a good morning.
Good night. Bye bye.
Good morning.
So my legs bounce. I'm bouncing my calves all the time, and I've done that my entire life. It is only recently that I've developed the inability to get comfortable while sleeping, and it is actually like it's difficult to say. It's not like it's completely it sucks. It's not like it's completely involuntary. Like it's not like it's like a Parkinson's tick, but like it's such an overwhelming urge. It feels like fire, and it's just so incredibly uncomfortable until my leg moves, sometimes without my conscious control because my body just involuntarily is like, ow, and I have to kick. And I will literally kick myself out of bed sometimes because I'm just laying there and I just can't stop twitching and kicking. And sometimes it goes from my legs all the way up my torso, and like my whole body will wrench forward. And I just can't, and I don't sleep because my body's just twerking around and being weird. It sucks. But I don't think that's the same as restless leg.
Well, I couldn't tell you. When I sleep, I need my feet together, like the bottoms of my feet, like when it's like warm and you're like getting excited. But I do that until I fall asleep, and then I sleep like the dead. I don't move.
Bizarre.
I am so
Bizarre.
like trusting that my tribe mates will wake me up from my deep REM sleep if they spot some kind of predator, that it's like I'm just out like the dead.
Morgan says that he's had restless leg syndrome since he was a kid, and is it the synonymous with just regular because like in my day-to-day life I will continue. It is okay. Well, then I guess I do, and I always have because
I've bounced. My legs
I guess I've always
the same
had this
way
thing.
Since I was a child.
Yeah, I cannot stop bouncing my legs. It is physically uncomfortable for me to do so, and especially the more I'm focusing or working on something, the more they go. I just can't stop. And so I'm constantly just like some part of me. It's really interesting. Also, it is as far as I know, it's a dopamine issue because they tried to give me drugs for it, and they were dopaminergic Parkinson's drugs. Have you ever done acid?
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
Or Morgan? No, I'm far too neurotic for hallucinogens.
Okay. Well, for anybody who has ever done acid before, it felt. I took these Parkinson's drugs to calm my restless leg syndrome down, and it felt like I was coming down from acid the next day. You're supposed to take it before you go to sleep, and it produces a bunch of dopamine in your brain, and then you don't kick. And the next day, I felt the same as when you're coming down from acid, where it's just like my brain feels like sand, like I'm just crawling through like muck to try to do anything. It's just really difficult to think. It sucks. And interestingly enough, because it is this thing, because it's like based on that, I do notice that sometimes if it's really bad, I can move any other part of my body vigorously enough to calm it down. So if my legs won't stop kicking and I'm just really uncomfortable, I can just do this with my hands really hard, and then my legs feel better. And it's because it's the same dopamine. You know what I mean? It's just I need my muscle doing something. Weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to open the lines back up. We're going to see who calls in. Now we'll end the show.
I know. I'm punking out. I'm tapping out. But I'm doing it in the interest of the super chatters because I know how many super chats we have, and I know they're still coming in. And I know it's going to be like 2:30. So, and I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I went and saw Will Wood in Dallas this weekend, which was awesome. But I did not sleep very much because it was like I went there and then I slept at my cousin's place, and then it was like we got up early for breakfast, and then it was a whole thing. Are you reading or am I reading?
Will trade. It is funny. The first thing I said to Morgan today, as I asked if he has a hard cutoff, and he said that he has to be at work at 4 a.m., so he needs at least enough time to take a quick shower. And I was like, okay, so we'll stop at 3. And it is funny how that might be possible, right? Because it's
That
1.
That
might
that
actually
might
be what
be-
happens.
That might be what
Screw
happens.
my word.
My guess is this is going to take an hour and a half. That's my ballpark guess. So we'll see. We might be able to get him out at like maybe 2:40, perhaps, as a treat.
Yeah, we'll see. 10 o'clock from Ericapedia, getting one in early to predict Cambo calls back and convinces us that the 6th dimension is the friends we made along the way. Also, spider webs. BRB, got to go listen to No Doubt. Yesterday we had a call from a guy named Cambo who told us that the dimensions we know of in physics are wrong, and actually all matter is the first dimension, and the second dimension is time, and then there's another dimension that's life. And that spider webs are always 2-dimensional, and spiders always have 8 eyes, except for all the times that they don't. But that's okay because it's still a 2, except for sometimes it isn't. It was a wild call. It was a wild call.
Do you ever see those memes where it's like it'll be like Australopithecus? It's inaccurate because the pattern recognition came before Australopithecus, but it'll be like Australopithecus, and it's like, can I have pattern recognizing? Can I have like extensive cognitive development for pattern recognition? And the evolution is like the personification of evolution is like, for hunting and survival, and then Australopithecus is like, yes, and then it's like, psych, for neuroses and developing the pathway to my own extinction. It's like that for coming up with fucking 6-eyed spider web, whatever. Like, $10 from Fine Point Distance for me. Erika, what is your favorite song by Miracle Musical or Tally Hall other than The Mind Electric? I'm actually a huge sucker for Sweet Dream in C major, which is a really long, weird croonery song, which I really like. If we're including Tally Hall, probably Ruler of Everything, just because that was one of the first ones I really liked. But I've also weirdly come around to Banana Man, which sucks because I kind of hate the song. It's stuck in my head. I go down and I get a banana for breakfast. I'm like, do you see banana? My husband is like, shut the fuck. Because it's but it's like, I love. What else do I like what else am I a big fan of? I mean, Mind Electric's obviously like OP for me, just because it's such a weird and wonderful song in general. But like, I'll listen to all of Hawaii Part 2 in sequence, and I won't skip a single song. Same with Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum and Really Good and Evil. Honestly, it's banger after banger.
Are you into Christopher Tin? He's the guy who made the music for a lot of the Civilization games. And he did this.
No.
He did an album, and I'll put it in the chat right now. It's so fucking good, dude. There is this album called Calling All Dawns, and it's called The Song Cycle, because the songs all roll into the next one, and you can play the whole album on loop. And it's meant to be like the cycle of all this stuff. Christopher Tin, Calling All Dawns. There we go.
Dude,
and here's 10.
What the fuck? Why can't I see this? I am such a freak for a lead motif too. Like if you're calling back to other songs and some songs, that shit hits my dopamine like big red button like nobody's business. I'm like, oh my god, that's from the other song. I love it. And Tally Hall and Miracle Musical are like notorious for like remember this little stanza? Remember these 4 chords? I bet you did.
Mm-hmm. He does that with the notes da 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 da, and it's so good. And like his it's beautiful. The very first song, Baba Yetu, begins with that this slow and da 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 da, and then the very last song ends with that same play da da da, and it loops around. And the cool thing about this thing is that each of the songs they're all in different languages, and what he does is he takes like poetry, prayers, blessings, whatever, from around the world, from different cultures, and turns them into this big, fantastical orchestral music. So the first song, Baba Yetu, is the Lord's Prayer in, I believe, Zulu. And the last song, it's really good. And the last song is my favorite. It's called Kia Hora Te Marino, and it is a blessing in Maori, which is like, may the oceans shine forever, may the light in your heart guide you, may peace be widespread. And so it's just these beautiful fucking songs about just happiness and life and celebration all around the world. And the whole album is amazing. It's one of my favorite albums of all time.
It's so rare to find an album too where you're like, there's not a single one on there that you'd skip. Like there are a handful in my brain that I'm like, and even the ones that you don't like as much, you're like, I still like hearing it, you know? So it's special too. And there's like a connecting theme, like almost like it's not a rock orchestra or rock opera, but like it's something similar where it's like there's a narrative through line through the entire album, which it sounds like this one has. Huge sucker for that.
I'm working on a very big project that I cannot say publicly because it could be stolen, and so I'll tell you about it personally. But it involves some of these songs, and I think you're gonna like it.
Ooh, I'm psyched.
Yeah.
Psyched.
Yeah, I'll let you know later on. 20 fake dollars from Evan Mans. Hi, Forrest and Erika. I'm a huge fan of both of you. We see different skin tones in chimps. Is that all similar to what humans likely look like before we lost our thick fur? Also, P.S. to Erika's partner, go Leafs go. I don't know what that means.
Well, my husband is a huge Maple Leafs fan, and the Toronto Maple Leafs, which is like our house is often like a hotbed of misery and triumph because the Leafs are like notorious for like raising your dreams up and then dashing them to pieces, as Evan Mans will no doubt attest to. But I'm curious how they knew that my partner was a Leafs fan. Maybe I've mentioned it before, or maybe I know this person IRL. Anyways. I have an opinion on this. So usually with chimps, a lot of the time what you see is like the younger ones tend to have the paler skin, and as they grow, they tend to get darker skin, due in part just to the fact that they're alive for longer. But that being said, in other hominins, almost certainly that variation was there. This is why you see that variation when you see their recreations. But you probably would have seen some interesting like boomerangs between having that variation present and losing it, because you've got that pressure to get that darker skin as they move on to this more committed savanna lifestyle. So maybe. It depends. Hello, Forest Skeleton. Nice. I see the same place as mine.
Yeah, so I saw yours in the background, and I thought that it would be really funny if we both just had skeletons. So I figured I'd bring them.
We probably have the same exact model. Like I can see that you've got your the sacral plexus down at the bottom, because my face is in front, and it's got like that. Yup. I was like, mine looks the same way with the nerves coming out.
He's
I
got
was
the
like,
vertebral arteries in here.
When I'm squishing them, or when I'm like recording, I like to just squish them sometimes and imagine.
Does he have the one herniated disc?
Yep.
Yeah. I've got this other one over here, which isn't the full skeleton. This one's just a spine. And this guy here is missing his coccyx and also his C1. And then over here, I've got just the skull as well, which you can put on this thing, and it looks awesome.
Yeah.
little fatality situation, you know what I mean?
I've got the skull as well isolated, and they're both very like morphologically masculine. I wish I could get one that's got like the more typical, like more variation than just like two big square jaw, giant mastoid process.
Me too.
European skull.
I hate that shit. They're all European men.
They're all European men, and like
I want to.
We have some nice diversity in our labs, which I can look at sometimes. I'm like, oh, look, this is really cool, and then, but it's so annoying.
That was one thing I really like at TU when I was doing the bioanthro there. Like we had this paleoanthro and human osteology lab, and they had like just shelves of here's the European skulls, here's the Asian skulls, here's the Africans, here's the Aboriginal skulls. You know, it was all there.
Yep.
I want that.
We have this super fun activity that we do in my my PA's osteology lab, where it's like the lab that he teaches to the undergraduates, where it's like, oh, we give them a skull, and it's like, you can use these archaic categories to try to decide which race it's in. And then once they're all done, we're like, ha, psych, they're all wrong. None of them work. And this is why we don't use these categorizations, because they're not only racist, but also they're not functionally useful, which is a fun exercise.
Yeah.
$10 from Afrostorian. I am sad that sapiens are only homo left, as am I. I literally just read an article that a Neanderthal child was evidence collecting fossils and toys like any child. What if all 5 were still here? Probably Afrostorian, many more than just 5 hominins living contemporaneously. That number seems to be going up all the time. I saw this piece that you're just talking about It was very reminiscent. Like day over day, we find out that Neanderthals are less and less different than we'd previously thought. But there was another really good one that from a while back that was a Neanderthal with Down syndrome. It was a petrosal that had was evidence that the individual had Down syndrome. But it's really cool because it wasn't like an infant, which suggests that these guys took care of more than just individuals that were like sort of typical and grew up and then had an injury, but they also even recognized, variation in humans from like very young, and like they weren't going to like toss some kid with Down syndrome out, which is pretty cool.
For sure. $5 from Zachary Henrik. I've already asked this of Forrest and Jimmy, so it's your turn, Erika. What's the worst animal? Also, as a fellow iridescent alligator, Cambo was crazy.
Dude,
my impression.
I'm biased because I obviously study primates a lot, so it's like these are the guys that I spent a lot of my time with. I hate Hamadryas baboons so much. I think they're such assholes. They are they're like if incels were a species of animal. They live in these big, gigantic, multi-level society groups where there are these sub-harems that are helmed by males, and the way that a male can start his own harem is he has to abduct like prepubescent, for lack of a better term. They don't have puberty, or they don't have the adolescent stage. They have a juvenile stage and then adulthood. But they have to abduct juvenile females from other harems so they can basically raise them away from their family and then eventually grow their own harem of like abducted females. And then they're horrible to the females. They like bite them, they attack them, and the females have absolutely no means of retribution because they're separated from their female relatives, and they won't form these close-knit relationships with unrelated females like bonobos will. They don't, I guess they just don't know how to do it or whatever. And so it's a real boys club, and it's exactly the opposite of what you see in geladas, which have the exact same social system, except the females live in these sub-harems with other female relatives, and they just kick the shit out of the resident male if he's like a jerk. So it's like, it's an interesting like comparison. So I dislike them because they remind me about the worst of us as humans.
Yeah, for sure. $5 from Wizard Wolf. Hey, Erika and Forrest. A while back, you asked your favorite dinosaur, not a dino, but shout out to Leopleurodon and its unique propulsion method. You know what they're talking about?
I like Leopleurodon. I don't know about a Leopleurodon unique propulsion method. Leopleurodon locomotion. I don't know if that would be. Oh, is it that it uses its front and back flippers to swim, which is not particularly efficient, but allowed it to quickly accelerate, making it an ambush predator. That's pretty cool.
Neato.
Wizard Wolf, if that's true, that's epic.
I'm into it. I'm very into it. Thank you so much.
Wow, that would have been so awkward to see.
I've got some paleo friends I want to bring on here someday.
That would be super fun. I love getting people who study different stuff on because it's like they know shit that I don't. Oh, someone asked what my sweatshirt says. It says, "Hi, I'm Paul," with that three
DNA Productions.
Yeah, the little orang. I think he's an orang. He's always got like crimson looking fur, so I assume that he's an orangutan. But I get monkey merch of all kinds.
I was gonna ask. That's the production company that makes Jimmy Neutron, and that's the wild thing to have on a shirt.
Yeah, and he comes at the end. Hi, I'm Paul. It's my sister got it for me. She was like, she got it for me too. Yeah, it's like I wasn't even a huge Jimmy Neutron fan. Like I liked Jimmy Neutron, but I wasn't like a major Jimmy Neutron head. It was just like she was like, I know that you sometimes watched Jimmy Neutron, and also at the end there was a 3-eyed orangutan. So I got you this shirt, and I was like, I love it. I will treasure it for years to come.
It's great. Are you reading this or am I? I don't remember where we're at.
I don't know. I'll read it. Australian $20 from Darren McCulphy. Forrest and Erika, the dynamic duo. I'll probably miss most of the show live. Most people do because they're weak. But I look forward to watching it later. Educate the ignorant and fight the morons. Keep at it. We promise we will. We must. We are required now more than ever. This is like we just got back from war, and then now there's another war, and this time it's like World War III. Now it's
£5 from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Organize, learn class consciousness, fight back, even if it's through art. Use it to make propaganda and bolster marginalized communities. Hell to the fuck yes. Absolutely. Love
$5
that
from
message.
Ericapedia. Headcanon 1 skeleton. Oh wait, go back. I didn't get to read it.
That's a new
Ericapedia
one
had a
that just
okay.
came in.
Okay, well, $10
It was
from
just
the
out of
Raven
order.
200 Forest. Aaron, Adair, and Erika are my favorite duo for learning science. I always learn something new and interesting. Jimmy, go take a perfect
3 names.
Susanoo twin thunder gods from Itachi and Sasuke. Is this weeb stuff in our super chats?
I don't
Someone
know
tell me,
what any of it means.
Is this Naruto reference?
It does sound like
and
some sort of
anime,
anime.
references.
Wrestling
Someone in
and
chat
anime.
someone tell me what anime this is. I only watch the good animes, so obviously I haven't watched Naruto.
Nice. I don't know what it is either. $5 in the Raven 200. Lol, I meant trio. See, they corrected themselves. I remembered Aaron and Tara. I was typing up my Jimmy insult. Forgot you correct the whole super chat. Jimmy, I blame you. Go fuck yourself. Very nice. People are saying it is Naruto.
That's good to know.
I only like Naruto the fish roll. You know what I mean? In my ramen, but that's all.
It's good to know that my degeneracy meter is still working, gauge is still working, because everybody knows anime is degenerate unless it's the kind that I watch. $7.99 Australian dollars from Marty182. Greetings from Australia, which does exist. For both or either of you, what is your favorite biology fact about Australia? Oh man.
That it doesn't exist.
I like that you guys have thylacoleo. I think that a marsupial with opposable thumbs and a guillotine placoderm mouth is really cool. And I also think it's really cool that Australia seems to be one of the only places that hominins just like couldn't get to, that was like close enough that they could have gotten to without or before Homo sapiens. And so then Homo sapiens got there and like really messed things up. But they didn't get there and like meet Homo erectus. They were just like, it's free real estate.
I like the fact that you've got a convergent evolutionary contemporary homologue to, or strictly speaking, of a homoplazy, but like you have a thing that convergently seems to fill the same niche as like most other things, just in marsupial form. You've got a marsupial mole, you've got marsupial mouse thing, you've got a couscous. Instead of lemurs, you've got flying phalangers, I think sugar gliders, as opposed to flying squirrels. You've got thylacoleo instead of lions. You've got just like, you can literally line up so many things and be like, this niche exists and it only has marsupials to work with. How's that going to work? And you get some weird shit.
How do you do it? It's like, don't copy my homework, and then or copy it but change it a little bit, and it's like, it's your thing but with a pouch. And it's like your thing, but Metatherian. It's like, okay, well, whatever, I guess.
Damn it.
$5 from Sky High Power Duo tonight. How the heck do y'all read so many papers so fast? Can I have the magic candy to give me this ability? Honestly, it takes a lot of practice to learn how to read papers so fast. The secret is when you read them, you learn how to sort of identify important parts first. So like there's an order that I read papers that is not, I start with the abstract and I end with the conclusion. I don't know how Forrest does it, but I have like a specific order that I do it, and I will read the entire paper if the entire thing remains fruitful. But the way that I've devised reading it is like, I maximize my information gain and minimize the amount of paper that I have to pour over. Oftentimes it ends up with me reading the whole thing, but sometimes I can cut some time off of that.
It is always this abstract introduction if I don't know what this is and I need the background. Otherwise, skipping straight to results, unless that's just a bunch of stats, and then going straight to discussion and conclusion, and like seeing what the fuck this thing actually means and is this important. Then if it matters and I want to ask questions, go back to methods and results, see, figure out what they were actually doing and why. And then if I'm still confused, go back and fill in the blanks with introduction.
I'd read the introduction. Yep.
Bouncing
100%.
all around the place.
And if you've got a good graduate program, they'll teach you how to do it. Or if you're really good, you'll just pick it up on your own.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I've got one professor in particular that like every time we do like lit review, I will do that. And I will come to class and say, hey, here's this. And she'll show me her paper. And it is literally like every other word has a highlight. There's a tab off to the side. There's notes in the mark. There's and it's like, you actually read every word of this 5 times. How? Why? What are you doing? What is that?
And I'm not going to be like internalizing some of that either. Like there's going to be parts of like, oh, I'm reading the methodology and they're telling me the details of, their PCA. It's like that kind of thing is going to stick with me. But if it's a methodology that I don't know the first thing about in a field that's like not critical to the work that I'm actively doing, the methods are important insofar as I want to replicate it. I'm planning on reaching out to the authors. I'm planning on doing something similar. Outside of that, it's like the details of the methodology are just if you're interested. I know that sucks, but you can't hold it all in your brain sometimes.
And that's why we do science based entirely on faith, because we never go back and recheck. And that's why it's just a dogma of evolution, and it's all our religion.
Vibes-based. Science is vibes-based exclusively. That's so true. $10 from Yuri Bartukov. Just wanted to support a great secular organization and awesome host today. Thank you, Yuri.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you.
On Ice for my anime enjoyers out there. I haven't watched that one.
$10 from Brandon Fetter. My 2 favorite presenters again. I wish I could give y'all 1,000 times this for the good fight you fight. Thank you very much, Brandon. Every little bit helps, and I really do appreciate your support.
It's our pleasure. $5 from Stomp.
Love what you said earlier. We're doing this for the love of the game. It really is
love
true.
of the game only, baby. We're here because we enjoy it. We're professional haters. I love it. Jesus and Superman get into a fist fight. Who do you think is winning? Superman is susceptible to magic, so Jesus might put up a fight. It depends on which version of Jesus we're talking about, because there are some denominations where Jesus is like OP. I mean, he's like borderline Mary Sue with the amount of powers that he has.
And then there's like the sandwich Jesus, Yeah.
Or like the Gnostic Jesus, where like maybe he's like some versions where it's like he's just a guy. And it's like he's not beating Superman if he's just a guy. But if he's like, I've seen some of those Jesuses, and he's just like, you're not going to beat him. Even Superman's not going to beat him.
If he's fig tree smiting Jesus, yeah, he's got something going on. $10 from R. Abu Shahan. Please discuss why we can't collaborate. Why can't we collaborate to deny science benefits to science deniers? Religionists get to deny others' rights. They've earned the wages of their bigotry. That's kind of what you were talking about. Like this dude, if you're going to deny science, there should be a program where you now have to fucking live in the woods without science for a minute and just see what that's like.
Ship him off to Big Monster Island post haste with no access to his iPhone and or medical care. Like it's just, it's ridiculous. The reason we don't, by the way, is because we're like, we're better people. That's why, because we want humanity to prosper, and we're kind, and so we do it anyways. But that doesn't mean we can't complain about it. $5 from
it reminds me of that Jim Jeffries bit. It just reminds me of that Jim Jeffries bit where he's like, there's the train of humanity that's running down the tracks, and all the scientists are in the front making the train work really well and shoveling coal into the thing. And then there's all these people in the back sticking boards out of the train, trying to stop it, trying to dig into the ground. And all the scientists are like, if I just pull this pin right here, we'll just go. And like, we just can't.
It's like, we will drag you into the glorious future that you will enjoy kicking and screaming, and you will curse us for it. It's unreal. A minute to Forrest and Erika is an hour to the rest of us. Love you both. Never stop being awesome. I will say Forrest and I have an uncanny ability to experience time dilation when we're on the show together, where it's just like you blink and it's been 4 minutes. 4 hours, 4 minutes to you plebeians.
Right. It is crazy. Like these, I would do this forever. $10 from Mariah Bannister. Tiddlywinks and Twaddlywinks deserve all the super chats. Hashtag cancel Erika.
I was not imagining that it would be spelled like twat. I was imagining like TWODD. Like it was very wholesome and like an old English saying in my head. And then I said it out loud and I was like, whoops. And then you were like, hey, that's a slur. And I was like, it is. And then I was like, he's got not. On my leg. Thank
Yeah,
God.
no, I
Thank God.
I wasn't even thinking about the word twat. I wasn't thinking about that at all. It just sounded weird and funny, and I was like, hey, just don't say that. I was just being stupid.
It's like, to be fair, there are definitely silly words out there that do have a deplorable history, and it's like
Yes,
it sounds
and you
funny,
have
but
to
you
be
can't
careful.
say it. It sounds like a
Yeah,
joke word, but it is not. Like,
right.
$5 from Brian.
It is
Until the last
crazy.
200 years, were humans better off as hunter-gatherers? I think maybe he means 200,000 years. Were humans better off as hunter-gatherers? How accepted or repudiated is this idea among experts? It's interesting that you say that, because one sort of book that people tend to use as like a gateway into like basic anthropology, unfortunately, is *Sapiens* by Yuval Harari, which has this bit in it that I actually kind of like as a think piece, or as a thought experiment, that it's like, was agriculture the biggest mistake? Because it's like, we live for 290,000 years, and life's pretty good. Like, hunter gatherers, they lead a hard life, but they also have a lot of time that they're not breaking their backs, like pulling crops up or like herding beasts of burden. Like, if you look at the free time that hunter gatherers today have as compared to pastoralists or agriculturists, it's like night and day who's happier. But the thing is that it's that agriculturalism and that pastoralism that facilitated the Industrial Revolution thousands of years later. So it's like, in the long run, it's good for us. Like, we're having a great time. But for the people who actually made the switch, stability at the expense of free time and their bodies probably wasn't a great idea, especially because it's like, when you grow your food in one place, if you're a woman, it sucks, because it's easier to atomize you away from your female relatives, and things are less egalitarian. But then also, people can start hoarding resources, and you start to see classism emerge, and it becomes a bit of a mess.
It was, I think, I seem to remember, like, I don't know if this is still the trend in anthropology, but like, what I remember is like, hunter gatherers have like happier lives, but they're shorter. And meanwhile, with agriculture, the benefit you get, with agriculture, you are less societally happy. You're working longer. You're working harder. You have less freedom. You have but the benefit you get is you can now sustain a much larger society. And so, if you want to have a group that isn't just tiny nomadic band, you need to plant some crops and sacrifice some happiness.
It's not a coincidence that the first civilization, not civilization, the first city, and the word city is fraught, but like, it's typically the fingers pointed at like Göbekli Tepe in that region. It's like, that's right on time with the agricultural revolution, for reasons Forrest just stated, right? Like, you can't have a city if you can't feed a city. So you need crops, and bigger groups. If you're trying to hunt and gather with a large group, you need to move more often, and you need to spread yourself more thin, which just eventually is going to reach numbers that are untenable.
I do like the picture, though. If you didn't have agriculture, but we still had this big of a group size, you know what I mean? I love this idea of these marauding swarms of apes, like fucking locusts, that just wander into an area and just demolish it and consume it, and then wander out. And like, the amount of resources that we need for our fucking lifestyles, and we're just coming in and just destroying. It's a very poetic way to see what we actually are.
Yeah, you almost have to imagine like a Dougal Dixon Man After Man situation, where we've like slowly evolved into like these hideous creatures that are perfectly adapted for like on the move mass consumption. We give birth on the move, we stuff our faces while we can, we leave the sick behind. Like, it creates this new evolutionary trajectory that would be really fun to like play fast and loose with Spec Evo, and does core into our worst nature of just like consume, survive, multiply.
Yep.
We're freaks.
$10 from Jax Tekabe. That's cool. Hate to miss the rest of this show live, but off to play D&D I go. Hell yeah. That sounds awesome. I wish I could play. I miss playing. I did roll for initiative, and I haven't played since, and I'm sad.
My Pathfinder group hasn't met in like a month. $5 from Moira Bannister.
Man.
Thank you, Erika, for matching Anthony's BS script with actual data. That's why we're here. We're here. We do the fact checking, and it's amazing that more people don't, since you have a super cute computer in front of you to like Google this stuff, and like the body of human knowledge, and we've never been stupider and more ignorant as a species. It's alarming.
That was Carl Sagan talked about that we are a species that is increasingly dependent on science and technology, and we know less and less about it every single fucking year. Like every generation seems more people don't know it. $5 from Mostly Gizzards. I would love for both Forrest and Erika to create at least one or more Blue Sky starter packs for people to follow science communication. I don't know how that works, but I am on Blue Sky now. I just got back into that. I had a Blue Sky, but I didn't pay attention to it. I don't know what a starter pack is.
It's actually good. So it's basically like, because they knew you're creating like a massive Twitter exodus. They have like these things called starter packs where it's like, oh, if you're interested in this, here's a gazillion people who do that you can follow. But it's not created by like Blue Sky. It's created by like people who are interested in those topics. So it's like anybody can make a starter pack of like, oh, if you like the stuff that me and Forrest do, you should follow all these people whose work we like and follow. And it's like, nice. I know what it is, but I don't know how to do it. So maybe someone cooler than me will engage.
That sounds tight. I'm into that.
We got $5 from Alyssa Silverbow. What did the cell say when it ran into the table? Mitosis. Why didn't anybody want the Biologist new book? It was a hard sell. It's too late in the show to be giving me this kind of stuff, you guys. Like
really
you can't be giving.
Really
I don't even have a pity snort for you on that one. Ooh, sandwich money. Thank you, Ian. $4.99 from Ian Colson, sandwich money for Erika. It was a very good sandwich. You guys want to know what it was? You're about to be really jealous. It was delicious. It was a toasted sourdough, like 8-inch, 12-inch, something like that. Pretty big sandwich with a honey roasted turkey, brie, and green Granny Smith apple slices. It was really good. Very weird sandwich.
Hell yeah. What do plants do when they're hungry?
They photosynthesize.
They have a light snack.
$5 from Blackwater Ted. Creationist, evolution. That's ridiculous. It makes much more sense to say we came from dust and ribs. Yeah, Blackwater Ted. What a wonderful addition to the show. That's so much more than I can say for other things that have happened within the past 30 seconds that we're not adding value to this show.
$5 for Monkey at Typewriter. I missed the evidence to support Anthony's arguments. Can he review his evidence and support? Guys, can we? Oh, hubris, thy name is Anthony. That's great.
Oh, Anthony. That was a rough one, but it was fun. $5 from Moira Bannister. Anthony is 100% throwing stones in a glass house. Brother, that whole house was glass. Like the foundation was glass.
It was glass on glass on glass, y'all. A bad time. It was really rough. It was really rough. But I love shit like that. Like yesterday, we took a call from this guy who I later learned has actually previously been banned, and we have no idea how he got through the call screen. But it was talking about how, like that eating birds and riding horses and getting tattoos and dyeing your hair are all evil things, and that evil is this like cosmic force that forces you to rape children and like all this just crazy shit, and just would not stop talking over everybody. And like there were a lot of people that were like, why do you fucking let that conversation go for more than 2 seconds? It's like, because I want to show just how fucking insane this is. And like it's the same thing with the Anthony thing. Like that conversation could have been 2 minutes long. Just like that's not how anything works. You don't know what you're talking about. Goodbye. But I'm so happy that over the I think we had him on the phone for like 45 minutes, that over that time we were able to definitively, continuously, and just thoroughly show everybody that this dude was saying, I believe anything that I'm told unquestioningly, and that's how I know that you guys believe anything you're told unquestioningly, and that's wrong. And that was the entire argument.
That was kind of unreal to me. Like the several times that we would be like, how do you know that? And he would be like, well, you Marxist university attending scientific priest. And you're like, oh, you read it on Answers in Genesis? That's so interesting. I can tell by the verbiage. Yeah. Like you're giving yourself away. That was incredible. But no, you're right. Like, and it's important to go through this kind of stuff because there are people out there who are either considering or they're on the verge of like leaving something like creationism. And like, there's a reason those arguments are popular. And it's good to hear people break them down, even if it's not, maybe for those of you out there who watch this show perhaps too much, or like me are addicted, or and like Forrest to watching shitty content. So it's like you've heard the arguments a million times, but someone out there is going to get some kind of benefit from it. I hope.
Yeah, no, that is exactly what I think. And that's, I see the one of our mods in the chat saying there was no note that person banned. I'm not upset about it. I think it was a great clip. It shows the inanity of that type of thinking, and we watch that clip. It is a cautionary tale. You know what I mean? Against that kind of thinking. Also, Amargan says, I've never had a 2-minute conversation in my whole fucking life. You don't fucking know me. You don't know anything about me. Yeah, you're right. But that doesn't mean that you're fucking, you have a reason to say that shit.
How dare you?
Harsh.
This speaks like a man that has to get up in like 2.5 hours. You could have put your foot down, Morgan. You could have busted our chops. You know we would have folded like a house of cards.
$5 from Wintermute 740. Anthony is listening. Fucking Jesus. Anthony is listening for his turn to speak, not in order to understand. But thank you, Anthony. We all got a free college lecture out of it. Hell yeah.
I'm purging the word need from my vocabulary when speaking to creationists forever now. That I like, in a way, I walked right into that. I was like, the second I said it too, and I heard him like basically cream his pants, I was like, God damn it, we're never getting past this. Like, we're never. That's it. That's game, set, match. Unforced error on my part. But whatever. $10 from a Photic Phoenix. Could you please give some of your favorite tunicate facts? Such a crazy group of organisms. Do I have a favorite tunicate fact?
Salps are more closely related to you than they are to jellyfish, even though they look a lot like siphonophores. And I'm pretty sure, siphonophores or hydra. Not siphonophores. Fuck me. Siphonophores are it's hydras. Hydrozoans. Yeah. Hydras are jellyfishes. And salps look like them's bitches, but they're actually technically chordates. And they are tunicates, I believe.
They are tunicates. They are absolutely beautiful.
They're fantastic.
So
they're adorable little guys. And they have a notochord when they're early in development.
Is it tunicates that form those massive clonal groups that like drift along, and they like when they're clonal, they can just be super. That's my favorite. Is that some of the largest organisms, quote unquote, on the planet are clonal groups of tunicates. I didn't know that. I forgot that that's who that was, but very cool. Don't ask me about invertebrates.
I fuck up siphonophores all the goddamn time, and I don't know why. I've done it for fucking years. Siphonophores are a class. No, they're an order within Hydrozoa, so I actually had it right. What the fuck was I thinking then? Yeah, no, I was correct. I uncorrected myself. I was saying they look like siphonophores, but they're not. And I'm fucking stupid.
I didn't notice. I had to look up who was included in Ecdysozoa the other day. So like, you're not gonna slip up on this around me. I won't notice.
Yeah, no, they are salps are tunicates, and they are also technically chordates, which is really fucking cool. And they're great little dudes, and they just have weird little net mouths, and they just squish along. $5 fake from Disabled Atheist. They're really adorable. They're wonderful things. I want to fucking touch one. And I also really, my friend Lisa Vincent, she's an astrobiologist, and she just fucking posted a video like scuba diving with a ton of them. I'm mad jealous. You two are beyond awesome. Keep up the great work. Don't tell me what to do, but thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
They're so colorful. I really like these guys. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at one that looks like boobs right now. It's pretty sweet.
Nice.
Okay, $5 from Monkey Typewriter. Argument from incredulity is fallacious. Well, what if I'm really, really, really incredulous? What if my incredulity reaches heretofore untold, reaches levels heretofore untold? Still nice. A bad argument. But I'm incredulous that you could even reach those levels.
Fucking send more super chats for more terrible science jokes. That's what's going to keep us going. That's what's going to keep us alive. No. Yeah,
let me
absolutely.
Tell you, I've never once like actually tapped out like I'm out of here and then done that. You people will drive me to it. This is a threat. I hope you know this is a threat. Do you have any idea how big my hands are? This would hurt.
I don't believe her is the thing, chat. I don't believe her.
Call my bluff.
I tell you what.
From Shannon, Silverbow, Anthony, I hear what you're saying. Erika, I'm just going to dismiss everything you said just because vibes. Yeah, that is what he did. He did that a couple times. Well, you know, I did say the word need. I triggered him. I'm always triggering these people with my difficult verbiage.
I said the word chat, and it just made me laugh because I saw this thing. It was so fucking. It's just so stupid. It's a one line, not even joke. This is calling your non-binary partner chat during sex or something like that.
What do you think about chat? What do you think about this
so fucking funny. And now I can't stop thinking about that every time I say the word chat. It's so good.
It's so brain rotted. Wait, are you saying shat with an SH or cat? Like
no, chat. Yeah, C-H-A-T.
Okay. I was like, that's what I thought. And then I was like, wait, is he saying shat?
You could. I want to start saying shat instead of chat and just see how long people notice. $5 from Wintermute 740. People like Erika, dude, that's fucked up. What are you talking about?
No, literally, people that like me, I'm like, dude, you've made a mistake. You made a horrible mistake.
The first part of that was in quotes. I think they were saying that somebody said people like Erika, and as to imply like evolutionists or something. Or it could be that it's fucked up to like you. I don't know. Maybe this person's an asshole and they were just saying something truly hateful.
The thing is like, I'm very at home in my content niche, but it's cringe content. And a lot of you are cringe by association, unfortunately. 5 pounds from the fuzzy logic. I've learned more hard science listening to streams with Forrest and Erika than I did in my 4-year degree. Makes me want to go back to uni. That feels so good. I'm glad to hear that because I know Forrest does as well. But I pride myself greatly in trying my best to like make science not just like accessible, but interesting, because people can be such shitty teachers. It's like you're teaching a subject that is like the coolest thing ever. I found this over and over and over again in university. It's like you're teaching this is cool. How are you making me want to fall asleep in the class? You know, and then you go and do some independent learning. You're like, wait, this shit actually rocks. Like this slaps.
Yeah.
And so it's like never again. It's my personal cross there.
What's the latest poop shatlings? Shats in the chat. Keep us going.
Shats in the chat.
$5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Anthony says evolution is fooling people like Erika. It was that. But why isn't it people like Forrest and Erika? Is there something here? It's the sexism. It's what it is.
The thing is, when you do science as a duplicitous femoid, there's just a little bit of an edge there. There's just a little bit of an extra. You're just wearing the weight belt, just a tiny, tiny bit. Luckily, I rarely notice it. And then people point it out and I'm like, wait a second. Is it possible that I was wronged here? Is it possible? What could I have done? And then it's like, nah, it's because you got, the titties and a uterus. And that one is on me. That's on me, Shat. I'll work on it.
The last call, Gohan, he interrupted both of us quite a bit, but I think I couldn't tell if he was interrupting you more than me, but I think he was. But he interrupted both of us with such frequency that I didn't think it was worth it to call it out. And it was like, yeah, I try to pay attention to it, especially when I have a female co-host, because it once you start noticing it, you can't fucking stop noticing it, and it's so fucking annoying.
It's one of those things too, though, where it's like when you do bring it up, like I always like it when it's brought up as like the nuclear option. Like we realize that the color is actually not calling in good faith, and then it's like, all right, you want to play this game, and you're also sexist, and we can tell. It's like. In actuality, I think a lot of it is that like my voice is softer. I think that's part of it. I don't think that that's an excuse, but it's just like I'm sure it's an exacerbating factor. So maybe I just need to
get a better voice.
I've been
mental quit talking over you.
Allow me to share with you guys a traumatizing experience. So middle school was quite rough because as people were starting to hit puberty, boys and girls alike, is that they hit puberty, your voice drops a little bit. Mine never did that. I sounded like this forever. This has just been me. I grew 7 stories tall and my voice never dropped. And so it was like this one time I was in line in the lunch line behind this guy that I kind of had a crush on, and I was trying my best to like make these interactions with it, interact a little bit, cool like though, cool like. And one day I walked up to him and I was like, hey, his name. I was like, oh yeah, you're getting like, I said something dumb like, oh yeah, like you're getting smiley face fries today, because in middle school they had like the smiley face French fries if you went to like a shitty school. And he looked at me and he said, "Do you actually sound like that?" And I was like, kill shot. I'm gonna be insecure about that forever. I was just filled with like Swiss cheese. It was a one-hit KO. So I've sort of embraced it, but it is what it is. $5 from Moira Bannister. Anthony has his nose so far up, YouTube won't let me say the rest. It will. We'll let you.
Yeah, we can finish the sentence for you. It's a bad time. It's a bad time. What a fucking miserable $4.99 from Casey Vinning with no message, but thank you very much for sending $5 anyway. I appreciate it. I get to read this one too. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Anthony doesn't need to be condescending towards Erika, and this ain't his first time. Anthony doesn't get to be. Sorry, condescending towards Erika. Anthony, examine your behavior toward women. You are gross. Her. Those are what those emojis sound like.
$4.99 from Casey Vining. Anthony has joined the ranks of Jackie and Hamish. I don't know those callers, but that checks out. I don't want to meet Jackie and Hamish now.
Hamish sounds familiar. I think I talked to that guy. Jackie's the 16-year-old Jordan Peterson fan that calls in and name drops a bunch of philosophers instead of making an argument.
Oh, I don't care about that. I can't even express how much I don't care about philosophers. I know that's horrible. Philosophers come at me.
It sucks.
Like, I just don't care. Like, that would be like me naming random scientists at you without explaining what they do. Like, we just don't have that problem, because in science, you're like, if you name somebody, someone will just be like, I don't know what the fuck that person did, and then you're like, oh, allow me to explain. But if you do that in philosophy, they're like, just as I thought, not as erudite as I previously expected.
Do you ever watch? There's a guy named he goes by the handle Slappable Jerk, and he makes this a bunch of different series, just like fucking cringy, awful people just playing out these roles. And he has one series where it's this character is the average Redditor, and it's this kid named Wyatt in like a cat t-shirt and a vest and like a hat, and it's just every interaction like, assuming you're actually intelligent enough to follow what I am saying here, you've clearly demonstrated that you are no more than a common hobbyist in the methods of swordplay, and like it's just a fucking just this terrible, terrible guy. It just sucks.
And you're like, you're gonna make me bring back bullying for the next 5 minutes exclusively. Like, these people, man, I can't. Like, please talk like a normal person. I'm begging you, just talk like a normal person.
Morgan is shutting down super chats because he's mean, and probably because we've done like 5 and it's been an hour.
Morgan, they're coming in faster than you're reading them.
Morgan's like, oh, I'm so tired. I'm gonna have to get up.
Can we set the bar? Only super chats over $100 here on out. You can still send them, but they gotta be over $100. Agreed?
That would be insane. That would be nuts.
Yep, fine.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Hell yes. Do not only $100 super chats. Keep a Morgan up all night.
This poor
$5
guy.
on the Raven 200. Forrest predicting exactly what Anthony was going to do, then him doing precisely what Forrest did is the highlight of the night. It was a fun time.
He
Hype
knew
said
too.
$5 and don't tell me what to do.
Dude, Forrest, he was 100% going to say dinosaurs the second time too. Like, he was going to say dinosaurs.
Absolutely. It's not provable that I was right, but I was fucking right.
he saw you writing and he was like, but it's fossil fuels. What else can I say? What else could possibly be a fossil?
Dinosaurs are the only fossils.
They're the only ones. I can't believe we met like a fossil fuel truther in the wild. I thought only like fucking Destiny debated those people, but like whatever, I guess.
Why are more of you sending low super chats now? Stop it.
These people are freaks. I love them, but yeah, you're at home here. The dissonance is strong with this one. I should say so.
I like the fact that we peaked at about 2.2 thousand people, which is more than we usually get on SkepTalk. But the extra like 400 of you that wandered in eventually wandered back out when we did the 4th hour-long call.
Yeah. Yep.
$5
yeah,
from.
We were talking about it behind the scenes, and I remember thinking like, it's because this is going on like the 5th hour. Like that people just don't have. Where's the stamina? Is you guys? You gotta. It's time to nut up. Cowards, all of you.
That's what we need here on the line is more nut. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Wily Anthony Coyote came in here with his Acme Apologist kit, pulled out all the dynamite, and it blew up in his face. Erika, can I get a beep beep?
The meep meep. That guy.
Yeah.
That guy didn't. The 3rd time we got scientific priests, I was like, oh my god, we're gonna be here forever. Oh, this one's for me. $4.99 from Scott Bishop. Erika, top 3 White Claw favors. This is so easy. It's crazy. Number 1, blackberry, not even close. The blackberry is it's so good. Number 2, passion fruit. The passion fruit tastes like, and I have yet to meet someone who disagrees with me on this. I don't care if you hate alcohol, you need to try this. I mean, if you're in recovery, don't. But like, if you hate alcohol, you just don't like the flavor, go try the passion fruit White Claw because it tastes explicitly like tie-dye fruit roll-ups. It is uncanny. Number 3, lime. It's an OG. Top 3.
Oh my god. Everyone has to try this, unless I guess you're alcohol. This is such a valuable footnote.
Forrest, you have to be clear with these people because someone just sent $100 super chat, and if you're not clear with them, they did. They
sent a 99. They sent $99.99. Just that's right, what I love about our community. That's what I love about our audience is that they're willing to waste $100 just to prove a point of not quite wasting $100.
No, it's because
that's what I mean.
They're using Apple.
Because they're using Apple. It doesn't, like, that's the thing, man. We talked about it at the beginning where it's like, this is so dumb, we have to do it. That's exactly what that is.
That is 100% what that is. Absolutely. And like, honestly, sometimes I hope there's a hell because I know I would see you all there. I know.
And then we could just hang out and live stream for all eternity. And hell for us. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was going to make a similar joke, no doubt.
I was going to say hell for us is we're doing this exact same show, only the callers get the mute button instead of us.
No, it's the same show except the callers get the mute button, and it's like the top 5 worst offenders. It's like Otangelo Grasso, and just for like for an infinite amount of time, he's like, but have you considered that the intelligent design offers a much better solution to the origin of life? And you're like, Otangelo, stop.
Oh man, there's a reason that guy's banned from everything. $10 from Nolder JJ. I don't know how to say that. One of the best host combos. Thank you so much. Love your works. Stay nerdy. Don't tell me what to do.
£10 from Herbie Shine. Super chat, mostly for Erika and Forced Takedown of Anthony. You two were magnificently, wonderfully, ridiculously magnificent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I love that. Love crafting with the adjectives. Your $5 from Mr. Boricua. Number 10. Good grief, Anthony. How much face can you lose with your dishonesty? Keep going straight, going with a straight face. Any shame. Jesus criminy. Jeezbus.
None. No shame.
Jesbus.
$20 Australian from Adam D. The thing I wish I could explain to a person like Anthony is there isn't a creationist on the planet who wants to disprove a scientific theory more than a scientist in that specific field. Erika and Forrest, you rock. I've tried to explain this to them. They also think we're all exceedingly wealthy. Like, they think that we're making the big bucks by holding up the paradigm. Like, big evolution is sending out the checks. Are you kidding me?
Skeptics and scoundrels in the chat, pardon me, sweet Buddha, the stream is still going. Eric, you fucking get on our level. You don't fucking know. This could be you, but you playing.
You.
$100 from Red Shrek outside Homo naledi. Are there any upcoming exciting fossil discoveries? I don't know. They're upcoming. Also, do you think Homo erectus was subject to original sin? Hell yeah.
So William Lane Craig has actually played around with the idea that Homo erectus was subject to original sin, like that Adam and Eve were like. Actually, I think he thinks they're Heidelbergensis, which is like a defunct category. So yes, Homo erectus. As far as upcoming exciting fossil discoveries, all I can say is this. I know of many that are on the horizon. Some of them are going to be coming out of my lab, which I'm very, very excited, but I literally cannot say anything else. So you'll just have to wait.
My wife is in the chat sending $5 to remind me that I've been gone forever.
Dude, my husband is asleep. Your wife is like, she's a pro, dude. She's still up. Good for her.
She's my everything. $10 from Renegade Sapper. Oh, fuck yeah, now you do it.
Picking your way out of a paper bag. Best call on the show in months. Let's fucking go. That was our viewer cap too. So we were killing it with Anthony. We can ring in the new authoritarian dictatorship with that.
$5 from Tammy B. Index fossils like conodonts can be used to find them, and geologists are employed by oil companies to find them. It's almost as if evolution is a thing.
Did you notice how quickly he backed off the point when we were like, radiometric dating works, here's 1,000 reasons why, relative dating works, here's 1,000 reasons why, and then he was like, you stupid science globehead priests, and we were like, okay, so here we go again. $10 from Sentient Tree. Favorite duo, thank you both for your educator hearts and helping many like myself in deconstruction efforts and learning more about the natural world. Also, screw Kent Hovind and go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I co-sign all of this. Co-sign it all.
Is 100% perfect super chat. This is the iconic best super chat of the day.
Yeah, iconic. It's very model. It's a model. It's the what is it? The platonic ideal. That's it of a super chat.
I think we're up to 4 whacking atheists about me now, and I've still yet to respond. I've got to figure out if I'm going to do that ever. I have a really funny set of ideas.
Myself. I mean, there's so much you could do. You could talk about actually, I don't even know if I can really talk a lot about what Kent Hovind has done. It would probably demonetize the stream because he's such a charlatan grifter who harbors PDF files at his commune.
Yep.
Allegedly.
It's a hard job, and it takes a lot out of him. Fortunately, he's able to take it out on his wife and relieve the stress. Wives, pardon me. Yes. Yeah. I don't know if you heard the audio. It's horrible. But I may make a video about it later, so I don't want to burn too much of it now. $5 from Mariah Bannister. Ignorant confidence is a hell of a drug, for sure.
Yeah, it can get you far, though. It can even get you as the leader of the free world. $5 from Skeptoidius. Imagine when Anthony finds out not all sedimentary layers at the bottom are the oldest. Something layers intermingle. That's why there's hundreds of tests. Listen, we couldn't even get in to how do we know when there's been intrusions? How do we know when something has been uplifted? Like, we couldn't even introduce that concept because we were trying to get past, if you weren't there to watch the test be taken, you can't be sure.
I stopped because I asked about Steno's laws of superpositioning or Steno's laws, and like I stopped at superpositioning. The top layers are young, the bottom layers are old. There is that intrusion law. There's the law of consistency. Even if you're missing some layers here and there, they're cohesive across. Like there are like 3 or 4 of Steno's laws, and like no fucking way we're gonna get through introductory geology. No, it's not gonna happen.
No.
$10 from Jamie M. Holy crap balls, Erika. The way you went off on Anthony, chef's kiss. It is always a treat to see you hosting together. I always learn so much.
Thank you, Jamie. You guys, many of you out there are probably too young on the internet to remember my Debate Bro days. I was on the Debate Bro circuit on Debate and Creationists, like from 2019 to 2021, and I debated every one of them, at least here on YouTube at the time, and then they all disappeared. It's so weird how that happens. $5 from Renegade Snapper. Did Anthony watch his parents conceive him? How does he know he was born? Forrest asked that same question, and he didn't have an answer.
We made that point. And Standing for Truth has reached out to me a bunch of times asking me to show up on their shit. They've reached out to me several times, and I never responded because I know that's what they want. As Donnie said publicly, they want me to not respond to them so that they can then move on to somebody more palatable, and they can say that atheists won't engage with them. So I gave them what they wanted and ignored their shit, and now they're all over Kent Hovind's channel talking about how I run from debates and I'm too scared to debate them.
Well,
so,
listen, I did the song and dance with the Standing for Truth, and my viewers will attest for years. I know how that racket goes. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. You can show them precisely why they're wrong. You can get their own people to show them that, as I have done many times. I could write a dissertation on the subject of Standing for Truth's rhetoric and optics, and it just doesn't matter. You could show up there and quite literally get Ken Hovind to announce on camera that he's retiring from debates forever because he was so utterly defeated, and they would create a highlight reel and a community post the very next day saying that they forced you into early retirement, you've got egg in your face, and then they would publish it with a homoerotic thumbnail of you being like wrestled by Ken Hovind. That's how that would go. 100%.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to mess with it, man. I just don't.
Don't do it. Sorry, Donnie. I'm not sticking my neck out for you on this one. I'm telling Forrest outright. He'll see it. He always sees when he's mentioned. But Forrest, you should not do it. I would not do that.
Yeah, no, I don't plan on it because I've seen the way that he treats other people, especially like anybody he disagrees with. And it's always this open arms welcoming, like, you should come to our totally neutral, normal platform. And then it's just the most aggressively biased, dishonest nonsense. And then the way he just fucking like totally mercurial and like flip shit on you because he asked you to do a debate and then admitted to you that he wanted you to deny it and to refuse to do it so that he could say you did, and that's what's better for him. And it's like, you already have a script in your head, and I'm not interested in participating in it. You can continue just talking about me. I'm not going to put my face on your platform to get you clicks. I'm not here to make you money. You can continue talking about me all you like.
The views on his channel have also been declining lately. He's been getting more desperate and reaching out to people that he feels like are longer shots. So I would if I had to guess, I would say you're probably going to get more males. Choke out starve a fever. There's a saying.
Yeah.
Whatever. Just
starve a fever, feed a cold, or something like that.
Yeah. Fever, feed a cold.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time since they reached out, so we'll see.
You haven't heard the last from him. I can pretty much guarantee that. $5 from Renegade Snapper. Did Anthony watch his parent? Oh, wait, we already did this one. Sorry.
Yeah.
You don't get to get me to read it twice, Renegade Snapper.
Unless you donate $100. $5 from Zureth Moonpaw. Hey, you two. I woke up late, but I'm here to tell you, you just lost the game. I love that that's coming back.
It's absolutely every time, too. I don't think I've ever been on, and that individual has not reminded me that I've lost the game.
It's very good.
We have $10 from Nathan Heavenstone. According to the if you didn't observe it logic, the entire prison system shouldn't exist. No one should be jailed because if a crime wasn't witnessed by the investigator, they can't investigate it. Yeah, they don't care about forensic science or geology or astronomy. None of it matters. And if you tell them about this, all of a sudden it will matter. And then they'll not use that argument for the next 10 minutes. And then they'll use it again 10 minutes later. It's really incredible.
It is an argument of pure convenience. $10 from Jean Uric. This call with Anthony is worth at least $10 just by itself. Y'all are absolute treasures. Thank you so much. It's very kind.
Thank you. We have $5 from Paramount X. One of the great challenges in life is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why you have to learn as much as possible about every subject. And only then will you be free.
$9.99 from Christopher Olafson. Forrest is being chased by friendly, bumbling idiots. You're talking about people coming from that show to this show, last night's show to today's show. I'm fine with it. We just got to keep, as long as we are making good points and making people happy and educating the masses, I'll talk to the same people every day, as long as it's functional.
It's a treasure trove of fun interactions and wonderful memories. $5 from Mr. Burukua. 10. Can't stick around. Bed is calling. Y'all keep holding colors accountable. Here's to a good show. That was probably 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
I hope you're sleeping well.
Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
Who else have we got?
And that's definitely not it. So there we
Now,
go.
$5 from Mahalialaga. Vital question. What's the best snack to fuel long debates with the heart of thinking? As for science, asking for science, possibly snack recommendations. I mean, like, have you tried delicious braised pork belly from your local Chinese place? Is good.
That is freakish. Forrest, that is freakish. That is not a snack. That is a meal. You ate a Thanksgiving dinner on camera. Here's the best snack. Pop Nerds gummy clusters. That's what you want. If you're doing a debate, an NGC will go a long way. You can kind of suck on them. You can pull the little rocks off the top of them. Then you chew on the gummy part. It is the perfect gummy snack as of right now. I would be eating them myself, but I only had Skittles, so I did Skittles.
Counter argument, sushi. A little makimono set, just like simple rolls, and just pop rolls.
Also a meal. Also a meal. That is also just a meal. $10 from
I do not understand the difference.
That tracks, actually. This is for the amount of patience you two possess when interacting with some of these jackasses. I wish it was patience. Sometimes it's patience, sometimes it's spite. For me.
It is. It is. $5 ass dollars from Tammy B. Hi, Erika and Forrest. Lots of love. Hello again. Thank you so much for the money. I appreciate the donation. I appreciate the support. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the kind words.
And the cute heart emoji.
I like it.
$5 from KH Min Nguyen. Thank you both for the conversation. Oh yeah, thank you, Min. I hope to see you team up again. I may bring spicy topics next time. Min, I love when you call. I've yet to have a bad call with you. Stay curious as always. And thank you for your super chat.
$4.99 from Balthazar228. Do they force you to can fruits and vegetables in Freemason jars? That's very good. That is very good.
I should have gotten some Tums while I was downstairs. $10 from the Catyon, lover of paleoanthropology.
A tapeworm slithers into a bar and the bartender says, "We don't serve parasites here." And the tapeworm says, "Well, you're not a very good host."
Dude, that's not even clever. Like parasites have hosts. He wouldn't say that to a bartender. He would say that to a party, like at a gala or something like that. This is why you people. This is why this gives me ulcers. $10 from the Catyon, lover of paleoanthropology. Wait, go back, please, Morgan. I didn't get to read it. Thank you. Discovered both your channels a few months ago. Excited for Doug Wilson and React Theory vids. What god from media would you worship and why? Hanuman, monkey god.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm not familiar enough with like a variety of gods, but like I know some demons, and like I'm a big fan of Vapula, who is the demon that teaches science and engineering and philosophy and enlightens people out of religion. Love that guy. Very cool.
So, are you maybe like the human emissary? Are you like are you that guy actually? And this is just like a fun little tongue-in-cheek thing to like the main characters of the story that I'm a side character in, where it's like, haha, and he's hosting SkepTalk, but actually he is that god in real life. Like it's a fucking Percy Jackson book.
I'm not going to answer that because there's a Christian watching this right now who is deriving their own conclusions, and that makes me smile.
Interesting.
I had a guy comment on my TikTok and is like, "This guy's the Antichrist," and I'm just like, "Don't give away the ending, dude." You know what I mean?
I love it. I love it when they work themselves into a tizzy like that. I get, this girl really thinks she's a monkey. Yes.
It turns out.
Aron Ra convinced me of natural mechanisms, and not long after I finally became free of dogma and decided to live my life at 49, I decided to begin HRT. Wonderful, Tammy. I'm so glad to hear that.
Hell yeah. Congratulations.
Well done, my
fantastic. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Forrest, I'm rolling out a red carpet for you to expose me in front of thousands of people. Wait, what are we doing? Plush, is this the line changing?
What are you doing? What are you doing, Step Bro? $20 from David L. My 12-year-old son is amazing and empathetic. He dreams of being a biologist and to save lemurs. Oh my God, he has ADHD, making school challenge, but he remembers everything about lemurs. What can we do to help him thrive and pursue his dreams? Get him involved if you guys are anywhere nearby in either a rescue or a zoo that has, ideally lemurs, but there are going to be plenty of animals that he can start learning about right away. Regardless of what he ends up doing, that'll look great on a resume. It'll help him get a jump start on his peers, and he'll just really enjoy it. That'd be my recommendation.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. And also find mechanisms for him to learn, because like I had to find, and I'm still like operating in my own unique way of learning. And if I try to go through it the way that everybody else does with different colored highlighters and writing in the flow charts and like doing all the flashcards, it doesn't work. I have my own way of learning that works from my fucking weird brain. And so just help them develop that so they can study what interests them most in the most irreverent and undisciplined way possible that fits their head. Don't try to cram that kid in a box. $5 Americapedia. Forrest, your confession has been recorded. Please remain where you are. Agents have been dispatched to your location. Love and kisses, the FBI. You'll never catch Tommy Valkai.
Even the avatar was like, this is the avatar. This is the FBI me, right? Like, that's downright diabolical.
I love Ericapedia's avatar because it looks like an Xbox 360 avatar. You know what I mean? And it makes me very happy.
I see. That's why I thought it looked like a me, like that you would make on the Wii. But okay, $5 from Eliashana Silverbow. I'm not reading this. You have to read this, Forrest. I'm not reading any more of these. I've had enough.
Why was the amoeba sad? His parents just split. Why did the bacteria cross the microscope? To get to the other slide. That one's really good. That one's really good.
Two of them in the same super chat. I'm instituting. I'm speaking with Jimmy.
Erika, why did the algae and the fungus? Why did the algae and the fungus?
The principal's office and have him expelled immediately.
Why did the algae and the fungus get into a relationship?
Why?
They took a liking to each other.
That's like. This is not even clever wordplay. None of this is. This is just like
that's great wordplay.
You find the word, and then you're like, haha, this sounds like lichen, as in L-I-K-E-N, and then you build the joke around it. It's a lazy man's joke, in my opinion. 1999 from Balthazar 228. Life doesn't begin at conception. Life begins at abiogenesis. Really good point. Very much at home here. And you get extra points for being a break from the soul-crushing weight of having to begin another, I'm sure there are dozens more, pun super chat, which everybody seems to get a real kick out of sending. I can only tell you I hate them so many times.
Yeah, Erika, I'm like Switzerland. Okay. I don't want to get involved.
Is that, Morgan, that's not a pun.
What did he say?
What is going on? What is going on? I've had it with
I'll tell you what's going on, Erika.
No, you won't. $9.99 from Poor Claire. To people arguing being forced to take care of kids violates bodily autonomy, you're right, but you're not legally forced to do so. You can give up kids, so why force people to let others use their womb? Thank you, Poor Claire, for your wonderfully well thought out super chat that has so much substance to it, and for your $10. And I like your avatar.
$5
you
from
can
Stormtation Noah. What type of animal are camel spiders? Arachnids. That's great. That's fantastic.
What is even the joke? What's the joke? They're arachnids.
That camel spiders live in Iraq.
They live in the desert, so it's like, oh, haha, what if you spelled it like this?
In the deserts of Iraq. That's where they live.
That is not the only place that they live. No way.
Well, no, it's not, but it is a place that they live, and that's where you can apply that. In a similar thing to saying, like, I tried to kick the Giardia out of my body, and the Giardia's like, I want to stay, and I'm like, no, you have to leave, and the Giardia says, but I insist.
But they don't always do that.
But they do when you expel them.
But if you're going to do this, they have to be accurate. I'm begging you. I'm on my hands and knees begging. I cannot go through this. This is actually worse than the call with Anthony. $4.99, Balthazar 228. I keep thinking if human life is a precious and beautiful thing, then why does Ted Cruz still exist? This is unironically a funnier joke than all of the puns that I've heard collectively put together in my entire life. Thank you, Balthazar. And notice I didn't even laugh.
You laughed enough.
Sweet.
$5 from TaylorMade at 28. Love when Forrest and Erika are on. They never fail to entertain and educate. Love you guys and never stop doing what you do and being who you are. Thank you. And I give you the exact same encouragement. Never stop doing what you do and being who you are, as long as those are both good things.
That was a cute puppy avatar, too. $5 from Nicole Daniels. Listening to this while studying for a biology test. Hopefully I will survive tomorrow. Much love, y'all. You will absolutely survive, but I worry that I hope you're good at multitasking, because if there's one thing I can't do at the same time, it's study and listen to people talk.
Yeah, no, that's a bad time for me. But like, I think you're going to fucking crush it, dude. You're going to do great.
Yeah.
Good on you. I would say good luck, but we both know you don't need it. You're going to kill this test. $5 a monkey a typewriter. How are schools that can't pay for nurses and books paying for transgender surgeries in the nation with the highest medical costs in the world? That's why the something teachers unions. I don't know.
Oh, but monkey at a typewriter. They have a giant, like, Dr. Doofenshmirtz style machine where the children sit on a conveyor belt, and it's like the transinator, and they go through it and they come out and they're a different gender than where they went in. Like, it's very simple, of course.
The problem is what you're doing here is you're thinking, and that's not what happens when these conspiracy theories.
That is such a rookie move. Like, imagine, what are you going to do next? Fat check? $5 from Squidward Q Sagan. To all transgender people, you are loved and you are not alone. I don't know. That contrasts a little bit with your Squidward in the Alone episode avatar, though, I will say. Maybe that was just unfortunate.
$5 from Mahalalaga. It's man, woman, Russia. This is in reference to something that I point out, that if the World Health Organization and the UN estimate that the number of intersex people is about 1.7% of the population, and out of 8 billion people, that's like 160 something million people, which is the population of Russia, or very near it. And so, like, if you're gonna hold on to this binary essentialist model, you have to believe that there are only males and females and Russians.
And Russians.
We don't talk about the Russians.
The three genders, of course.
Man, woman, and Russian.
Man, woman, Russia. $4.99 from Richard Ramon Donlin. You're my two favorite podcasters. Great seeing you both together. I appreciate what I learned from you. You're brave and good looking. Well, thank you. What a kind super chat. I appreciate it. And favorite
which
podcasters.
Which of us is the brave one and which is the looking one? No?
We're splitting it 50-50.
Okay, yeah. But both of us are okay looking and kind of brave. 10 ass dollars from Mousetrap. Hey guys, big fan of both your channels. I don't quite understand the heat problem. Erika, could you explain it to me like I'm 5? Also, I hope this $10 feeds Roland's crippling gambling addiction. Roland's less popular and more gambling addicted brother.
Here's your TDLR as fast as I can possibly do it. Things are radioactive. Rocks are radioactive. They contain unstable elements that want to be stable, and when they become stable, they release a little bit of heat as that decay occurs. It's only a little bit, so year over year, it's not a problem. Like, we don't even notice it. You can measure it, but it's basically negligible. But if you were to take all of that radioactive decay that has ever happened since rocks first formed on the planet 4.5 billion years ago, and to cram it using a hydraulic press into the single year of Noah's flood, which is when most creationists think that all of this radioactive decay sped up. And the reason they need the speeding up is because they have to explain why the rocks look like a lot of decay has occurred. If you do that, then you, as I like to say, vaporize the granitic crust of the earth several dozen times over. So that's the heat problem. It doesn't work. You got to break physics one way or another if you want to make Noah's Ark a true story, which in and of itself, just think about that. But hope that worked.
To the people in the chat who are still sending super chats, we're only reading super chats $100 or greater, but I do appreciate that the ones that are coming in still involve awesome puns.
I'm seeing them, and I'm glad that you've wasted your money. I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart. I'm glad. I wish ill on you in this particular instance.
$10 from. All right,
we always
take
hear
it.
of we always hear of God of the Gaps, but we never hear of God of the Nordstroms. Curious.
That's fantastic.
See, that's funny. That's funny. That's an actual
a very
joke.
good joke. $20 from Godfrey N. Good. Aloha. Is it just me, or does it seem like men debate the abortion issue more than women do? Why is that? Well, because women just aren't as smart as men, and they just aren't equipped to handle these kinds of discussions. It's really just for men to decide what should be happening, and women can just follow along.
It's like a timing thing too, because as women, our uteruses often migrate within our body, causing hysteria, which typically requires a lobotomy. So we only have like 2 good weeks out of the month to have this discussion, or otherwise we're like, they got to bring out the masturbation machine to bring us back down to earth, you know?
Yesterday I was on with Eric with Paul, and we had the Gohan talking for us a fucking hour about why he thinks that abortion shouldn't happen, and Shannon was in the chat talking about how this is driving her insane. She's about to burst in the room and fucking tear us apart. And at the end, I was like, I'm glad Shannon wasn't here. She just doesn't take this stuff seriously. We need men talking about it. 3 men talking about this is really how we can make some progress.
At last.
Oh my gosh.
I truly do believe if we just got every man in the United States in one room to discuss this issue, we could solve it. The problem
we could sort it out.
It's just they're around too much. They distract the boys with their bare shoulders.
Oh man, $10 from Darren McAuliffe. Why do Americans think that the God of Israel gives a shit about them? He's clearly not your God. Well, if you're that one guy, it really just depends on which God you decide is real, because they're all real. So, I don't know, man.
I'm not reading this.
It's $5. The fact that you were able to pick it out so quickly. $5 from Aliyah Shauna Silverbow. What did the femur say to the patella? I need you. I don't think marine biology is the right major for me. My grades are below C level. That's fantastic.
Where's the story? Where's the intrigue? There's that. Oh, why does the patella need the femur? Right? Like, what's their relationship to one another? What? Just because they're in articulation? Are you kidding me? Like, where's the plot? I ask so little.
A black bear and a white bear. Don't you dare overtalk me when I'm telling you something important. A black bear and a white bear both jump into a body of water. They both jump into a pool. Which one dissolves first?
No, this is going to be something about polarization. And it's going to be dumb as hell.
It's the white bear because it's polar, and it dissolves in water because it's polar. Exactly. So you get it. You understand?
You can't get it, Forrest, because it's not a joke. This isn't a joke.
It's a phenomenal joke.
I refuse. I will not recognize these as jokes until the day I die and my bones are in the ground. I will not recognize them. Something for the caller James to consider is that atheopaganism exists. The practice makes me feel wonderful, relaxed, and grounded, but we don't need to believe in literal gods to practice. People like rituals. Humans like a ritual. When I make my coffee every morning, I've been told by cultural anthropologists that is a ritual. So, and I don't know shit about cultural anthropology outside of the one class that I took on pilgrimages.
Ritual's a whole thing, and they all share common structure, and it's really interesting. And it goes into that idea that I can't talk about publicly yet, but it's really good and you'll like it. $5 from One-Eyed Heathen, just to thank you, and thank you to Erika and Forrest for turning me onto how cool it is to be a primate. Erika, tell me an interesting fact about gibbons, please.
I mean, how could you even pick? But I'll tell you the most recent one that I learned it made my day. female gibbons dance. Males do not, but females dance. And when I was like, they dance, like, what do you mean they dance? And they describe it as like this rhythmic twitching. And I was like, surely they've got this video. And sure enough, you look at it and they do this little groove. It's so cute. And the reason they do it is to solicit the males for sex, which I thought was hilarious. And also when they're frustrated. So those are the two reasons, when they're trying to get it on and when they're trying to like burn it all down, like when they're angry. And I feel like I really relate to that. $20 from Godfrey and Good. I flew from Honolulu to Atlanta today. It was unusually cold on the plane, but Anthony got his ass handed to him. Flight attendants offered lots of blankets and hot tea to us passengers. It was a decent trip.
Oh yeah.
What an interesting way to structure
Honolulu
a
to
super chat. I like that.
A lot. $5 from PhD Tony. I love the way Erika asked, do you think we're doing this for other people? Delicately exploring Forrest's delusion before exploding it. Talking about my state names things. That's great. It's the best part of the show. Besides the amazing jokes.
It was only really funny because of how Forrest responded to it by being like, I don't think anyone likes it. Which was just like we're all on the same page. $5 from Monkey to Typewriter. We call the zone between too stupid to do and too stupid not to the Valkai termination zone. Many have driven mad attempting the leap. This is true. Many such cases.
Somebody needs to publish that. I want my name in research like that. $5 from Nathan Beefy. Is it really stupid is it really stupid, then welcome to Valkai Labs. We take only the dumbest ideas and sprinkle on the extra dumb. Love you guys. Keep up the good work. What's great is that you could see that exact comment posted underneath like a Kent Hovind video. And there's people out there like, this fucking idiot, this Valkai guy, just stupid on top of stupid. But here it's said with love. and they mean it, and I mean it too.
And when you see it under the Kent videos, it'll have like 600,000 likes and like a bunch of these people beating their chests and throwing their shit and being like, wow, like, I know that was a little risque. We did use the word dumb, but you totally got him. You know, it's really depressing, actually. $5 from Blackwater Ted. Philosophically speaking, is it wrong to eat cereal in the shower? The trick is to use powdered milk so the water activates it. This is like sociopathic behavior. Like you might need to take
chess while we're playing checkers.
Like, he's like, one of my favorite things after I do that is to put on socks and walk through the new puddles in the bathroom. Like that is just unhinged.
$5 from Shauna Silverbow. Do you two have anything? You two didn't have anything to do this week, right? Good. I'm selling for a 72-hour episode of SkepTalk. Don't fucking tempt me, because if Jimmy lets me, I would totally do like a 24-hour long show. I would absolutely fucking do it. It would be great.
I have seen people saying in the chat, we broke our record tonight, and we broke the record for the line for longest show that we've done.
We did.
So
hell yeah.
Wahoo! $10 from Ericapedia. If you drop your son off at school and he comes back and he's your daughter, he didn't have a secret operation in class. You just picked up the wrong kid. Have fun with that Amber Alert.
Amber might be the name of the kid you picked up.
Yeah, that's so true.
$5 from Kydemore. Neat. The Democratic Party's pre-compromising paves the road for the GOP to rocket rightward. Where the road ends defines the radical left for the GOP. That is absolutely true. And you can already see the Democratic Party starting to throw trans people under the bus, because that's what they fucking do. And it really sucks.
We wake up each day and we face it because we must. $10 from Ron Howard. Jacob is dishonest. He referenced the same study that Josie broke down with Jacob a month ago and made it clear the gender nonconformity study actually supports trans rights. He's disingenuous. Why is that not surprising to me?
Yeah, a lot of people were also saying that he had this exact same conversation with Dr. Ben, and that Dr. Ben walked him all the way up and down, just like explaining why this shit doesn't make any sense. And then you just brought the exact same arguments for us to say the exact same thing. I'm also linking the Ninja Sex Party song "Eating Food in the Shower" in the chat.
That's so bizarre. $10 from Empress Lizard. This has been a really great show with great conversations. Y'all get some sleep. Erika and Forrest should definitely tag team with Josie someday. Yeah, that'd be super fun.
I'd be into that. Three-way show that never ends. $10 from Chaotic Organized. I want to change my family's last name. What should we go with? Wrong answers only. Valkai. Everybody can be a Valkai. Join in.
I saw this meme at one point where this guy was like, I have German ancestry and I wanted to find out, like, you know, who my German ancestors are. And he was like going through the family tree. And I kid you not, one of the names was like Puppenscheiten or something like that. And I thought that was the funniest name that you could possibly have. So Puppenscheiten.
When you are a basketball player and you dump on yourself, you're dumping and dunking at the same time. You're Huppenscheiten.
Huppenscheiten. And it's close. It's close.
It's really good.
Well, anyways.
$10 from One-Eyed Heathen. The term dead name refers to the old incorrect name, but also refers to our expectation that our families will misname and misgender us at our funerals. That's funny and dark. We understand the disproportional violence.
Yeah. I feel like if you said that, he would be like, ooh, you know, because like if that's the actual history behind it, it's embarrassing to be like, you know, complaining about that the word is mean. $5 from One-Eyed Heathen. I find myself wondering which of his basic human rights Jacob is willing to give up for the sake of an election. Yeah, it's really interesting how it's never that person's rights, you know?
That is a question we should have asked. That is a fantastic question. $5 from Nathan Heavenstone on Jacob. Why the F are there people who think basic human rights are acceptable to compromise on? What the actual hell is wrong with them? Because it's this bullshit about like, well, the means justify the ends, or the ends justify the means. And I think Eric hit the nail on the head. It's exactly the same thing that we were talking about when we were talking about having to vote for Kamala Harris despite her you know unlikable stances on Palestine. But the difference is that was the only option on the table. In this case, it is a hypothetical scenario that somebody's made up. That's not the only option at all. So, like, no.
$19.99 from Balthazar 228. Interesting how natural consequence of regrets from unnecessary surgery lawsuits never occurs on these supposed surgery on children, almost as if the surgeries are rare, not regrettable, and necessary. Boy, that is so crazy when you put it that way, when you kind of string it all together like that. Weird. How might one explain that if they have a pre-desired outcome that they want to force fit? It's so bizarre.
Also, to Togborn in the chat, who just got fucking timed out and muted because he says by bigots you mean people that disagree with you on certain topics, right? You have had 8 hours to call in, and you fucking didn't.
That's unreal.
Call me next time I'm on, and I will happily explain to you why you're full of shit. $10 from One-Eyed Heathen. Serious question about the scientific process. Are hypotheses proven or disproven? Help me understand how that works, please. Also, what makes a quality study? Hypotheses are never proven. You don't accept a hypothesis. You fail to reject it. So you're always trying to reject it. When you cannot reject it, you move forward as if it is true until something else comes along and proves it's not. And what makes a quality study, I recommend checking out this. There's this like really important seminal paper by Platt a long time ago called Strong Inference, where he details out the like you need to be like testing multiple hypotheses at once and like actually making a strong fundamental case for something that you're saying, not just like I showed that this one thing does this one thing sometimes, because that's fucking just really boring. And you should be like developing big models that test multiple hypotheses and build testable predictions. That's what you should be doing.
I'm going to go ahead and just add big sample size. With what I work with, the more samples that you can add, the more robust your conclusions are going to be. I can't even think of an example where a larger sample size would like confound a study. So it's like the more the better, the more the merrier. $10 from Sonic Shroom. I was unaware that the Freemasons were required to be theists. I did some research after Forrest said he had a Masonic Bible. I was not aware that atheists were not welcome. Thanks.
Yeah, you're supposed to believe in a deity or any higher power. You just have to believe in any higher power. And then later on, they shoehorn in Christianity as like the right one. But like the actual introduction is just any. Yeah, exactly. It's just you have to believe in some higher power. And I was pagan at the time. So I was like, all right, yeah. And then they're like, but the Bible though. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, because it's a fucking cult. $99 from me and my human. Erika and Forrest, excelling and educating and informing is one of my happiest mental places. Thank you. Thank you, bird, for being
Thank you. Yeah, that is a cute little bird. $10 from Fudge Cod. Many thanks to Erika and Forrest for keeping the calls brief. We are known for our brevity. The callers gladly would have kept going in circles without your moderation. Thanks again. Our moderation, Forrest. Our moderation.
I mean,
we try. We do our best.
$20 from Adrian Martinez. As a creature of the night, I love when Forrest and Erika are on because I'm able to catch a bit of the live and give money. I appreciate that that's your goal. That's very cool of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. We love the company since we're also beasts of the night. $5 Australian from Tammy B. Tell them to watch the Systematic Classification of Life series by Aron Ra. I wish these people would. I wish you could have a prerequisite for coming to these conversations. Like, you can come have this talk after you've watched insert series of videos, insert literally reading The Origin of Species, insert any rudimentary Wikipedia cursory glance. But alas, we don't have that power yet.
$5 more $dollars from Tammy B. Tell him evolution is only consistent with multicellular eukaryotes. It's not abiogenesis.
That was so.
Evolution is abiogenesis and the Big Bang. Don't you know?
I'm not doing this again, Alicia. I'm not doing it.
My biology lab presented a slideshow about using a microscope. It was called How to Focus, but I wasn't paying attention to the rest. That's not even, you know what, though? That's fine. That's fine. That's not a problem. How's my wife like cytokinesis? Nice cleavage.
How does your wife like how is she like cytokinesis?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just like, okay, Forrest, thanks for putting her tastes on blast. So now it's risque, it's a pun, and it's in bad taste. $10 from Nadia Yvette Chambers. Excellent to see combating bigotry is the explicit purpose. Racist, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, right-wing, theistic bigotry needs to be fought as hard as possible in these dark times. We do what we can, and we all must operate within the confines of our own niches here online, but we're happy to do it.
Or, if you know how words work, niches as well. $5 from Woolite Mammoth. It's for your unwavering stamina and concentration.
You're funny, Forrest. Thank you.
Look, dude. It doesn't make any sense to say just niche. We'll get there later. I'll make a pun about niches later. I'll come up with one.
For your own safety, I wouldn't. What do we got, Morgan?
30 minutes.
You're ruining my scary threat. Okay, $20 Australian from Hank says, Hank, here are some dollaritos. Oh, because both of you had to tolerate Anthony and Gohan. I wish I could afford over 9,000. That's not a pun. That's a reference. I get those. $9.99 from Sapphic Bibliophile. Here's some dollars for this especially or epically awesome stream, which is always the case with YouTube crazy primates. Thank you for educating my homeschooled ass about the amazingness of science. So much love. It is our deepest pleasure to do so. Especially with a homeschooling background. You guys do not get set up for success. I had some homeschooling friends and they had to fight tooth and nail to catch up, but they did, just like you're doing.
10 $dollars from Adam D. Only 6 pages of super chats. Screw it. Make it 7. Love that.
You guys are a part of the problem, but I do love to see it. It's all meant from kindness, which is, it does warm my little simian heart. $10 from Wild Billy Tex. Thank you. Holy.
$49.99 from Van Halen backing isolated and live tracks. I loved watching both of you as hosts on the show. I've learned so much about evolution from you two. Question, any debates in the near future either one of you have scheduled? I love watching Erika and Barris Kenthoven nicely, of course. Not for me. I don't really do internet debates.
I love them.
Shows.
I love internet debates so much, but I debated every creationist on YouTube. And then I started getting offers from people on Twitter. But at the time that I was getting the offers, I was like pretty busy. It was like over the summer. So I would love to continue to do debates. I love them. I think they're a blast. There's start that many creationists willing to do it. So if you know one, send them my way. I will pencil them in. We got 8 Canada dollars from Terry DeWispelier. Yeah. Owls are just dinosaurs that live long enough to evolve stealth tech. Something to think about while you go to bed. Art. You know, there's a big owl that lives near my house, and I can hear him or her hooting in the night. It's one of those ones that's like, ooh, 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 ooh. It's awesome.
Hell yeah. $10 from Memory King. Forrest, it took a Skeptical Inquirer issue I got from SciCon. I've had an article about Bigfoot, and I got my mom to stop believing in it. Hell yeah. Just got to get her to ditch Jesus and on board with evolution. Fun fact, Skeptical Inquirer actually reached out to me after SciCon. The editor-in-chief sent me an email and asked me to write an article that will be coming out about teaching evolution to creationists, which was my talk at SciCon. I don't know if I'm supposed to say when that comes out, but it'll be soonish. It'll be in a little while. It'll be next year. But like, I'll have an article at Skeptical Inquirer, and you can show that to your mom. Maybe it'll help. I don't know.
Thanks, dude. $5 from Ericapedia Headcanon. One skeleton named Heinrich. The other is named Klaus. They are boyfriends. One is trans mask. You decide which one. It's late. Okay, bye. This is much more of this is the type of super chat that I want to see. This is a story. I feel like I'm there.
Is establishing the lore for our guys.
I didn't realize that's what it was. Oh my God, it has a personal element too. Wow. You really are
he
a
sent
professional.
this when I brought this skeleton in and we were talking about him. Yeah.
Wow, that was like 45 minutes ago. Awesome.
It was a long time.
Epic,
it was a long time.
In the before times, many moons.
6 pounds from Nolder JJ. Hey Forrest, do you listen to any bands in Spanish? If I can recommend Fito and Fitipaldis, Los Piratas, and Julieta Venegras, Os Oyero. Hell yeah, I'll check it out. I don't speak enough Spanish, and I love learning Spanish through music. I love listening to like the Gypsy Kings and to like I like Enrique Iglesias a lot because I can follow the flow and I can like practice my lines. Christian Nodal, same thing. Just so I can practice. Adios Amor. It's a fucking bop, yo.
$5 from Charlie Carrot. How many more hours we going? We're barely into Tuesday and the morning is young. Approximately 3 hours into Tuesday. Approximately.
We cannot go 3 hours into Tuesday. That actually was the agreement. $10 from the Raven 200. Another certified no skip album from me is Black Braid's Black Braid 1. Black Braid may not be from my res, but it's still dope as hell. Best song is definitely The River of Time Flows Through Me. That sounds cool as fuck. I'll check it out.
Give that a check it out. Got $5 from the Raven 200. My last chat of the night, Erika. Go fight Madara Uchiha. Madara with a full-on awakened Rinnegan, then fight Obito if you win somehow. This is Naruto shit, isn't it? I know it was because you were the one that made the Naruto reference, weren't you, Raven 200? I will not play your weeaboo games here, my friend. We got
$5 from Chaotic Organized. Come to realize that despite my bioscience degree, bioengineering and neuroscience, hell yeah, Erika's field of study is so unfamiliar, it might as well be literal magic. That's the thing that people don't seem to understand about biology, especially when people are talking about like, oh, you just trust these other biologists. Like the same data is so much fucking different through a cell biologist than it is to a fucking immunologist or a biochemist or an evolutionary biologist or a developmental biologist. Like it's so, these fields are so diverse because life is so diverse. That really,
The same-
if you are not comfortable wearing multiple hats, it's just nutty.
The same would be true for me in your field, by the way, chaotic organized, like for sure. That's just the nature of
For
the
real.
beast.
For real.
$5 from
That's
Black
why
Belt.
I did my
thought
undergrad in
not-
integrated biology, and you have to be all over the place. It's so much more
yeah,
fun.
yeah, and it's fun because it's like then you get imposter syndrome in like 10 fields instead of just one.
Yeah.
$5 from Blackwater.
Let me tell you about it.
Gnosticism was the opposite of agnosticism. Am I wrong here? So Gnosticism, okay, it's complicated, but Gnosticism is also like a particular sect of like, or description of a particular group of early Christians who have this really different view of like the God and Jesus, and like God is the demiurge kind of, and then Jesus comes like is effectively like actual God, and the God who's the creator God of like Eden is not the real God, and the Gnostics believe that like the way to salvation is through knowledge and all this, but like secret knowledge. So it's complicated, but you should look into it because it's really interesting. Religion for Breakfast has some wonderful videos on Gnosticism that I was like, wait, seriously? It's pretty cool.
Just had to send $10 from Adrian Martinez. Just had to send another super chat to say Erika and Forrest have the power of God and anime on their side. Hell yeah. Also,
me.
I just
Forrest
got a
doesn't watch TV shows.
I just got an email from Jacob, who sent me an email to say, show me a study that shows trans children will commit suicide if they don't receive surgical intervention. That's a very bold claim that I can't find anything to prove it. You're not looking seriously then. I'm sorry. If you're not going to look up what the fucking American Medical Association says about this, it's not my fucking problem. I'm not here to provide this shit for you. I'm not here to do your homework. 140 Zoroastrian ass rubs from Elroy Foster. Fuck shit mouth. Bless you. I don't know what that means. Bless you, long-winded intelligentsia. This is my first time I'm actually awake while the line is still going. Forrest, you're even cuter live. You don't fucking know me. Keep the knowledge coming.
Intelligentsia. That's us. We're the intelligentsia with our fucking online science communication. We crafted the ivory towers. We were the builders all along. 1999.
We know
random
things about stuff.
1.0. We know things about stuff. 7 hours. You guys are nuts, and I love you. It's 8 now, isn't it?
Yep, something like that. We've been going since 6, so that's 6, 7, 8. We're coming up on 9.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Right. $10 from Adrian Martinez. This is Erika's bluff. What does the H stand for in Jesus H Christ?
Forrest, I'm so serious. You do not know me. You people, I will do it. What does it stand for?
Haploid. Get it? Because he only has one parent. He's haploid. Instead of diploid. He's haploid. He's like a male ant. He only has one copy of his genome from his mother. Did she leave? I think she actually fucking left. That's great. Oh my gosh, that's great. Oh, what a fucking champ to actually follow through with it. That's fantastic. Hey, $5 from Jamie L. But Erika, what's your favorite bad science pun joke? She won't tell us. She backed out. So we just found out it was that one. What do you do with dead chemists? You bury them. That's for Erika. $7.99 from Is That You, Ralph? No, it's Forrest. There are days where I can think of only Erika and Forrest were doing a live show. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. $5 from Bumblebee Casper. Shat, will you keep you here all night with super chats? Hell yeah, Shat. Keep going. Remember, $100 super chats or more will be read towards the end, and that's all we're doing. Keep us here until 3, y'all. $10 from Alsano Naz. Forrest, I have read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream on your recommendation has forever altered my brain chemistry. Whether that's for the best remains to be seen. Any more fiction recommendations? The Time Machine's fucking great, dude. Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Check it out. But I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. That's a fun. It's just such a short and gut-wrenching story. It's so cool. So cool. Next. $5 from Aaliyah Shauna Silverbow. I'm not sorry for all my jokes, but even I'm getting too sleepy to make more jokes now. Thank you for the epic show. Take my money. Thank you so much. Erika, you missed the one that I said about chemists.
You see, that is how you do a joke, you guys. That's observational comedy. I have the setup, I have the Chekhov's gun, and then I follow through on it in the third act. That's how you do it. I have to show you, I have to teach you everything. I'm the only fundamentally unserious. That's what all of you are. Fundamentally unserious. $100 from Van Halen, backing isolated and live tracks. Does $100 count towards $100? LOL. Yes, it does. Thank you so much for your very kind donation.
It's so good. $100 from Balthazar228. This is how you do it. I keep hearing from people that claim to be paleo-conservative, but
as far as I know.
As far as I know, I was going to make something up. No Paleolithic apes ever kicked out other hominids out of their ape no state, Paleolithic ethno state. I hope I can go with Forrest Indonesia in May and June. Plug that trip. Yeah, for everybody is still watching. If you're still watching this, you are clearly have nothing else better to do. But just so you know, I hosted trips to the Galapagos this summer. We did tours around the Galapagos Islands. I'm hosting tours around Malaysia. Next summer, we're going to Borneo, to the very eastern corner of Borneo, and we're going to see orangutan sanctuary, proboscis monkeys, pygmy elephants, a bunch of bats. We're going to go to several sun bears. We're going to go to several different conservation centers and sanctuaries and learn about the wildlife there and also the conservation efforts there. And the trips are 8 days long. We've got jungle tours, riverboat tours, cave tours. It's going to be a ton of fun. So check that out. Head over to valkailabs.com/links and you can sign up to go on those trips. It's like $3,000 for the trip. It's pretty cool.
That's not bad. I mean, the flight will be brutal, but other than that, like once you're there, you're there.
Yeah.
$100 from Erika P. I just did 8 hours of work, then 8 hours with y'all. No regrets. Okay, bye.
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
If no regrets, yeah, okay.
This is our last one, I think.
This is a 100. Okay. It is a primate one. That one it barely squeaks its way into being maybe a little bit like a tiny tiddlywunk of a joke. From Skeptics and Scoundrels for their wonderful $100 donation, what you call a primate with the grenade, a baboom. You get this.
It's really good. It's really good. What do you get when you inject human DNA into a sheep?
Forrest, don't. I'm so serious. I will leave you to end the show yourself. This time, for real. I did the bit. I will be gone.
Erika, what do you get when you inject human DNA into a sheep?
Forrest, please don't. I'm asking you, don't. I've had it up. I'm aggroed to the brim for sure.
You get kicked out of the petting zoo, and that's our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in to SkepTalk with Forrest and Erika. It's been a 9-hour show, and you were all here for it. Thank you so much to our call screeners. I've got the list of them right here. We've got Amargan, Monkey at Typewriter, Alyssa, Stephanie, Jess, and Kalasia. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the people in chat. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to the callers, even the ones that sucked. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day, and never stop.